Salam Sejahtera Malaysia. Welcome everyone to the event of the season. My name is Aaron Minjut. Here with me is Brian Kwa, and we are at Sunway Pyramid Convention Center for Master Ball League Malaysia. Brian, I'm excited.
Dude, I am hyped, man. I mean, first of all, I'm so happy to be here. So thank you so much to Pokemon for having me here in Malaysia. But man, Master Ball League Malaysia, 1,400 people.
Even more, I think. It might be even
That's
more. Yeah.
crazy, man.
Biggest event, period, in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm excited to see the slog of a tournament happening. You know, the format is just so wide right now.
Yes.
And so many different things can happen.
Definitely.
I mean, which deck do you think is going to be favorite, man?
You know, the first thing I want to say is that this is Dragon Ball's format. It is the biggest meta share currently at most events that we've been at. I was in the Philippines just a couple of weeks ago. It was everywhere, but it got taken down in the end.
That's right.
However, if you look at Prague, which is the other event that we had recently, it took down the whole event.
That's right. That's right. And I mean, it was also a very unique form of Dragon Pulse. A pulse that we've never really seen before Prague. We saw the Dunsparce paired together with Prague. It's a little bit slower, but it's definitely super consistent.
And then we talk about all the other types of variants of Dragapult. We talk about Dragapult Blaziken, Dragapult, straight Dragapult, Dragapult Dusknoir, the only deck remaining from the big four in pre-rotation.
That's right.
Every deck's gone, but Dragapult still stays around.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because you'd think that something like Counter Casher, Iona rotating would just kind of kill the deck a little bit because you don't have as much, you know, initiative in terms of being able to use Counter Cashers to, you know, pull the back line up or using, you know, your Dusknoirs, your Curse Blasts to just, you know, slowly pick off units at the back or, you know, characters at the back. But it's still around and still plaguing the format.
And it's still right at the top, right? One of the top decks here. But of course, we can't, you know, we can't have a Mega Evolution format without some Mega Evolutions.
That's right.
Mega Lucario has been tearing it up here in Malaysia. So we got a bit of a local spice going on where it's Mega Lucario with the Dunsparce going on. That won a recent Ultra Ball League, a 500-player Ultra Ball League, by the way. The events here are crazy huge now, Brian.
Yeah.
We're talking about an evolution of tournaments from 50 people just 10 years ago to 1,400 or more.
Yeah, man.
At our Master Ball League, our nationals, the return of national championships.
The scene has been popping off.
And that's why we have so much spicy decks as well. Like we talk about, you know, we talk about Mega Lucario. It's also, you know, the type of, I would say, unique takes by all these top players. We had Okidoki win a UBL recently as well. We had Tilmas Ogopon with Arboliva tearing it up in one of the recent ones in Sarawak, which was, by the way, the first event in East Malaysia. It's amazing how much variety we have. But most importantly, we talk about Master Ball League. Before we get too much into it, let's look at what's going on this weekend at Sunway Pyramid Convention Center. There's a lot for you, even if you're not a participant here today. Let's check out what's going on. There's so much going through these 2 days that even for you folks at home, if you think about, you know, spending some time here over the weekend, come on down. Right? On day one, we have so many side events, the Point Gate Battle, the Pokemon Go events, the Pokemon Mesa Star experience. This is the layout that you have for just the day one, but there's so much more coming in day two, right? And the cool thing about these big events, Brian, that I really enjoy is side events. I love side events. Anyone can just come in, you know, just drop everything you're doing for the weekend, come have some fun. Right?
Yeah, that's right. And you know, side events, there are so many different side events that you can get. You know, the Point Get battles. You can also play the Pokemon Go, like you've mentioned. There's also Pokemon Mesa Star around. It's just so much for you to do. So even if you're not competing, you don't really know much about the TCG scene, no worries, come down. There's so much Pokemon for you. And you know, I love the evolution of these Master Ball Leagues. It's really got leveled up every single year, you know? So let's look at the tournament overview for the Master Ball League. What is the Master Ball League? It is the ultimate major competition in the Championship Series, and people here are all gunning for one thing. The World Championship. Exactly, invite, you know. And what is a World's Invite? You get invited to the Pokemon WCS for short, right? It's a prestigious invitational only event. Players who have received an invitation to the Pokemon WCS, the World's Invite, can then enter that competition. And man, I must tell you, you've been to Worlds, I've been to Worlds.
Yes.
Worlds is an incredible event for you to be at. You know, the atmosphere there is buzzing.
It's electric.
There's just so much to do there.
Yes.
You know, if you're a Pokemon fan, you just want to go.
Yes, indeed. If you want to think about how Worlds is compared to Master Ball League is really a fun event. It's a really exciting event. Worlds just take it up a notch. And only the best of the best get invited to the World Championships.
Yeah, Worlds this year is going to be at San Francisco.
Yes, indeed.
And it's just, it's going to be a blast, trust me.
So who's going to be able to compete at the World Championships? Well, first and foremost, know that every player participating in the Asia Championship Series will be categorized in one of these three categories. Juniors, seniors, masters. We'll be covering the masters division on stream today, but we will never forget our juniors and seniors players. Some of them doing so well that they're actually winning Ultra Ball leagues here in Malaysia. They are beating the masters category players out for the top placements at the open category Ultra Ball leagues. So we will not forget about them. We will talk about them. We are breaking records, by the way, Brian. I believe, based on the last I checked, the last I was told, each of these categories have now broken the registration cap.
Wow.
It is amazing to see the growth of Pokemon TCG in Malaysia.
Yeah, man. I mean, and not to mention, some of the world's best juniors actually come from Malaysia as well.
But Southeast Asia as a whole, right?
Yeah,
That's the most important part, yeah.
So just excited to see what they have to bring,
Yeah, speaking of what they want to bring, we'll talk about also the regulation, or I should say the structure of the tournament for these 2 days, right? So, it's a 2-day tournament. By the way, this is the first 2-day stream in Malaysia since forever, right? And I am excited to be here with you, Brian, because we get to see day one Swiss qualifiers in a best round format. We have, I believe, 8 rounds today in the Masters category to showcase for you. Only a select few will be able to qualify for day 2, and then you go through the fun one, the best of 3 qualifiers, Brian, before the top 8 cut.
I miss playing in a best of 3, and I'm like,
let's go play next season.
I know, right? It's like next season we should definitely go back there, because best of 1, day 1, and you get to switch your deck going into day 2 as well, which is incredible.
Exactly.
This really brings me back to what pre-2020.
Pre-COVID, right? Pre-pandemic, So a lot of new things being added into the Championship Series. But of course, we're here for this tournament. So just give you a brief, rough overview for those of you who have not been aware of how does the format work. We talk about the day 1 and day 2 Swiss qualifiers. You play against people of the same record, so that's fine. But a single elimination best of 3, that's where things get hit up. It's a make or break in top 8. If you win your round, you're one step closer, not just to the top 4 or the finals, it is to your World's invite. And that, to me, is going to be an interesting situation to see how these players navigate the best of 3 environment, Brian.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this is the first best of 3 tournament in what we've been saying for eons, right? So I'm actually really interested to see whether people who have been playing since back then have an advantage over newer players, because newer players just haven't really played in best of 3 format before.
That's true. And just to give a refresher for those of you who have been in Swiss rounds, right? Swiss is essentially a tournament structure where you're playing against people with a similar win-loss record. So as you win, you get into a better position to get yourself booked first into day 2. And then when you come to day 2, you're then trying to get yourself into the top 8 cut. There's a little bit of nuance here, as you mentioned. You can change your deck going to day 2. I'm excited for that. I want to see how people adapt. But then most importantly, we want to see how they do in Swiss, because without Swiss, you're not going to be able to go to top 8.
Yeah, and how the Swiss pairings work in round number 1 is going to be absolutely random. So you can have the previous MBL champion facing off a brand new player who's playing, but from round 2 onwards, players to the same or similar records then matched, right? So, so basically, if I was a 1-1, 1 wins, 1 loss, I could potentially pair with Aaron, who's also gone 1 win, 1 loss. But if Aaron went 2-0, there is no way that I will play against Aaron.
Yes, indeed. And I think now we can go into some of the other information for the tournament. We'll talk about the league point placements that you're going to be able to get at the tournament here. On the screen now, you'll see the points that are up for grabs. And these points, ladies and gentlemen, is your ticket to the World Championship. You accumulate points throughout the season at Great Ball Leagues, Ultra Ball Leagues, in the Premier Ball League as well, the kickoff event of the season, and now the Master Ball League. All these points here, Brian, is your ticket once again to the World Championships. Only the top 10 get an invite.
That's right. So keep in mind there are 2 ways for you to get your WCS invite. The first way is to either win or get second place for the Premier Ball League. The second way is for you to win the Master Ball League. And then the third way, sorry, I said 2 ways, but it's 3 ways, is to get your league points. So for players who didn't manage to win either of these 2 big tournaments, they can accumulate these points. These points are what matters from players 3 downwards.
Yes. Indeed, indeed. Especially for the fact that some of these players have been playing all through the season to get these points, right? But there's also something else that you'll be playing for this weekend, and not just about points. There's also some very very exciting stuff, I want to say.
Promos.
Promos, yep. The
Promos.
PokePad Master Ball League Stamp promo is this event's participation prize. Every one of these participants, every one of these competitors will be eligible to get one of these promos. And Brian, I won 4.
I won 8.
Hey, calm down.
Hey, look, PokePad is the promo of choice this Master Ball
Yes.
League. And let me tell you, PokePad is in almost every single deck. It is such a good effect.
It's an amazing card.
And yeah, you know what? I am definitely going to try to go on the floor and find myself a couple of these, at least a playset.
Hey, you and I both.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, if you are keen on some of these promos, maybe next season come on down to your Premier Ball League event, and then you could, earn some promo. Not just at Master Ball League, but every event has a participation
right.
promo here in this part of the world, and that's one of the fun things. I love collecting promos.
Yeah,
right?
but you know what else is at stake besides your WCS invite? You get the top 4 Pokemon home medals.
Oh boy.
That is unique.
That is unique.
That's a first.
There's a first in the region, I believe, for you to be able to get a specific top 4 Pokemon Home promo. That is Pokemon Home medal promo, I should say. I mean, there are medals available if you walk around the event, Brian.
Yeah.
Just scanning them with your NFC phone and you get them in your account. But these are top of the line. You only get them if you're top 4 in any of the divisions.
That's really unique. I mean, this is the first time I've seen Pokemon Home being used as a way to distribute these medals. And let me tell you, having the first of something is always got to mean something special.
Definitely, definitely. If you look at those medals there, imagine showing to your friends, look at that champion medal that I have, or top 4 medal, or finalist medal. That does add a bit of bragging rights to your repertoire, right?
I mean, hey, you have a kid as well, right? You can be like, look, Daddy was once good at the game.
Yeah, but look at me now. I have a Pokemon Home medal. But of course, it's not just about medals. We also talk about the next level of a promo card, the Mega Lucario EX Master Ball League Top 4 prize promo and the accompanying trophy. These are going to be given for those who are top 4 in any of the age divisions across both TCG as well as VGC. By the way, there is VGC here as well, which is awesome. Go show some love there. But anyone in the top 4 spot in these events will take one of these cards and this trophy. That card, Brian, is the rarest card this season.
Yeah, I mean, look, at a glance, you're like, wait, that looks like just a regular Mega Lucario EX.
No,
but wait,
look at the stamp. Look at the stamp.
There's a stamp there that says Master Ball League. And I believe there's only, 16 in Malaysia?
Yeah, I mean
12 in Malaysia.
Total,
12 in
yeah,
Malaysia.
definitely. There's going to be only 4 divisions/tournaments you can win it, and it's only to the top 4. 16 in the entire country.
Yep. That's right. That's right. So once again, guys, besides getting your promo cards, besides getting your trophies, your medals, you also get the WCS invite.
Oh wow!
And on top of that, if you're top 2, you get the travel award as well. What is included in the travel award? Well, your flights and comms.
Yeah. So not just do you get to play Pokemon, you get paid to play Pokemon.
Wow, what? This is the only event.
Why are we casting this?
This is the only event here that you get a travel award as well as a WCS invite. Top 2 for Masters get it. First place for seniors get it. First place for juniors get it. But man, this getting something like this game, being able to fly to San Francisco to play is an incredible experience. And you know what? This is the year to do it, Aaron.
Yes, it's the 30th anniversary of Pokemon, and it's an amazing time to be playing Pokemon first and foremost, but amazing to be playing at Worlds, right?
That's right, that's right. That's also the first time that they're doing the Pokemon XP events as well. So super excited to see. And hey, look, we did talk a little bit about the meta share. Let's get back into that. We have the Dragon Pulse, we had the Lucarios that you're talking about. We have Teal Mask Ogapon, and this is not just the card. Yeah. This is a deck archetype now.
The variants that you have with this card, we saw it in Japan as well during some of the early tournaments, right? Teal Mask Ogapon is no slouch. It is a big part of the metagame. We know about the Arboliva deck. It's on the screen as well. But let's talk about all the other variants of Team Mazogapon. We have the Raging Bolt variants. We have the Terrabox or Slotbox variants. We have even Mega Venusaur played with Team Mazogapon as well. This card is super flexible, and you will see it today for sure.
All right, it's because we don't have a lot of time. I just want to run through the rest of the decks as well. We've got Team Rocket's Mewtwo.
Big deck.
Very, very big deck. You can go single prizes, you can go 2 prizes. You got Alakazam, 1, Philippines, and Junior Seniors, as well as Masters. You've got Festival Lead. You've got Cynthia's Garchomp, as well as Okie Dokie. I mean, look, there is just so much that you can do this format. It's so wide.
It's such a varied format. You can talk about Dragon Ball being such a huge part of it. There's so many decks that can beat Dragon Ball as well. And we're going to see a lot of iterations by these players, a lot of, like we talk about the spice, the differences that you put in your deck for, first and foremost, the best of one format, but also to give you an edge against the rest of the field. I'm excited to see what we have for round 1, Brian. Are you?
Yeah, I'm super excited. But man, Aaron, if you were playing in today's MBL, what would you have brought?
You know what? I have a pet deck.
Oh.
A pet deck that I've been playing for a year.
Okay.
And it's only got to me one ever, top placement.
Sure. What is it?
It's Archelodon.
Archelodon, okay.
Archelodon. Yeah, it's my deck. I just love it. I did see it in the Philippines. We had covered it on stream in top 8. I love seeing the fact that Archelodon is still kicking at it. But yeah, I would have brought Archelodon because why not? But I think for the most part, Brian, it's going to be about picking a deck that you are comfortable with and enjoying yourself in the event. It's great to win. It's great to be a top player, a competitive player. But if you're not enjoying the game, what are you doing? You got to pick a deck that you are having fun with. What's your deck for the season?
Having fun equates to winning for me.
That's true. That's true.
So for me, I'm always going to pick the deck that I feel has the best chance at getting me that World's invite, right? So if I was playing the MBL today, I would likely go with Bolt. I feel like Bolt is such a good deck right now.
Are you secretly Malaysian? Because that is the deck of choice for Malaysians for a long time. We had the first major event, the Premier Ball League of the previous season, Adila Farin. She won the event with Raging Bolt. It is a staple of the meta game here in Malaysia. And people wrote the deck off, right? Okay, we lost Sada's Vitality, we don't have Earthen Vessel. But no, the deck is here to stay. It is actually one of the premier decks, as we talked about. And you could still run it and do it fairly well. We're excited to see how many of them make it to day 2 today.
Exactly. And you know what? I feel like Bolt just has all the tools necessary. So previously, it was very much like a theme deck, right? you had Ancients there and everything. But now it's kind of evolved into almost like a box style deck,
It
right?
is.
And I love playing box style decks. I like having all the tools at my disposal in order for me to deal with all the decks and all the options. There's just so many things that I can do with Bolt right now, and I just feel like it's very, very favored to take this whole thing home.
Yeah, so is that your pick for this weekend, Brian? Is that the deck that you think will be in top 8 and taking it all the way?
Yeah, well, I mean, it really depends on the skill level of the players, but I'm sure Malaysia has its fair share of skilled players, and I believe we have a veteran that's coming on stream soon.
Yes, a veteran, not just of the Pokemon TCG scene, but the Pokemon community as a whole. He'll be our our featured player for round 1. But it's interesting the deck that we chose, Brian.
Oh, what's he playing?
We have Alakazam versus Ethan's Typhlosion as our round 1 feature match.
Okay, look, that's very interesting.
That's going to be fun.
Right, because these are 2 single prize decks.
Yes.
Alakazam, if you people at home aren't too familiar with it, you basically do 22 damage counters
for
each card that you have in your hand.
Yes.
Right? You also have the Psychic Draw ability, so when you evolve Alakazam, you do draw 3 cards.
Yes.
It's pre-evolution. Kadabra has a very similar effect. When you evolve Kadabra, you draw 2 cards.
Yep.
Right? So, and it's paired together with the Dunsparce.
Exactly.
Run, away, draw. When you activate its ability, you draw 3 cards and shuffle it back to the deck.
Yes.
So, if you're kind of seeing the synergy here, right? You draw more, you do more damage.
Yeah.
This is typically really good against 2 prize decks. All right?
Which is not what he's facing
Which
in round
is
1.
not what he's facing. So I'm very interested to see how Rinash here is going to adapt to play against something like Ethan's Typhlosion.
For sure. And we talk about Kentong as well, who is the Typhlosion player. Typhlosion is not a deck that we typically see. But it is a deck that has a lot of raw power. Essentially, you're getting Eden's Adventure and you're trying to discard the card into the discard pile to fuel the damage of Eden's Typhlosion. And now we see here on the screen, we're looking at the prices on each of these players. On the left, we have Rinesh John. On the right, Kian Tong. Nothing too crazy, I think, but having, maybe 1 or 2 Dawn in the prizes might be a little bit of putting for
No, I
Rinesh.
was gonna say the lucky helmets there is gonna be a
lucky
little
helmet,
bit. It's gonna be a little bit painful for Rinesh.
Two of them actually.
Yeah,
right.
and on top of that, Kientong actually having the one Cyndaquil and the one Quilava
Yes.
on the right hand side, maybe a little bit of problems
You
for him
need those
to
early.
set him up, right?
Yes.
But I will say that in this specific matchup, I think. So that means that Kientong just needs two
Eden's Adventure.
Adventures inside
Yes.
the discard pile, right? So having the other two Quilavas or other three Quilavas in this case should be fine. And as long as he's taking his prizes from the bottom, he'll get his Cyndaquil as well as his Quilava pretty quickly.
Of course. I think the most important part here is seeing which of these decks set up first, because these are single prize decks. The first one taking attack and consistently getting a prize card is going to be the winner here.
Sure.
There's nothing else here. There's no sniping attacks. There's no, well,
I will say though,
Yeah.
it also depends on who benches the Pheasantipity first,
that is fair.
right? Because
If they even run it, we're going to get those exactly soon. If they even run it, we don't know yet.
I'm pretty sure both decks
All
run
right,
Fez,
all right.
man. I mean, look, it feels a little bit silly right now if you're not running Fez because
It's such a good card.
It's such a good
Yeah,
card.
it's
It's
a
an
good
efficient card. Every single time your Pokemon gets knocked out, you're drawing three. Right,
Yeah.
and in single prize decks, you don't mind drawing three every single turn, right?
That's true.
As long as your Pheasantipity does not get bossed out.
For sure.
Right, so here we are, guys, for the Malaysia Master Ball League, going
Yes.
into game number one. Rinesh John on the left-hand side playing Alakazam, Kientong on the right playing Ethan's Typhlosion.
Yes, indeed,
I
Brian.
think
This
it's
is going to be
actually
exciting.
swapped around, actually.
Oh,
I
they
think
did?
Rinesh is on the
maybe,
right.
Yeah, probably they swapped around. But it's all good. It's all good. Most importantly, we have these players ready. And here we go. Round number one. Kientong versus Rinesh. And round number one begins here at Master Ball League Malaysia. And we're
let's
seeing
go.
a Bidoof up against an Abra. And Kientong here starting first. The Bidoof in the active. Not a bad start, I would say. It does have free retreat, but also we have to understand that you're not going to get an attack off. You're not going to have Ichi Pollen up right away. And thank you, good friends, for that quick swap around. So Kientong here on the right now, getting a Buddy Poffin with a Cyndaquil as well as a Dragapult. So it's actually a Dragapult variant as well, or the Dracloak, I should say, in the list as well. This adds a bit of consistency for Kientong here.
Yeah, Kientong not playing Ethan's. He's playing Dragapult there.
Yeah, that's an interesting situation.
It looks like a Dragapult, isn't it? Am I blind?
It might be a deck. Well, I guess the Typhlosion deck which runs Dracloak as also an additional draw engine. We've seen some of this list here in Malaysia a couple of times, but we will see. Yeah, it looks like a Ethan's Typhlosion. No, go away, Barbarical. We have Abra now on the active for Rinesh with Buddy Poffin played as first card. You'd love to see this, Brian. Buddy Poffin on turn one for both these players. We have a game.
That means that we have a game. We have very even starts from both sides, right? So here, Rinesh going second is going to allow him to play a supporter card. I think he will be trying to look for something like his Dawn, but he's going to very quickly realize that his Dawns are currently priced. Interesting enough, he actually played. Okay, no, that's why. So he found two Dawn Spars with the Buddy Poffin because he has a telepathic energy.
Telepathic energy, a very strong card. Brian, attaching it to a Psychic Pokemon gets you to search for two more basic Psychic Pokemon from the deck. Call back to Call Energy, which was a card from, ancient people like me will remember from the 2010 season, where you're able to attach an energy and search for two basics. Such a huge consistency boost for Psychic decks.
That's right. And the beauty of it is that you don't necessarily have to choose non-EX Pokemon.
That is
you
true.
can choose EX Pokemon as well. So if this deck plays something along the lines of a Clefairy,
Or
Lily's
Latias
Clefairy,
even.
or
Yeah,
even a
Clefairy more
Latias,
so,
that definitely works out very nicely. We do see Rinesh here playing the Hilda is going to find himself a Jabra as well as a second energy to get things going for next turn, assuming Kientong doesn't do any kind of disruption, which in this case, I don't think Kientong is going to do much disruption because there's not a lot of disruption options in the format.
No, not at all. You talk about Iono going away. I mean, to be fair, what are these decks going to be able to play? Unfair Stem and Judge? That's about it,
That's literally it. So here, Rinesh just going to be using Abra's attack to just retreat, do 10 damage to the Bidoof. Not super significant, but at least it's got damage on the board.
Yeah, and protects the energy as well. Protects any attachment as well for the turn. Kientong now with the first Quilava, and that is, I think Kientong here is probably going to be, I was about to say, looking for the Ethan's Adventure. That card right there is one of the premier cards for this particular deck, allowing you to search for any combination of Fire, Energy, and Ethan's Pokemon. And you see him grabbing immediately a Fire Energy, a Quilava, and I believe it might be another Cyndaquil? Yes, he's eyeing up Cyndaquil there for Kentiong. So he's pretty much set up. It's all about now who's taking the first knockout. And if I'm going to put my money on it, if neither of these players are going to get into the rare candies, it might be Kentiong here.
Yeah, I mean, neither of the players get the rare candies, then yeah, Kentong would take it. But
Yeah.
Rinesh, Alakazam has that ability to just take his prize next turn. Kentong does not have that, right? Because
That's true.
I think only having one Ethan Typhlosion ain't going to cut it too much. And if you
No,
look,
yeah.
the energy attachment went onto that Quilava, all right? So that means there isn't a Cyndaquil for him to necessarily evolve up at the moment. So I think Kentong here is just going to buy some time by using Itchy Pollen with the Badoo. But in this case, not super good because you want to start taking prizes.
Exactly. This is the matchup where you want to race against your opponent. Both of you playing a single prize deck here. So Kentiong now going through the motions. He does have a Dracloak already in play, so that's good. At least some form of consistency. But yeah, just Itchy Pollen, as you said, Brian, only 10 damage and item block for Rinesh, so that's quite key. No rare candy on Rinesh's second turn, so no potential Alakazam. However, the Kadabra here is going to be able to take a prize, which is going to be interesting for this match.
I mean, even so, he could potentially just retreat this Kadabra and swing with the
other Kadabra.
Yeah, the other Kadabra.
Yeah.
Even he does have an Abra at the back, so he could just rare candy the one at the back later on. And the difference between Ethan Typhlosion and the Alakazam is that you have so much more card draw for Alakazam, so you are going to consistently
That is true.
take that first prize if he wants to. And it seems like he's eyeing for it. We do see Hilda coming out. We do
Yeah.
see Rinesh eyeing for the Alakazam. Potentially? Yeah, no,
No, going for the Kadabra.
So
Yeah,
taking
because
the
it's on
slightly
item
slower
block
play.
right now. Yeah, on item block right now, so not able to go into the Kadabra, the Alakazam, I should say. But
right.
the key thing here is that 10 damage from the teleportation burst on turn number 1 is coming in clutch. I believe. I think Kadabra's attack is 30 damage or 20.
Yes,
I think,
it's 30 damage.
So yeah, it didn't really matter. But at this stage now, Rinesh, you're pretty set because you're taking the first prize and you have 3 stage 1s already ready to evolve into that stage 2 Alakazam next turn. So we now see likely just an attack. Yeah, so there you go. Taking a knockout on that Badoo. Rinesh John drawing first blood here. First prize to Rinesh. Kentiong now immediately on the back foot on turn 3, promoting the Quilava, and I presume that's going to be a Typhlosion very, very soon. So we look through his hand here, drawing into that Quilava. The second one here, yep, Quilava comes into play. And he does already have a Typhlosion in hand, so we will likely see an attack for a prize card here for Kentiong. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see which of these players blinks first and have to bench a 2-prizer if they even run any. Eden's Adventures from Kentiong. Again, this supporter is what you want to see in your hand in the early game and what you want to see in your discard pile as the game progresses, because these cards fuel your Ethan's Typhlosion.
Buddy Blast, man. Buddy Blast. You're
Buddy
doing
Blast.
70 damage extra for every Ethan's adventure that you have in that discard pile. It does have a base of 40. Sorry, 60 damage for every Ethan's adventure that you have in your discard pile. You do have a base of 40. So even with just one, you're going to be able to... with 2, you're going to be able to swing 460, which is just enough,
just enough.
For you to take knockouts on almost everything for the side of Rinesh.
Yes, indeed. So Kentiong here having enough Eden's Adventures for that already. Also grabbing another Quilava. So he's pretty much also set up at this point. Just looking for an opening where he would take a prize card and Rinesh would not. But I don't see that anytime soon, right? Rinesh does have a pretty formidable board. He has that enriching energy as well in hand already to draw more cards. That card, by the way, is such a strong ace pack in this deck. Drawing 4 and then you shuffle it in back with the Dunsparce. Draw 4 again later in the turn, like in the game. I mean, that's an amazing ace pack. But here, Eden's Typhlosion taking Kentiong's first prize. Buddy Blast for the knockout. And now Rinesh, can you respond with a prize? I believe you can.
Yeah, right now both players are 5 and 5. So 5 prizes each. So right now, Rinesh really needing to take the return knockout. He is currently in the lead because he's managed to take the first knockout. But we're going to see, well, let's be honest. He's definitely going to be able to take the knockout here.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And I want to talk about Rinesh as well. As a player, he's been around for a very long time. Upwards of even 10 years, I believe, in the community. He has a huge number of accolades on his name. primarily the most recent one, is also a top 8 at the Ultra Bowl League with Alakazam. So he is currently Malaysia's premier Alakazam player, I should say. And now we see here a Dawn from Vinesh grabbing the Dunsparce with a runaway draw ability. Is going to come in very important. Oh, look at Shaman as well. Not going to come in clutch, but I think for Dinesh, it's to thin the deck, get cards in hand to be able to fuel that powerful hand attack. And we're looking at, yes, Alakazam coming down, drawing 3 more cards. Such a strong card here where your ability fuels your attack.
As well as your consistency, right? Because the more you draw, the more options that you have to just kind of swing. So here, Alakazam gonna be able to take a knockout on Alakazam gonna be able to take a knockout on the Typhlosion with just 9 cards, right? That's all he needs.
Definitely. Now for Vinesh here, checking the number of cards here. Bubble hand,
7, 8, 9,
the first
10.
of many, I would think. And here is a knockout for Vinesh. Vinesh down to 4 prize cards. Tiong now once again having to respond and hope that Vinesh doesn't respond back. But if you look at that hand, Brian, that hand is loaded for Vinesh. He is ready for the rest of the game.
Yeah, look, I'm wondering if Tiong here actually plays something like a judge or even the unfair stamp, because he desperately needs to do something about this hand size. Here's a fun fact about Alakazam, right? The more you evolve your Pokemon, the less draw you have in the later turns. So an opportune time to play against the Alakazam, right, of when you want to kind of disrupt them, is when they've leveled up their mons, when they've evolved their mons, right? So right here we see from Rinesh, he has a potential to draw 5 more cards. 2 cards from the Abra, 3 cards from the Kadabra, right? So there's a 5-card hand draw. He has the Dunsparce as well that he's not triggering. And this is very smart because Rinesh here, after taking a knockout on the Typhlosion, knows that there's a potential for Tiong to actually disrupt his hand. So Rinesh here playing very conservatively, and I think that is the right play. You don't want to overuse your resources and then get punished for it later from just one unfair stamp.
Especially the format right now where almost every deck wants to play unfair stamp. It is the premier ace pack, but here for Tiong, we haven't seen what that ace pack is for this Typhlosion deck just yet. I wouldn't be surprised if it was the unfair stamp. I think I probably saw it is an unfair stamp. He's probably hoping to get it.
No, that looks like the neutralization zone.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's not a card that you want to see here in this matchup, unfortunately, for Tiong. But anyway, we do see... so Tiong here did grab a Typhlosion, I believe, off the top earlier. Yep, there it is. So we will see a Body Blast for a knockout. But at this stage, it's just going to be a 4 for 4 and, momentum still in Rinesh's favor. It doesn't seem like he's going to be missing an attack. And we might be going through this game very quickly in the next couple of turns. But Tiong does get energy down as well on that bench Quillawa. So he's set for his backup attacker. There's also another Cyndaquil on the bench. And here it is, Body Blast for the knockout.
Yeah, look.
Another prize.
You know what's another nuance about these single prize matchups, Aaron?
What's that?
How you can recycle your Pokemon, right? Because the thing is, you can only play 4 copies of each card in your deck, right?
That
so
is true.
Typically speaking, you only have, 4 attackers, right? So you need a way for you to recycle some of those attackers when playing against a single prize deck. Which in this case, this is the matchup I was talking about, right? So typically, we see the Ethan Typhlosion running something along the lines of a Sacred Ash.
Yeah.
Right, Sacred Ash is going to allow you to shuffle back for up to 5 Pokemon from your discard pile and put it into your deck. And yeah, you can see on screen, this card is going to be essential for both players. I think even the Alakazams nowadays do run a copy of Sacred Ash as well. It's specifically for this matchups, right? When you're trying to just outgrind your opponent. So
indeed.
The key point, and we're reaching that key point very soon, is whether or not these players will be able to draw that Sacred Ash and use it before they get disrupted, if there's any kind of disruption in their hands.
Yeah, we haven't seen any form of disruption from either of these players so far. So both of them actually building very large hand sizes. But look at that, there's also 0-6 Machinations in Rinesh's hand. That might come in interestingly for him. Imagine having a chance to disrupt Tiong's hand so that he won't be able to get an attack off. Tiong is probably going to do that as well if he has access to these cards, but that is another card we didn't get to talk about earlier. We talked about Judge, Unfair Stamp, 0-6 Machination is finding his way into more decks. Rinesh here choosing to run 1 copy, it looks like.
Yeah, that's interesting because you typically see this as a tech against Alakazam.
Exactly.
So I think Rinesh here very smartly putting it in his deck so that he can beat the mirrors.
Yes, indeed.
I will say, Rinesh is drawing very aggressively this turn. I wonder what he's trying to dig for.
Maybe the Sacred Ash.
Yeah, it could be the Sacred Ash, but if he keeps on going this way, I'm actually wondering if he could potentially deck out before Kian Tiong.
That is true, and we see here the other card that is able to give some form of recursion, the Night Stretcher, getting an Abra. I was about to mention about Rinesh's position of not having another Abra in play, because you need to take some turns to get it into an Alakazam if you don't have Rare Candy. We know he has one already, but good to see that there's an Abra in play as well. So another prize for Rinesh, 3 prizes now taken to Kian Tiong's 2. And Kian Tiong there also having just 1 Quilava now, with 1 Cyndaquil. So yes, one quick thing to note here. If you already know that there are no more Ethan's Adventures in your deck, you cannot use Quilava's ability here. So Kian Tiong was stopped at the right time before any penalties.
Yeah, Bonded by the Journey here can't be used if all 4 of your Ethan's Typhlosions are actually in your discard pile. I will say though, there is a slight nuance. If there's 3 of them in your discard pile and 1 of them in your hand, you are still allowed to use Bonded by the Journey.
Or anywhere else. It could be in the prize cards.
It could be in the prize cards,
Yeah, so at the very least though for Kian Tiong, we do get a Typhlosion in the active. We do get a Sacred Ash.
There we go.
That's key.
That's what I was talking about. The first player who manages to use Sacred Ash here is going to be able to keep themselves in the game that much longer. We are going to see Kian Tiong shuffling both, I think, almost two full lines of Typhlosion into the deck. So Kian Tiong here in a slightly better position up until Rinesh gets to use his Sacred Ash, right? So
yes, indeed.
This match is so interesting because there's just so little, there's so many little things, micro decisions, which actually will allow you to win or lose this game. Rinesh here now is in the lead with prize cards. He does have enough attackers left to take 3 prizes, right? So you do see the Alakazam on the board right now in the front. We do see an Abra at the back. Sorry, no, he's missing one attacker.
Yeah,
he's missing one attacker.
More. So I think for Rinesh, he's going to be trying to draw into the Sacred Ash or more Night Stretches. But for Kian Tiong here, grabbing... Alright, so another line of Typhlosion already in the hand there for Kian Tiong. So Kian Tiong is set if he's looking for... Or maybe one more. They both need one more attacker, it looks like.
No, because the thing is, I'm not sure if Kian Tiong plays a Dragapult. If he plays a Dragapult, that's your fourth attacker. So he may actually have a line here where you can just constantly take prizes, and your last prize that you can take is from that Dragapult.
That is true. So if Rinesh benches an Abra unsuspectingly, not realizing there might be a Dragapult on the other side, that could be key here. But no, for now we see an Alakazam right away for Rinesh. So dodging the stage 1 through that Rare Candy. By the way, playing Heart Gold Soul Silver Rare Candy. My man Rinesh has real good taste. Sacred Ash here from Rinesh.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about.
That's what we're talking about. Both these players back-to-back Sacred Ash.
Yeah, but this is so important, right? Being able to use that Sacred Ash here guarantees you enough resources for you to go through the game. Rinesh, though, here, I wonder how many cards he has left in his deck. He is...
It's really thin.
It's really thin, right? So he needs to be careful because every single time he evolves his Abra line, he needs to draw. It's a must effect, right? So
yes,
you can't avoid doing that. And when your deck is that thin, and if you're just going to be drawing every single time you evolve, you may just deck out. And guys, that is an alternate condition to win the game. If you make your opponent deck out, or if you deck out, your opponent wins the game.
Yeah, who thought that these decks are now operating like mill decks for a sense? But yeah, we see Rinesh here having a very thin deck, I should say. You're right there. 2 more Abras coming down the field. So at the very least though for Rinesh, the one thing that's saving him for the Alakazam deck is the ability to do this. Runaway draw, putting in the Dunsparce and the Dunsparce underneath and that enriching energy. So there's always a way to get cards into the deck, I would say. But it will mean that he's going to run out of cards eventually to take knockouts if he's going to be playing cards down as well.
Yep.
So we want to see if there's maybe a Lana's 8. I don't think that those cards are as played for him to refill back things into his hand, like even energy or even Pokemon. But at this stage right now, Rinesh... so Pokepad here probably for the Alakazam. There you go. So I was about to say, he has a Kadabra in the active, not an Alakazam.
5 cards left in deck.
5 cards left in deck. And 3 prizes remaining to take.
Yeah, and he's going to have to evolve this Alakazam right now. His Alakazam, telepathic energy being attached, Alakazam being evolved, he is just going to use... doesn't he have to draw?
Well, it might be a May ability.
Maybe a May then.
It might be a May ability, but it's all good. At the very least here for Rinesh, he's going to take a knockout here.
Oh, you may use this ability.
Yeah, there you go. No, all good, all good. So that for Alakazam there, the cool thing about this card is that as long as it's in play, in this matchup, you're taking a knockout. Because look at that hand for Rinesh. He probably has a thicker hand than the deck for most players at this point. For Kian Tiong, well, at this stage, double Dracloaks, great, a lot of options here, but you're still down on the price race. You see a Petrol here being played, Team Rocket's Petrol, which is a successor of Skyla from the old days, searching for a supporter, and he's grabbing a Dawn. So for Ken Jeong here, I don't think there's anything else to grab, maybe. Going for the Dawn just to be able to give him another play next turn. And likely going to see a few recon directives from Ken Jeong if he needs more cards. Maybe looking for another Typhlosion, another Quilava. And I should say we're down to about 6.5 minutes left of time. I'm quite confident though that we will get to the end of this game because these players are running down their decks and their options already to the maximum of their abilities. Everyone wants to see a game complete, so I'm very confident we will get that this particular round. And yeah, for Ken Jeong here, double recon directives, evolving potentially.
Yep, he is evolving the Quilava.
But the Quilava was from the previous turn, perhaps? Or maybe, yeah, but the judges would check for us. Yeah, I think they'll do the quick check. But most importantly for Ken Jeong here is one of those Quilavas should be able to evolve, so I think he's just swapping it around. So the other Cyndaquil is now the one that cannot evolve. So Pokepad coming out as well. Again, that Pokepad, the promo version is now the go-to for everybody. Ken Jeong, what are you grabbing here? Is there anything that you can do to get back into this price exchange?
Yeah, I mean, the only way I can see something like that happening is with a Dragapult. But he needs to be able to use... I mean, he needs to be able to disrupt Renesh's hand because Renesh's hand is just way too big, and he can't use Judge this turn either. So it may be a little bit too late because we're definitely going to see the Abra being evolved into a Kadabra next turn, right? So then there's just no room and no window for Ken Jeong to just take 2 prizes there. We do see a Buddy Blast coming out one last time potentially for well, the second time last time for him decided Ken Jeong taking out that Alakazam. Renesh here just gonna be very happy with that. It's gonna be 2 prizes. 2 prizes. We are gonna see the evolution into Kadabra. Kadabra's ability not being triggered here. Lana's 8.
Yeah, the Lana's 8. Talk about that just now, and now it's coming into play as well. So Renesh is another way of recovering some of that resources. Most importantly, the energy, because we saw a lot of energy get discarded. Lana's 8 is one of those cards that can get you back your energy cards. I believe this is the only other card other than that Nike Stretcher that could have gotten Renesh back in energy. So at the very least, he's quite set for taking the last 2 knockouts. Unless, of course, Ken Jeong is able to disrupt Renesh right now. Again, no idea if there's a judge play. No idea. Oh no, Rare Candy as well. So Renesh here closing the door on any sort of random funky plays.
Any kind of funky plays here. We do see the telepathic energy being attached. Sorry, that was attached to the previous Alakazam the previous turn, and then we do see attacking energy now being set for his back Alakazam, so his backup attacker is ready to go. Renesh here has the final 2 prizes in sight.
Board.
He does have a closer to checkmate board at this point. Renesh taking 1 last prize down to his very last prize with 4 minutes left on that clock.
Yep, for Ken Jeong here, what can you do? You can evolve into a Typhlosion, you can attach an energy, you can evolve another Quilava, but it is just that one turn that Renesh got ahead of you in terms of prize race, and that will probably seal this game. It is Typhlosion, a very powerful deck, don't get me wrong. It is a really strong deck, especially when paired up against 2 prize or 3 prize decks that don't want to be giving out multi-prizes per turn. But in this situation right now, Alakazam is saying, I can do 1 prize deck better than you just because I got that 1 prize earlier.
Yeah, I will say though, it was pretty funny because we saw Renesh just eyeing that lucky helmet and just planning on putting it into the front.
That is true.
That is your one way for you to actually lose by decking out.
That is true, that is true,
yeah. It in the front, it may not have
enough cards in deck,
Yeah, that you know, you were talking about, you know, not being able to deck yourself out with your runaway draws and all that, but attaching the lucky helmet to the front Alakazam, that's your one way that you may just lose yourself the game.
A self-inflicted mill almost.
Exactly.
So for Ken Jeong here, looks like he's just going through the motions. I appreciate that players play out their entire games. You know, they might see the writing on the wall, but they want to compete and they want to do the best they can. It's good that they are trying that right now and they're trying to get into the final turns of the match. We're gonna see what's happening here right now.
Yeah, so Ken Jeong here just looking for his last energy, I believe. Trying to get that final knockout from Renesh. Praying that he can find us somehow get it. He's already used both recon directives as well, so I'm just not sure if there's a way. And even if there's no way... Oh, he just passes it over.
Oh, no energy. So that's pretty much it for Ken Jeong. So Pulp Hand for the win here. Renesh John going up 1 one game win here, and one match win, I should say, because this is a best of one environment. So Rinesh will be in round number 1 with a 1-0 score.
Congratulations to Rinesh here for taking a game number 1, like round 1. So Alakazam here, we've seen that he is able to also deal with single prize decks.
Yes.
We saw that at any point in time he could also deal with those 2 prize decks as well, right? Because his hand was just absolutely huge.
That's a hand that you want to destroy his machinations right away.
Definitely, definitely. But I will say that the key difference here as to why Alakazam took the win over the Typhlosion was that Typhlosion missed out on getting his rare candy.
Fair enough.
Right.
And the most important part is, in this sort of matchups where you're not going to bench any 2 prizes, we said it at the start, a deck that runs a single prize attacker will be able to go up against a single prize deck, or another single prize deck, if you're taking up the first prize. If you're taking the lead right away, there is no way, other than for some, draggable shenanigans, will there be any chance for the opponent to come back. You know? So at the very least, we had a very fun, interesting matchup. Of course, congratulations to Rinesh for going 1-0 right now, and commiserations to Ken Tiong. His game is not over. His tournament is not over yet because there is still an opportunity for him to make day 2.
Yeah, I think the players, in order for you to make it to day 2, need a 6-2.
6-2, I believe.
Right?
Yeah,
6-2 in order for you to get into day 2. So Ken Tiong still not out of it just yet.
Yeah.
Even if he technically loses the next round, if he wins out 6, well, that's straight into day 2, man.
Anything
no
can
problem.
happen. Anything can happen, especially because it's Ethan Typhlosion. You want to see that in day 2. I would love to have that back on stream again because, well, we never know what deck's going to see next, But that's it for now for round 1. But the most important part here is that we'll be back with round 2 very shortly. Don't go anywhere. It's been a fun round 1 so far, Brian, and we'll come back real soon. So don't go anywhere. Grab a beverage, grab a snack. We'll be with you for round 2 very shortly.
stand tall in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking tan growth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now, only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Plan to release in 2026.
Here we go! tall in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking tan growth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now, only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go!
All right, welcome back everybody to the Malaysia Master Ball League. My name is Aaron Minjit, with me Brian Kwa, and we got round number 2 here at Sunway Pyramid Convention Center. It was an amazing, I would say a very fun round 1, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, look, 2 single prize decks are always fun to watch, to see, who gets the trade first, seeing there's a way for them to come back. I'm pretty sure that if Typhlosion ran Dragapult, there was a way.
That's true.
I'm thinking, well, if he's running the Lokes, he should have just run the Pult. And if he's running the Pult, then you should go the Stamp route instead of the neutralization
That's true.
Zone route, right? Because if you're able to do that, then that's your advantage for the single prize decks.
That's true. I mean, that's one way that you could circumvent what we just saw in that round number 1 match. You essentially lose because you were just one turn behind, and that's the reality of the game right now. But I think for our round number 2, it's going to be a much more interesting one because we have a mirror match of a different kind, a different sort. We have a Team Rockets mirror match, but not the kind you're thinking about. It is Rockets Mewtwo with Spidops up against Rockets Honchkrow in round number 2. Aha! It is an interesting matchup, I think, Brian. What do you think about this matchup overall?
So Rockets Mewtwo is a very, very versatile deck. In my opinion, is probably one of the top 3 decks that I would bring to a tournament like MBL. It's really good in a BO1. It's really good in a BO3 as well.
Wow, okay.
Right, so in my opinion, there are a lot of ways which Team Rockets Mewtwo, paired together with Spidops, can combat this current meta. Right, so Spidops here, with its charging up, you're always guaranteed an attack. Right,
Yeah.
Rockets Rush, you're doing 30 damage for every Rockets Pokemon that you have on your bench. So you could do 150 damage consistently.
Yeah,
now
for
pair
2
that
energy, right?
For
just
2 energy,
yeah.
and you pair that with Brave Bangle.
Ooh.
You pair that with Maximum Belt.
Ooh.
Really, really good damage, right? And
Yeah.
Grass is a really good type right now because there's a lot of Dark type Pokemon running around.
Definitely.
Right? Grimmsnell does not want to see it. Jorok doesn't want to see it.
No, for sure.
So, in my opinion, Rockets Mewtwo is really, really versatile, and because you can go both, you play with 2 prizes as well as your 1 prizes.
That is true, but let's talk about the next deck then, because Rockets Honchkrow is not really a deck you have seen, or we have seen for the most part in our local metagame, but we did see quite a few people taking it to the Ultra World Leagues, doing pretty well with it, and it's making some waves here in Malaysia. So what is this deck now, this other Rockets deck?
Yeah, Rockets Feathers is an attack. I think you're discarding supporter Pokemon.
Rocket
supporters from your hands, right? And every time you do that, you're doing 60?
60, I mean, 50. I remember. Yeah, but the
You're
most
doing a
important
good chunk of damage.
Good chunk of damage, but you're a single prize Rockets deck that relies purely on just one attacker, which is Honchkrow. Which is, I think it's pretty interesting. One of the decks that we talked about as potentially doing something in the new metagame. We did see some Japanese lists making its rounds, but now we have it in a very interesting sort of, mirror where both of these are playing Team Rocket's Pokemon. I wish I had a Rocket pin or something like that. But most part, I think it's a testament to the metagame once again. We have a wide variety. Even play Team Rocket, you can play 2 different flavors of Team Rocket. And it'll be down to a few nuances. Like, for example, if you talk about the price trade, it's going to be a single price trade unless the Team Rocket's Mewtwo play starts with a Mewtwo.
Yep.
And then you are on the back foot right away because that is a free 2-prizer for Rockets Honchkrow.
I was going to say that because of the inbuilt support of Team Rockets, right? You've got things like Team Rockets Archers. You've got Ariana as well.
Yeah.
Right? So Archer, you're going to be able to disrupt your opponent's hand. We're talking about disruption earlier in the game where you absolutely need it if you're playing against a single prize deck, if you're a 2-prize deck.
Yeah.
Right? Disruption is the name of the game for these 2 players, right? So you will be able to have Archers. You'll be able to use them as well to disrupt your opponent's hand. So for the side of Kaijian, who I believe is piloting the Team Rocket's Mewtwo deck, if he does start with that Mewtwo, he's definitely going to be looking at the Archer in order for him to disrupt Fuchin's hand, thus actually limiting the damage output for Honchkrow, because you need to be able to discard those those supporters from your hand. And no hand size equates to no damage.
And no prize cards. And here we see the prizes here for Kaijin and Fuchin. Nothing too crazy, I would say, but for Fuchin there, that Team Rocket's energy right at the top, that might come into play here if he runs out of attackers, especially if, like we saw in round number 1, both these players opting to go for the single prize route. For Kaijin, I would say, well, not having access to Proton 1 is always
I do want to call out real quick. Fuchin
yes.
here has a 1/1 line of the Honchkrow as well as the Murkrow in the prize card, so he will be down.
Yeah.
He will be down at least 1 attacking line for the moment. And I also wanted to call out that he does have one of those Team Rocket's factories, I believe. in this.
Yeah,
in,
they
sorry,
both run
Team
through
Rocket's factories. Yeah, that's
Yes.
right. In his prizes as well. So if Kaizen opts not to play Team Rocket's factory, there's one less out for Fuchin to draw more cards, right? So Team Rocket's factory, if you're not aware of it, whenever you do play a Team Rocket's supporter, that turn you're able to draw 2 cards from your deck. It's a really, really good stadium.
It is.
For a Team Rocket based deck. And here we are seeing Kaizen start us off real quick. We are going to see the Tarantula. Starting with the Tarantula, we're going to see the bug catching net being used. Fails.
Oh no, that's not good. If you're failing one of those, that's one of your consistency cards as a grass type deck. You want to be finding grass energy, you want to be finding a Tarantula or even a Spidos, but no, just energy and pass. Now Fujin starting with a Mimikyu, a good start, and starting with a Proton right away. So that's going to be a very full bench very soon for Fujin, and that's what you're going to see.
That is horrible for the side of Kaizen. He is going to be able to use that Articuno benching it, but that's it, for his turn, which feels super bad. Fuchin, on the other hand, having the start of, having the perfect start, I think, for a Team Rocket's deck. He starts with Mimikyu. Mimikyu has free retreat, so it is a really good pivot for you, because every single time you can just retreat the Mimikyu and put out a Pokemon that you want. Team Rocket's Proton there, going to be able to find 3 basic Pokemon. Oh, very early Porygon coming out. Porygon is typically used in the later half of the game, but I think he realizes that he has prized one of his Murkos, so goes for that Team Rocket's Porygon instead. And now we do see an attachment of that Team Rocket's energy onto that Murko. We are going to see, I believe, not a knockout, but at least a chip damage onto that Tarantula.
Yeah, so early energy being down, that's of course key. But now being able to use Torment as well, that's chip damage you could use. You are basically setting up an opportunity for you to use one less supporter from your Honchkrow later on. But here, Kaizen at least having an Ariana, so at the very least getting some cards. I was going to be, very concerned for Kaizen here, who is, by the way, a former national champion here in Malaysia, now trying to go for his, I believe, 3rd Worlds invite. Kaizen getting the Team Rocket's factory, so the factory is down. Both these players get to draw more cards. Double Articuno, I believe, just trying to get some bench Pokemon in play, but no Tarantulas or Spidops.
Yeah, that's so bad. I mean, look, he does have 4. He does have 4 Spidops in the deck, and being able to draw something like. But you saw him draw 5 cards from the arena, 1 from turn, so that's 6 cards.
6 cards.
This turn, plus seeing the top 7 cards, the bug catching set the previous turn as well. Just whiffing out of 13 cards. It's very, very. He's rolling really lowly right now. Things aren't looking good for the side Kaichen.
So for Fuchin here, if I'm Fuchin, I'm looking for that Giovanni. If I can take out this one lone Tarantula right now, I'll be in a very good spot to just sweep in the game, because Kaichen has nothing going on other than that one lowly Pokemon on the bench. We see the Honchkrow now from the Pokepad, a full-out Pokepad, I might say, and we will be able to see an attack here. But the question is, will it be on the Articuno or will it be on the Tarantula? I hope he has it. He's eyeing up his hand. It doesn't seem like he has the Giovanni, so likely just an Ariana here, drawing more cards. Ariana's such a strong supporter for these decks, allowing you to draw up to 8 cards if all opponent in play are Team Rocket's Pokemon. That is, I would love to have that card back in the old days with Team Rocket's Pokemon, but hey, just... Alright, so Team Rocket's factory here be activated, drawing more cards. I see a Porygon 2 in hand for Fuchin, so... Well, already one in play, I should say, so not really needed right now, but that should be enough supporters in hand for a knockout on this Articuno.
Yeah, you probably need to discard, I think, 3. Is it 2? 2? No, 2.
Yep, so 60 for each.
Yeah, 60 for each.
Two supporters would put it at 120, that's enough for the Articuno. And now Kaizen here with another Articuno, but more importantly, just 1 Spidops. Ultra Ball is good, that probably was something he got off the top, but nothing else at this point?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know what you want to find here, right? I mean, you're discarding your Team Rocket's Transceiver, you're discarding your Grass Energy as well. Likely going to find a Spidops.
Okay.
Does find that Spidops, so he will be able to swing this turn, but he needs to be able to find another Tarantula. He needs to be able to start taking these trades. Without that
bench Pokemon, you're not going to get any trades, right? That's the worst part. So at least hoping for a Proton here?
Yeah, okay. So we do see the second Team Rocket's Transceiver being used right now. Kaizen is going to be pretty happy with finding a Team Rocket's Proton.
There we go.
Team Rocket's Proton going to be able to find 3 basic Pokemon from his side of the field. Three basic Team Rocket's Pokemon, and we are going to see the 3 spiders coming out. This is the start of that single prize trade, right? Kaizen is definitely going to be able to take that a return knockout, which is good, right?
Yes.
But But he needs a way to take multiple knockouts. He needs a way for him to skip prizes. This is what we're talking about just now.
Yeah.
So let's
Second
see
round in
if
a
there's
row.
a way. Yeah, let's see if
second
there's a
round in
way.
row, Brian. It's going to be one of these back and forth matchups where both players are trying to take prizes. Kaijen here at least being able to respawn. We were very fearful for him after that very slow start. But if I'm going to say right now, Fujin is probably in a good spot so long as he gets to stream attackers here. And at this stage, it's anybody's game because we don't know yet when those archers are going to land. That's going to be the clutch card here moving forward. How you disrupt your opponent just at the right time so that you'll be able to take multiple prizes and sweep the game from there. Fujin here, another Pokepad. And I think he does have all he needs to take a knockout here. Yes, looks like it. Another
He's evolving it under the
No,
Mimikyu.
not on the Mimikyu. Not Mimikyu. But yeah. At the very least, double Porygon as well on the bench. There's another attacker, by the way, that Fujin might be able to use, and with that ignition energy in the deck as well. So at the very least, we're going to see some variety, not just Eden Typhlosion versus Alakazam.
Yeah, Porygon 2 with the R command, you're able to do 20 damage for each supported card that has Team Rocket in its name in your discard pile. So that means you're going to start attacking with the Team Rocket's Honchkrows, and then you're going to do your follow-up attacks with the Porygon 2. The downside of Porygon 2, though, is that you have to attach an ignition energy on that Porygon. Without that ignition energy, you're not going to be able to swing. All right, so here we do see Fujin playing that Hilda, I believe, because he's able to find the Porygon 2 as well as that Team Rocket's energy. Team Rocket's energy likely going to be attached onto that Honchkrow. We do see the evolution of the Porygon 2, so we do know that the backup attacker is ready to go. And this is the slight benefit of playing Team Rocket's Honchkrow versus something like Alakazam or Teeth and Typhlosion, because you have more than 4 attackers. Right? The other 2 decks only have 4 attackers. You have to recycle it with your Sacred Ash.
That's
but
fair.
In this case, it's got perfect synergy because you're discarding supporters with Team Rocket's with Rocket's Feathers with the Honchkrow, and then you're going to be able to use the Porygon 2, the Team Rocket's Porygon 2 with the R command to just do follow-up attacks.
That is true. And I talk about Sacred Ash. One of these players is running one. That's Kaijen on the left. Fujin has no Sacred Ash, so no way to recur these Pokemon. And
Yeah, but you don't have to, though.
You don't have to. The most important part, you have multiple attackers ready at this stage even. The only thing that I would say here, I'm favoring Kaijen for the sole reason that he has better energy sustainability moving forward. You have a way to recur those energies with Spidops. You also have access to the Rocket's energy, just like Fujin. But for Fujin's side, every turn is an attachment you cannot miss.
That's
for
right.
Kaijen, if you have multiple Spidops in play, you're setting up for the long run. And at this stage right now, I know he's a prize down, but I'm hopeful right now that he's still in this game.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're talking about consistency. We're talking about the Archers. The Archer just got used here. Kaijen going to be able to draw 2 from the Team Rocket's factory after utilizing his Archers. So he is going to use Charging Up. Now he is definitely going to be able to use Rocket's Rush for the front Spidops. We do need to see, I think, one more bench Pokemon. We do see one more bench Pokemon. We are going to be doing 150 here, getting the knockout onto the Team Rocket's Honchkrow. Kaijen in a fabulous spot, way better than what we saw in the earlier game. Fujin, now the question is, does he have the necessary energy to attack? We do see Petros, we do see an ignition energy, so that means Fujin may be able to attack with R command, but I'm not sure if there are enough supporters in the discard pile for R command to take a return knockout onto this Spidops. I mean, we saw what, 3?
It might be in a few already because for the Honchkrow to attack, you have to discard 2, and then you have 3 turns of support. That's 5.
Yeah, so 5
you should
is
be able to have
100.
this point. Yeah, so I think
5 is only 100. You need 7.
Hang on a second. Let me see. Because I do believe Fujin also played one more or discarded one more with an Ultra Ball earlier on, but we will see. But I think for this point, getting an Ultra Ball here is going to be interesting for Fujin. He doesn't have very much a big hand, so hopeful to draw into some supporters with that Rocket's factory and then discarding it with that Ultra Ball. I think that's what he's looking for.
No, I mean, look, he also, the other alternate line is if he draws into that Team Rocket's energy, attaches it to a Murkrow as well, and then be able to evolve it to a Honchkrow. That is his alternate line here.
He will be out of cards in hand though.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I don't think he has many options. Okay, we do see a lot of Rocket's supporters in his discard pile, so I think he will be able to take a knockout onto that Team Rocket Spidops on Kaijen's side. But even if he manages to take a knockout this turn, I'm not sure if he will be able to take a knockout the next turn, because the Ignition Energy only lasts for one turn, the turn that's attached to.
Exactly. You discard that energy, and therefore for Fujin, it's not just about streaming energy attachments, it's also streaming a large enough hand size to be able to use your attacks. I'm favoring Kaijen out of the sudden Brian, this is flipped very quickly after that one Archer, which we said was a card that will come into play. But we will see here an R command coming out from this Porygon. Is there enough? It looks like there is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards there. That's a knockout. R command taking the knockout on that Spidops for 140 damage. So at the very least, Fujin gets a prize card, keeps the price race going in his favor. But I am favoring Kaijian though right now.
And the question is, how long can he last, right? I mean, he only has two cards in hand. We did see, I believe, a supporter. So at least this is a supporter that Fujin draws.
Yep.
So he will be able to play something that turn, the next turn. But now Kaijian has the initiative, right? He can just promote that Spidops and start swinging. And the thing is that there isn't a drawback to the attack, right? You're not discarding an energy, you're not doing anything. But here, Kaijian needs to find his backup attackers. He needs to be able to find a Spidops. Well, the Ultra Ball will be able to do that.
Okay.
Finds the
going to
Mewtwo
though. I'm not in favor of this, Brian, because yes, Fujin has a very small hand size, but that hand size can grow very quickly. I
mean, look.
Well,
so let's do some quick math, right? So here, Team Rocket's Hantro. Right, if you are able, okay. So this is what he's doing.
Fair enough.
Right, so I think if he's doing this play, he just uses the Erasure Ball to get rid of the lone Murkrow. Fujin only has Porygons on the board. There isn't any other Murkrow, so there's no way to effectively take out this Mewtwo.
That is
so
true.
I think this is really smart by Kaijian. He's like, look, I could just start taking one shots if you don't do anything.
And the one shot threat will stay in play. And for Fujin here, you're going to be able to have to refill your hand, refill your attackers. You can get a prize card here on the Spidops, but that just puts you on more pressure to refill back your stream of attackers, which you're going to be lacking very quickly here for Fujin. Just passes! That's the opening Kaijian's looking for.
No attacker! There's no attack coming from the side of Fujin. This is going to be very critical. This is Kaijian's turn to kind of come back. We do know that he will be able to retrieve the Spidops if he if he doesn't have energy, he'll be able to retrieve the Spidops and bring back the Mewtwo to swing with the Mewtwo with the Erasure Ball. But we do see Petrol coming up. Petrol is going to be able to find a Sacred Ash, going to be able to shuffle back the 5 Pokemon from Kaijian's side. I believe it's going to be the 2 Tarantulas as well as the 2 Spidops.
Yeah, just recurring back all these Pokemon.
As well as a Mimikyu.
Yeah, basic Pokemon's good there for Spidops, right? So at the very least, getting all those Pokemon back into the deck. But I think for Fujin there, that is such a huge miss. Taking the first prize and the lead, but now just running out of steam here. Kaijian really sensing it, and he's saying, you know what? I think I got this, because even though it's just a 3-prize tie at the moment, Kaijian is the one with threats. Fujin is the one looking to find threats for his game plan. And I'm very firmly thinking Kaijian has got this right now.
Yeah, look, Ultra Ball is being used for that.
Another
Mewtwo. He is confident that he's going to be able to find Giovanni's every single time a Murkrow hits the bench. He is going to start swinging with the Spidops. Is going to get the prize lead right now. It's going to be 2 to 3 prizes. Kaijian has a Mewtwo backups right now with 2 Team Rocket's energies. Kaijian is looking primed to take this game home. Fujin is struggling just a little bit. He needs to be able to find Murkrow, so that's step 1. Now
that's game on board.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Because look at those 2 Mewtwo's there, right?
Yeah.
Essentially, you're just 1 energy away from checkmate, because there's no way for Fujin to take all these prize cards without you first taking 2 as Kaijian. That's pretty much game. We have everything there. And for Fujin, it's all about that 1 turn, 1 miss of an attack. And his game plan is just falling apart here. Yes, you're going into the R command for this Porygon 2, taking a prize, but Kaijian says, you know what, fair enough, I'm just going to take a couple of prize cards here. The only thing I can see here is if Fujin is able to take a 2 prize turn on one of those Mewtwo's, but that's 280 hit points, Brian.
Yeah, that's going to be, 5 Team Rocket's energies. Sorry, 5 Team Rocket's supporters in your hand. If Kaijian is able to get rid of
Archer though, that's going to derail anything that Fujin was trying to do.
I was going to say there were 2 options for Kaijian here. He needs to be able to either use the Archers or use Team Rocket's Giovanni to pull the Murkrow to do exactly the thing that he did 2 turns ago.
Yeah.
Get rid of the potential attacker that can take a 2-prize knockout. Kaijian here goes for the Disruption instead. It is the slightly more risky option.
Yeah.
Right? Because now there is technically a way for Fujin to take a 2-prize knockout onto the front Mewtwo. So things you can't discount Fuchin just yet.
Not just
he
yet.
is able to draw 3 cards from the Team Rocket's Archers. If he gets something like an Ariana's, right, draws into that, draws into the Hunch Crew together with Team Rocket's energy.
And maybe Miracle Headset or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's still a lot for Fuchin here, but I think it's not impossible.
No.
So for Kaijan to go down this route, there he senses it. There
Yep.
he realizes, you know what? 3-card hand, fair enough, but I'm not going to take that risk. Into the Spidops instead, and I'm going to Rocket Rush for a prize. And for Fuchin,
It's hard now. It's so hard.
It's very difficult. You can only play one supporter a turn, and it's going to be highly unlikely for Fuchin to get the cards he needs to be able to take a 2-prize knockout here because the Mewtwo's are safe on the bench. They don't run Pokemon Catcher. There's no way to get a Pokemon out. There's no Repel or anything like that.
Yeah.
And at this stage for Fuchin, what do you do here? That one turn of a missed prize or missed knockout essentially means that you are now behind. And Kaijan says, I'm going to shut the door on that. My Mewtwo's go back to the bench. Take my Spider instead. What you do here is, Fuchin, you're looking for a supporter via this Team Rocket's Transceiver. There's so much in your deck.
I mean, technically a trainer card doesn't have to be a supporter, right?
Fair enough, yeah. But he goes for the... Okay, goes for the Giovanni. Looking for a stall play, perhaps. Going after the Mewtwo with no energy and saying, you know what? Let me buy a turn and see if I can get there. Asking the questions if Kaijan has a way to get that Pokemon out of the active. So I think that's at least playing to his outs here. So I appreciate that from Fuchin. Team Rocket's Giovanni, a spiritual successor to Guzma, for those of you watching.
Or what's the 2 trainer cards? Cross Switcher.
Cross Switcher, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but here, you know, Giovanni, I think you're right. Likely going to pull the Team Rocket's Mewtwo with no energy. You're going to try to stall a turn or 2. He is actually potentially trying to go for some sort of miracle game here because if he manages to draw the Honchko, he manages to draw the Miracle. Oh no, I thought that was a Miracle. I saw pink and I was like excited, but no, it is not pink. It was a pink candy. So here we are going to see Kaijan attach a grass energy. We are going to see Proton being used right now.
There is a turn here for Fuchin because Kaijan is attaching a grass energy, not a Team Rocket's energy. Guess how much of a retreat cost does Team Rocket's Mewtwo have?
3, 2,
It's 2.
3.
Yeah,
3.
3. Wow, there you go. So I think Fuchin might have found a line here. Is there a way? Is there any more Team Rocket's Giovanni for Kaijan next turn? But for Fuchin here, over to you, my friend. Do you have this knockout?
He needs to be able to find... Okay, so here's the winning line for Fuchin. Okay?
Alrighty.
He needs to be able to find a Honchko.
Yep.
Okay, he needs to be able to find a Team Rocket's energy.
Yep.
Right, so he is going to go for the Arianas first. He's unable to play that Team Rocket's Factory. He's only going to be able to draw 2. We do see Team Rocket's Giovanni. We do see Night Stretcher. Night Stretcher is definitely going to get the Honchko, but he does not have the Team Rocket's energy. Team Rocket's energy needs to be it here. Does he have it?
No.
He has a Brave Bangle. He has a Rocket's Porygon. He plays a Rare Candy for Porygon Z.
Discard 2 cards. Yeah, discard 2 cards with Porygon Z to be able to draw a card. We're still live here. So the ability on Porygon Z allows you to reconstitute. That's the name of the ability. Oh, hang on a second. There's also is there a potential for Arcomon here?
No, but Arcomon isn't going to do it here.
He needs 15 supporters.
He still needs the Team Rocket energy. Without the Team Rocket's energy here, or even the Ignition energy, right? If without the Ignition energy or any energy, he just needs an energy.
Where's your energy, Fuchin? And also a way to pivot out. But no, Kaijan now having a way. Let's see. Oh, there it is. There is the Giovanni from the Transceiver. Kaijan will be able to take this one.
Yeah, it's going to be Giovanni the Mimikyu, and that is going to be game for Kaijan. That was down to the wire. That was super close. Just one energy for the side of Fuchin was going to be game for him. Unfortunately, not able to draw that one energy, and that is the issue with Team Rocket's Honchko.
Yes.
If you have an energy every turn, you are peachy. You are fine. But without the energy, well, that's how the game goes.
And it went the way that Kaijan would have loved it to go. And the most important part here is that we had a very interesting game. It was a back and forth situation. Fuchin taking the first prize. Kaijan having a very slow start. Suddenly, Kaijan having the attackers. Fuchin missing that one knockout. And then we thought it was all over. Kaijan having everything on board. No, here comes a stall play. Buying one more turn for Fuchin in order to find the cards he needs. He did not. And just at that final pivotal moment, Kaijan being able to find the Transceiver, getting the knockout with Team Rocket's Giovanni and the Mewtwo, or even the Spidops for what it was worth. And that's it. Kaijan now two games up. And right now for Fuchin, 1-1. Not bad. but you know, your tournament life is still around, so you can still try to make it into day 2. But that was a fun match, Brian.
Yeah, man. I was gonna say Kaiyuan got absolutely greedy by playing the double Mewtwo's, man. I mean, look, doing that
Double Mewtwo.
double Mewtwo's in a single prize match is not the line that I would have personally taken, but nonetheless, that was an entertaining match for sure.
It was.
I can't wait to see what Game 3 has got to bring for us.
Definitely. I am excited the fact that we got to show everyone at home, you know, multiple different decks already in these 2 games. And, you know, just from walking around here in the Sunway Premier Convention Center, by the way, almost 1,500 players in this one hall. And that's not even counting the juniors and seniors who are playing right outside. They started round 1 as well. So, for all of you at home, if you're nearby, just come on down.
Plenty of things for you to do.
Yeah, plenty of things for you to do. Side events.
Plenty of those Pokapia like little hats that you can get here as well.
I want one.
There's a merch store outside. So many things for you to do, guys.
Yeah.
So do come on down to the Sunway Pyramid Convention Center. And yeah, if you do see us, say hi.
Say hi, take a photo with it. But most importantly, though, don't go anywhere. We're going to have round 3 coming right up. It was a fairly long game, 21 minutes right there. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back real soon with round 3. It's been Aaron and Brian. We'll see you shortly.
tall in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. bringing Pokemon battles to everyone. Pokemon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go! tall in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now, only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go!
And welcome back, folks, to Malaysia Master Ball League. My name is Aaron Munjit, with me, Brian Kwa. And now it's round 3. But before that, round 2 was amazing. It was fun.
Yeah, a few misplays here, but you know what? It's okay because Kaijian managed to sneak back that win.
Yes, indeed. It was a Team Rocket mirror match of a different sort. It was Team Rocket's Mewtwo versus Team Rocket's Honchkrow, so a bit of a civil war in the Team Rocket's house. But eventually, Rocket's Mewtwo prevailed.
That's right. I mean,
So-
might is right. And if you see at the back of Team Rocket's Mewtwo, that's Giovanni. So naturally speaking, it's the grunts versus the boss. I mean, generally speaking, Giovanni will win.
Yeah.
Right.
I love the anime. It's so fun. But
But
in any
now-
case, though, we're round 3, and it's going to be an interesting one because we have a familiar player, for those of you who know about the Malaysian metagame, is actually Brendan Gunn. And he is the Premier Ball League champion, coming in once again, trying to go for 2 for 2 at this point on the major events in Malaysia. And he's playing Mega Lucario.
Well, that's pretty apt considering that you're going to win Mega Lucario EX as the top 4 prize if he manages to get there.
Yeah.
So it's pretty apt. But I heard there's a little bit of spice.
Ooh, yes, he does. He's running Mega Lucario with Toga Kiss.
Kiss?
No, thank you. Toga Kiss. And I think it's it's an interesting spice, right? We talk about the ingenuities of deck building, and now we see something different. Brendan, by the way, is the, Gardevoir aficionado from the previous season. He played Gardevoir all through the year and eventually capped off with an amazing PBL win at the end, defeating Dragon Ball Dusknoir in the finals. But now he's pivoted over to Mega Lucario. So I would love to see how this runs for Brendan.
It's interesting, right? Because Mega Lucario is, unlike Gardevoir, a very straightforward deck.
Yeah.
Right? You charge 1 energy, you Aurora Jab, you set up the rest of your Pokemon, then you Mega Brave. Right?
Exactly.
It's very, very straightforward. But let's talk about how Togekiss adds a whole new dimension. Right? So Togekiss has the ability where every time you take a knockout, you can flip a coin. If it's hits, you take an extra prize. If it's tails, you don't get anything extra.
Yeah.
Right? But basically, you're playing for a game of chance.
Yes.
Where every single time you take a knockout, you get to take an extra prize. And that is beneficial for Lucario because Lucario is a 3-prizer. Right? So
Exactly.
if your opponent uses a 2-prizer to knock out your Lucario for free, right? Then you need an answer to kind of win or trade evenly with the prize race.
That is true.
Right, and especially in this specific matchup where we're talking about Mega Lucario versus Team Rockets, it's a little bit of an issue for the side of Lucario considering that it's weak to
Psychic. So once again, we have Team Rocket's Mewtwo back on the table up against Lucario. So we talk about the Wonder Kiss ability, being able to accelerate the price a little bit in Lucario's favor. That's going to come in real clutch because guess what? Mega Lucario is weak to Psychic, and the Psychic Pokemon in front there is a Mega Mewtwo.
Team Rocket's Mewtwo.
Team Rocket's Mewtwo EX, which it's a 2-prizer. So in this scenario, you have, a weakness that you don't really like at this point. We have Lisa Fairy, of course, in format, but Team Rocket's Mewtwo is going to be having a whale of a time against Lucario.
That's right.
But with Wonder Kiss, that throws a little bit of a weird situation to manage for a Team Rocket's player, because if you put up a Mewtwo, you are essentially trading up a 3-prizer
Potentially.
50-50 at a time.
Potentially for 50, yeah.
50-50 time.
Right, but I do want to talk about the other route that Mega Lucario can take, right? So Mega Lucario is also filled with other single prize attackers.
Yes.
You've got even Hariyama, which is technically a support Pokemon, but it also allows you to do whopping like 230
210
damage.
actually,
210 damage,
210, yeah.
So there's a lot of damage that you can do with that. You've also got Luna Rock. Inside the deck, right? So Lunatone and Soul Rock. Soul Rock being able to do 70 damage without ignoring resistance, ignoring weakness as well.
Resistance, yeah.
So if you're able to snipe out stuff, the Tarantulas, right? If the coin get hits,
Yeah.
You're taking really good prizes.
Yeah, on a single prizer, up against another single prizer, with only one energy investment for the most part. I also want to throw a little bit of a sidebar in terms of the type of options Lucario has. Lucario is one of the decks that you can set up a board only with single prizes. And
That's
you
right.
could easily come back with a Mega Lucario sweeping the game at the end. We also talk about Heathhoof Catcher, which is the ability for Hariyama. And that's also another thing where you are essentially playing a supporter for draw and then a Pokemon for your catcher. And you see the prizes here. One Riolu and one Solrock on the side for Brendan.
okay.
Not so bad. Ericsson there having double Ultra Ball with a Proton and I think, yeah, that's just a Team Rocket's Mewtwo. I think the prizes are fine. We're going to have a game.
I on the other hand, think that the Psychic Energy in the Proton may be a slight issue for
true,
Ericsson
true.
because typically Team Rocket's decks only play 1 to 2 Psychic Energies. Having that one Psychic Energy there means that you don't really have a backup attacker of the Clefairy, right? The
That is
Clefairy.
true, yeah.
Means there's no way for you to kind of sweep with that if once again, Ericsson has only one Psychic Energy. Proton, on the other hand, right, being prized decreases the number of odds for you to draw that in turn 1. And that's
saw
something
that as well.
yeah, we saw that from
Yeah.
Kaijin's turn just now. So we don't really like seeing that if you're a fan of Ericsson's. But if you are a fan of Brendan's, then you're going to be pretty happy with your prizes, right? Only having one Riolu there is fine. You typically play 3 to 4, so you can always set up 2. You have one Solrock there, which can be a little bit off.
You run
but
3 normally.
Two,
three.
you
Yeah.
typically run 2. So having at least one there for you to start using your Luna Cycles is definitely going to help, right? So you don't need the second one per se.
That's true.
Right,
That's true.
so I think for the side of Brendan, you're gonna be pretty happy with prizes. Ericsson, though, not as happy. It's not the worst, right? It's
Not the
not
worst.
like it's not DEFCON Red.
We will have a game. I think that's the most important part. And I
That's
think
right.
we want to go back also to the part of Liz Clefairy. Liz Clefairy has found its way into these Team Rocket decks solely because it's such an efficient attacker for 2 energy, but also because it allows Rocket's Mewtwo to not have to discard energy as well. So taking a big knockout Mega Lucario, Mega Lucario, it's going to be much easier with Liz Clefairy.
Not Mega Lucario, but
Ro-
Dragapult.
But Dragon Ball, yeah, for sure. Yeah, Dragon Ball, yeah. So I think that's the key thing for this deck. But we're not going to see it come into play if that Psychic Energy is the only one in the deck. It's going to be a clutch card. And for the most part, I'm excited for the matchup because it's not something we typically always see, at least not in Malaysia. Rocket's Mewtwo is not really that big a deck here. However, as what we just saw, 2 games out of 2, it's here, right? It's
I was
here.
gonna say,
it's doing something,
For
right?
something which isn't prevalent to have it 2 games in a row, well, people may have changed their mind.
Yeah, it didn't appear very much during the Ultra Ball League season, the last 3 weeks. You know, that's something to take note of. But eventually, we're seeing it now. We're seeing it here front and center. It's taken 1 win already in round 2. Maybe you see it again for round 3.
Look, I mean, let's talk about Team Rocket's Mewtwo for just a little
Sure.
bit, right? So I've got a good friend, Clifton, rivals TCG.
Yeah.
This guy has been preaching the word of not Mega Mewtwo, but Team Rocket's Mewtwo, right? And this deck, and one of the reasons why he says it's so good is because it's able to handle almost every single situation that the meta has to show right now, right? So you have, once again, your Spide Ups with your Rocket Rushes as well as your Charging Up to consistently have a single price attacker. You saw the damage it deals, right? It's 180 without any augmentation.
Yes.
But when you have things like the Maximum Belt, you have things like the Brave Bangle, suddenly you're doing 230, 210, and these numbers are very important breakpoints because a lot of your 2-prize supporter Pokemon, like your Teal Musk Ogerborn, like your Pheasantipity, are all 210 HP.
Yes.
So that means that you're able to trade up, right? And you're able to take these very effective trades. In this matchup specifically, what the Team Rocket's Spide Ups are looking for are the Meowths.
For sure.
Meowth is 170 HP.
Yep.
You're going to be able to take them out without the Brave Bangles, without the Maximum Belt, and it's such an effective price trade.
It's a good price trade for the Rocket's Mewtwo deck. That's why I think it comes down to the point whether or not you can see the Mega Lucario deck take cheap prizes, especially with the Togekiss now into the factor, because we don't normally see Togekiss in many decks nowadays. We did see it in maybe Goldengo back in the old days. Even in Malaysia, we had quite a number of players, standing by their Goldengo Togekiss decks. in the end, we don't really see it anymore in the post-rotation format. We're seeing it now here with Lucario. Maybe this might be the new way to play Mega Lucario.
I mean, it's interesting, right? But the question that I have is, would I necessarily take the risk of increasing the odds of me bricking?
That's true.
Right?
Yeah.
For something like this. So there are reasons why certain cards aren't added in like your deck list that you see abroad, right? It's purely because of consistency issues.
For sure.
Right? So if you, and the thing is that abroad, you see them in BO3 formats most of the time,
Yeah.
right? Especially if you're following stuff like the Limitless and stuff like that. It's
Yeah, the
typically
Western
on-
regionals or the Western ICs, for
That's
example.
right.
Yeah,
Those are typically BO3. So sometimes if you see like a Togekiss tech, you're like, okay, I can see that in a BO3,
Yeah.
right? It may give me some advantage, may give me a way back in, but in a BO1, I don't know, man. That's when I
Well-
started I have question marks.
Yeah, for sure. I think question marks are completely fine because these are all trade-offs that you're making. You're
Yep.
trading off some consistency for an edge in certain matchups. Maybe this matchup you'll see it, maybe not. I also like to look east. I like to look to Japan for some of these
Yep.
spice because that's where you get a lot of ingenuity, a lot of surprise factors.
Say the least.
No, that's the cool thing about the Pokemon TCG, right? You can take a deck with someone else. You know, I'm playing Mega Lucario. I'm playing Mega Lucario. What are you playing with? The Dunsparce. What are you playing with? Togekiss. There's so much
Togekiss.
variety
Wait,
here,
what?
you know. So there's always the wow factor for these sort of things, and we so happen to have one on stream for you right now, which is we'll see where it leads to in the end. For me, I like to talk about Mega Lucario a little bit. This is a deck that in a growing community like in Malaysia, in Singapore, in the Philippines. There are a lot of new players coming in. I think Mega Lucario is one of the top picks for a lot of new players, especially from what I've seen in the leagues that I've joined. And it has it's a linear game plan to some extent. It can force very weird prize maps for the opponent, not having a double prizer in the field. But I think most importantly, it brings people into the game where you're allowed to have some bit of fun, and also do well, I should say. We had quite a few players taking Mega Lucarios at the Ultra Ball Leagues recently.
Yep.
A lot of top placements there, both in the 500 and the 200-person tournaments. I'm just curious, how's it in Singapore? Like, do you see the same thing going on there?
Yeah, I mean, Mega Lucario won one of the UBLs. I think it's UBL 3-3 in Singapore.
Very nice.
It was also by a newer player.
That's good.
So
Yeah.
you're right. I think Mega Lucario has a very low skill floor, but it also has a very high skill ceiling.
Nice.
In
Yeah.
my opinion, right? And I like decks like that where you're able to play with a mix of single prizes as well as the triple prizes, prize Pokemon. This brings me a little bit back to like Urshifu. If
Ooh.
you remember like Rapid Strike Urshifu.
Yeah, back in the old days.
Yeah, it does feel very similar to that deck. You know, it is a little bit less consistent than Rapid Strike Urshifu, and you're
Yeah,
not able to
it's
take like
problems.
multiple prizes. But it's very similar in the sense that like, hey, look, I have a game plan. I'm gonna do it well. I have an innate boss. I'm gonna be able to gust up anything I want to.
Yep.
I'm gonna be able to take big knockouts. I'm gonna be able to take small knockouts and set up myself for future knockouts as well.
Exactly.
Right. So I think it is really. I think it is a good deck. Just that it has a problem of dealing with psychic type decks.
Yeah, and also consistency, right? All that you have to do to dismantle the Lucario deck is unfair step and take a Lunasol combo. That's
Yep.
about it. You have nothing less to play. But for what it's worth, I'm glad to see that there is affection for a Mega Pokemon. We are in the Mega Pokemon, Mega Evolution block, I should say. Just so you know, we are waiting on a few things happening here, so players will begin the game very shortly. Don't go anywhere. But for the most part, I'm excited to see this matchup because I want to see how Brandon navigates playing a deck that's not Gardevoir. We have seen him play Gardevoir all season long. And I would love to see how this Mega Lucario Togekiss monstrosity come out.
When you say monstrosity, I say question mark, but we're definitely going to see some sort of gameplay coming
Yeah, fair
out soon.
enough.
I hope there's a game. I really hope there's a game. I don't want to see like a Togepi start pass.
Oh no, please don't. Knock on wood.
That would feel horrible, especially if Team
Yeah.
Rockets goes first. You know how fast Team Rockets can hit.
And with a Proton in hand. That could be quite clutch here because we didn't see that for Kaijin earlier in round number 2. That is one of the cool things about Team Rocket's decks because you have the Proton access on turn number 1 going first. So that's going to be interesting to see. I would also want to see how the price map goes up because of the Togekiss factor, but also for the Rockets Mewtwo deck, you're able to pivot into a single prize game plan as well, and then just come up with a Mewtwo at the end to sweep. You don't have to go into your Mewtwo right away. It's going to be interesting how these players are turning it out.
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, this match is just for nothing. I mean, it's going to be interesting if there's nothing else. It's definitely going to be an interesting match if there's going to be a match. I hope there is. But we are setting up soon, guys, so do bear with us a little bit longer. The players are getting ready right now. I think promos are being given out. I believe.
Maybe. Yeah, Pokemon promo. So we should go there, right?
Yeah.
But no,
yes,
anyway.
exactly. We should. Be our back, Aaron. You hold the stream. I'm gonna get myself them promos.
Yeah, you get 8, I get 4. So that's fine. That's all good. But most importantly, I think just to share with you what's going on here this weekend at Siren Pyramid Convention Center, it's not just the competition. Of course, you could come by and take a look what's going on. Not just for the Masters category with over 1,500 players, but also for the juniors and seniors who are also running their events. The combined attendance there is almost 300 people as well. So there's a lot going on, to be fair, over here.
Yeah, there's so much going on, man. And this venue is absolutely buzzing with excitement. So, yeah, we are talking about the event layout. I mean,
look at that.
The side events. There's point get battles. There's Pokemon Go. There's Pokemon Mesostar. And as you can see here, there's TCG seniors and juniors, masters. The VGC guys are here as well.
On Pokemon Champions, by the way.
Yeah, I was going to say that,
We're on Pokemon Champions for the Video Game Championship for the first time ever globally. So if you're interested in Champions or VGC, you can come check those out as well. Give some love to the stream,
Yeah, I was having... I flew here together with the VGC caster, Ryan, right? And we were talking about it and how big of a deal Pokemon Champions actually is. In fact, Pokemon Champions is very, very interesting right now because they're playing a slightly nerfed format. Where you don't have access to everything, right?
Yeah.
But that also makes things more fun because you can try out new combinations. You can play around with stuff like the Light of Ruin, I think, from Mega Floette.
Are you playing it?
I personally haven't gotten on board on it just yet, but I do love the VGC. I do follow the VGC a little bit as well. But Ryan is saying that this event is going to be a first in the world. So the community is really, really excited. But she's also said that there's a lot of new players coming into the VGC as well.
Yes, I was about to touch on that. We have over 100 video game players, and it's an amazing feeling to know that not just TCG is being enjoyed at a competitive level, also the VGC is now front and center with champions. I personally have played it, but I'm a casual scrub, so I've been playing rain teams and sand teams because I like,
Weather?
I like weather.
You like weather?
Yeah, I like weather. And Malaysia is full of different kinds of weather, so I'll change it every time. So, for the most part, it's also an interesting way to get people to enjoy different facets of Pokemon.
That's right.
If you're a TCG fan, try Champions. If you're a Champions fan, try TCG. If you're both, try Mesostar, Pokemon Go, Pokopia even.
Look, Pokopia took the world by storm recently, and it's such a good game. Have you played it?
Not yet.
Not yet? Wait,
not
what?
Yet. I'm waiting on a good time to buy a Switch 2.
I'm not sure if we're friends anymore, man.
We are not friends yet because I don't have Pokopia.
Exactly.
But in any case,
Pokopia is great, man. It's got a lot of Animal Crossing kind of vibe.
Yes.
It's very relaxing as well. I was going to bring my Switch 2 to play it on the plane, but I looked at the flight time and I was like,
fair enough, yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily worth it.
It's fine.
But Pokopia is great, guys. If you guys haven't tried it out yet, I think there's a Pokopia van here in the mall,
I was about to say that. So the Pokopia van, the traveling van, is here at Sunway Pyramid. It's actually outside one of the main entrances. So if you're keen to check it out, go and see that. We also have a Nintendo Switch Experience Gallery here tomorrow. So if you're not here today, you want to just chill out, stay home and just watch the stream, that's fine. Tomorrow, though, come by. Not just do we have more side events, expanded battles, we also have the Pokopia Experience Gallery up and running as well.
So many things.
So many things going on tomorrow,
So
right?
many things.
So it's not just for qualifiers for day 2. It's also for any one of you who want to just come experience Pokemon. This is I would say the celebration of Pokemon during the season, right?
For Malaysia.
For Malaysia. So if you're tuning in from the Philippines, I'm sorry, that was 2 weeks ago. I was there. Shout out to those from the Philippines watching. Hi, I miss all of you already. But for those of you who are also watching from Singapore, that's in 2 weeks. Your Master Ball League's in 2 weeks. That's going to be super exciting.
In 2 weeks, I am super excited to see who finally takes the coveted World's invites. It's been pretty tight in terms of the race for points.
Right.
Back in Singapore, I believe there's like 15 or 16 people who are
wow.
like 1-2 points away from each other. So they're like really sweating it out over there. So it's really close, man.
It's getting really close.
Yeah,
if you tell me there's 15, 16 people, there are going to be 5, 6 people disappointed at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yikes.
I remember being a part of that race. That was not fun to be in. That was so stressful.
Well, you were at the top. You were first place that year. You're fine. Come
It
on.
was no, but still, that was a world. That was a world where you know I wasn't going to be able to make it. And I think for everyone who's currently running for that race, you complain them. The thought is behind their head. You know, it's just at the back of their head, being like, you may not be able to make it.
You might be 9th or 10th and you're not secure, you know. But that's the excitement of competitive scene for Pokemon, right? You're always trying to vie and try to have, you know, friendly competition, hopefully friendly competition, please, to be able to enjoy the competitive side and also make friends along the way. You know, I'm very sure most of the top players, they do know one another, you know. And the cool part about it is coming together in camaraderie, enjoying the ecosystem of Pokemon. And I do want to say, though, this goes back even way before the current system that we have here in Southeast Asia. We used to be able to travel to countries for tournaments.
Yeah.
You know, so maybe that comes back in the end. I don't know, but I used to travel to Singapore, to Indonesia.
But for now, you're not allowed to
do that.
Travel and compete in other
But what I'm
regions.
trying to say is make sure you make friends across the causeway and across the seas, because that's what Pokemon's all about, you know? So again, happy to have you here, Brian,
thanks, man.
in
Appreciate
our
it.
largest ever Pokemon event, period, in Malaysia and Southeast Asia. I'm excited to see, you know, more Pokemon today. Just so you know, for those of you who are just joining us, first of all, where have you been? Second of all, we have 8 rounds today of Best of 1 Swiss. Best of 1, fair enough. A lot of variants, a lot of intricacies and consistency issues for sure. But we had 2 full games earlier on.
Yeah,
Two
and
very exciting games, right? And we have 6 more to go.
Yeah, look, it's gonna be fun. I hope that we have multiple. I hope we have a variety of decks.
I love that.
I do want to see some bolts. Number 1 bolt supporter.
We will try to make that happen. If you want to see some decks, you know, you could put it in the chat. Get the chat
exactly.
going. Let us know what you want to see, you know, and we'll try to make it happen, like what we did in the Philippines, right? We had a long list of stuff. We just say, you know what, we try this one, and we found the players for it.
I think it feels like bolt next match.
You need to put it in chat. But for what it's worth, I think we have a good variety. I took a walk just now among the top tables. We have a wide variety of decks. I would love to see more Bolt, obviously, for sure. I want to also see a bit more of Tilma's Ogopon based decks that are not Raging Bolt. You know, maybe some form of even the Abuliva decks, you know. They did take one of the UBLs recently by storm. I think it was like 3 or 4 out of the top 8, which is crazy to see for a deck that's quite fringe, you know, relatively speaking. I want to see maybe, you know, some Festival Lead, because that
I don't want to see Festival
Lead. I want to see Festival Lead up against non-Dragapult, to be fair.
I don't want to see Festival Lead. Festival Lead strikes nightmares in my head, especially when someone attaches a maximum belt and then they go swing, and you go.
You can't see it, but I just got goosebumps when you said that. So I think I feel what you feel.
It's terrorizing.
Oh, yes,
to say the least.
Yeah, I feel it already. I didn't experience it, but I just heard you very closely, and I now fear the Festival Lead. But we're just getting note that the games are about to start. We appreciate you staying with us during this little bit of a interim time frame. But we will have round 3 coming up very quickly right now. There you go, right on time. So Brendan on the left there with Lucario, Ericsson on the right with Team Rockets. And now we'll see an energy attachment, a Makuhita on the bench for Brandon. And what's next here? I see a Mukro though on the right there. Maybe it's not Mewtwo. We'll double check for sure. But for the most part, we had Brandon with a very quiet turn. Just a benching of the Makuhita, an energy, but no Solrock, no Lunatone. And now Ericsson going into the Rockets Mukro already. Grabbing a supporter with that first attack. I think that's pretty good, but no turn 1 Proton from Ericsson, so relatively slow as well. And opens up to a very quick Aura Jab on turn 2 for Brendan now.
I have so many questions with this Mukro. What is it doing in the Mewtwo deck? Maybe some hybrid version?
No, maybe just to get that supporter right now. Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
We will find out.
I suppose so. I mean, you set up for your second turn, but using this right now feels incredibly bad because you're just giving up 1 prize. And okay, well, the good news is Brendan doesn't have his Togekiss.
Yes.
right? So you can't just go for a 2 price there.
Fair enough.
But it feels really bad when you're going this slow.
Yeah, and you're going for a Proton on your turn 2 as the Team Rockets deck. That is not great. So it looks like this is a Team Rockets Mewtwo deck that has a one-off Mukro. Grabbing the Proton here, doing what it's supposed to do, but in this situation, it doesn't look great for Ericsson. So now Brendan going into his turn 2 with that Riolu in the active. Now we see the Fighting Gong, one of the consistency cards in this fighting deck, allowing you to search your deck for a basic fighting Pokemon or a basic fighting energy. And we probably will see one half of the Lunasol combo perhaps. Brendan there, deck very quickly.
When this card was released, right, I knew fighting decks was going to be heavily supported, and right now we have so much fighting support. We've got Tarragon as well. We've got Fighting Gongs. We've got
Premium Power Pro. Yeah,
there's so much fighting support right now, and Mega Lucario is the one that's being able to abuse that. The other deck that is going to be able to do the other deck which is going to be able to use Premium Power Pro as well as Fighting Gongs is the Garchomp deck.
Garchomp, Sinise
Garchomp also really good abuser of these two cards, and right now we're going to see Lily's Determination being used by Brandon. She is going to allow him to shuffle his hand into his deck and draw up to 8 cards if no prizes were taken. If no prizes were taken, right? So if you have 6 prizes,
best
you draw
game right
card.
now, early game. Yeah.
I feel so. It just allows for so much consistency here, and we are going to see Brandon draw a fresh 8, likely hoping that he gets like an energy as well as a Solrock here, as well as a second Riolu. I think he's going to be pretty happy with that. We do see a Riolu as well. Riolu dropping down. Will we see the Togepi come down?
Not yet.
Yeah, because I'm not sure about bench space here, right? You do want to have your Solrock there. I don't think you need a third Riolu at this point in time. So maybe we will see the bench of it.
Maybe just the Togepi coming down here, or maybe going for the second Makuhita. I don't know here for Brandon, but it looks like just the Lunasol combo online now with already a backup Riolu and a Makuhita that can turn into Hariyama at any given time. I think for Brandon, you're pretty set up at this point. You have all you need. Ericsson, you're going to be asking yourself questions. How can I come back from this horrible start as a Team Rockets deck? Getting energy with a next stretcher, okay. Probably looking for an energy attachment.
Yep.
Oh no, he's going for
the Lunacycle.
Yeah, fair enough.
So Lunacycle allows you to draw 3 cards if you discard a fighting energy from your hand, and if you have a Solrock on your bench as well. In this case, he has achieved all of those requirements, so it's a +3. We do see the Togepi that we were talking about earlier, and here we are just going to see an Aurora Jab, allowing Brendan to attach a fighting energy from his discard pile to any of his Pokemon in whatever way he likes. Right, so having only 1 fighting energy means he can only attach 1, but 1 is all you need if you're attaching it to Riolu, which will then allow him to evolve it into a Mega Lucario to have just 2 backup attackers for him to swing non-stop.
Yeah, for Ericsson now, the Proton on turn 2 doesn't feel great, but it's the best thing you can play right now with just a Mimikyu in the active. The Mimikyu is just a pivot in this matchup. It is not going to see any attacks. There's no Pokemon to copy, no Terra Pokemon to copy, but at least the Proton here giving me flashbacks to Bridget and Pokemon Collector from the old days. Yes, I'm old, Brian, don't look at me. But for the most part here, Ericsson going immediately into the double Spidops and the Rockets Mewtwo. What do you think of this right now?
Rockets Mewtwo here feels a little bit risky, but I don't think he has much of a choice because... look, if Brandon here is able to evolve his Makuhita into Hariyama, he catches up the Mewtwo and then just plays 1 Premium Power Pro with a second energy attachment for the Mega Brave knockout. Ericsson will be down 3 prizes, and at that point in time, I don't know if there's necessarily a comeback, but I do understand the position that Ericsson is in.
Yes.
Because there is no other choice for him but to set up in this way. He is just going to pass here. And
okay, let's see what Brandon has here.
Waiting for the Tarantula there may have been better, because then he could do something along the lines of charging up energy switch into swing from Mewtwo. But without that, his Mewtwo is at risk right now.
Yeah, for sure. And I think for a deck like Lucario, there you go, Cypher Maniacs. That is potentially 2 pieces that you need. Getting the Hariyama and energy, plus maybe Premium Power Pro, depending on what you have ready for Brendan. That is potentially a knockout there for Lucario on that Rockets Mewtwo.
And we
It's
do
only
see,
turn 3.
interestingly enough, he's actually going for a rare candy Togekiss here.
Okay.
Cypher Maniac's actually not one of the cards which we normally see here in Lucario, which is interesting. Sorry, no, he doesn't go for the Togekiss. He goes for the Hariyama because he has the Togekiss in his hand. So that means he will be able to use the rare candy to kind of rare candy up Togekiss and then swing punch front, or potentially go for a 3-prize knockout if he has a second energy in his hand.
Second energy and Premium Power Pro is required in this stage. I think he needs some damage for it. Going for the max belt, so I think he's alrighty.
He's gambling basically for an Ultra Ball here, right?
Yeah.
Because the Ultra Ball would then give him access to the Hariyama. So
Or
this
Pokepad.
probably
Or Pokepad.
or a Pokepad.
Yeah.
So he probably has something along the lines of 6 to 8 outs, I think, from one card. Right, so we're gonna see a Luna Cycle being dropped right now. We do see the Premium Power Pro in his
already
hand,
in
actually.
hand, so yeah.
So he just needs that Ultra Ball. Is he gonna get it? Interesting that he goes. Oh,
Go for the max ball when you have the Premium Power Pro though. That's the thing I'm trying to understand here.
unless you're not seeing the PPP, it could not be the PPP there.
Maybe.
But that looks a Premium Power Pro, right?
Yeah, it is. So I think he's playing a slow game here. He's probably going to take a single knockout here and just keep. To be fair, I'm not sure why you wouldn't take a knockout on the Rocket's Mewtwo right now, because that's the main threat for Ericsson. But for Brandon here, going for an energy attachment on the second Riolu, and also Togekiss is now online, so Wonder Kiss is up. The second Mega Lucario is down as well, so probably set up a board state where. Okay, fair enough. So I think what Brandon's doing here, he's going for a 2-flip win.
Yeah.
You flip once on this and you are taking 2 prizes, and then one
So
more flip on the Rocket's Mewtwo is giving you game.
That's so risky. This in my opinion is the more risky play. I mean, look, PPP in hand.
I would have just gone for
the
Rocket's Mewtwo.
yeah.
But in any case, we don't see it.
We do see the dice roll off screen.
Oh.
That's just a 1-prize
One
knockout.
prize, okay.
Oh, no, that's
2
two.
prizes. You got a hits. There you go. So it was just off our screen, but that's a hit. So taking 2 prizes there, Brandon.
Yeah, he's playing.
Wonder Kiss.
He's playing as if he's gonna get hits every single time, which I guess is the way that he wants to play.
Confidence.
Yeah, with confidence. I mean, he's saying, look, I'm gonna get hits every single time, so this is my prize map. 1, 2, 3, and there's nothing you can do about it because I have my backup Lucario. So even if you do disrupt me with Archer, I'm gonna just be able to swing next turn with my charged up Lucario. And I'm gonna land the hits as well, which is
definitely,
I don't know.
Yeah.
In my head, that's super risky play.
It's super risky, but then we probably have a game now because for Ericsson here, he's gonna go for a knockout for sure, taking 3 prize cards, and then if Brandon misses that hits, Ericsson then has an opportunity to actually win the game with just 2 Mega Lucario knockouts. But here comes an Archer, one of the cards that we talked about earlier in the previous round, the Disruption Supporter, forcing both players to shuffle into the decks. Ericsson then will draw 5, Brandon will draw only 3. So this is probably a huge turn for Ericsson, not just for taking knockouts, but for disrupting the hand that Brandon has been building. So 3 cards for Brandon, 5 cards for Ericsson here with that Archer. Do we see an energy attachment for that? We see a Psychic Energy, so we do have Erasure Ball online.
No, just one Erasure Ball will be able to take the knockout. No, one energy needs to be discarded.
Yep.
Yeah. Here for the side of the Mewtwo, I'm pretty sure Ericsson has that with the charging ups from his bench Spine Ups. But here, Ericsson, there's not much Ericsson can do. He doesn't even have a second Mewtwo ready. So he's just going to use pass?
Oh, hang on. That is interesting. That would have been a knockout though, so for the most part, why pass?
Okay, so...
I'm missing something here. Oh, he's missing a Pokemon!
That's right.
You need 1 more Pokemon. Power Saver.
Yeah.
Going back all the way back to Team Magma's Groudon and Kyogre in the old days, you need 4 of the particular team Pokemon. And Ericsson missed it off that Archer.
Yeah, he needs 4 more Team Rockets.
Oh boy,
Pokemon
which normally
to
doesn't
attack.
come into factor as much because they're always flooded.
I just assume that they have everything all the time. Missing 1 Pokemon there feels
Ericsson.
horrible.
Oh, now for Brandon now. Did you draw out? It seems like he has. He's drawn out from that Archer. And Hariyama as well in hand. So he's going for the Spine Ups on the bench. Further making it
he doesn't have
difficult.
to. He's just prepping for next turn.
Oh, fair enough. I was thinking about it had energy, but looks like the Fighting Gong is there, so there's energy.
Yeah.
Oh, but does he have a damage modifier?
Sorry?
Does he have a damage modifier?
Because the maximum belt went down.
Yeah,
already,
it went
so
down.
He doesn't have that. So yeah, he could be potentially going for a single prize knockout here and then just swinging the Mewtwo and getting a Tails. We do see Lunar Cycle being used first, so that is going to be 3 cards added to hand. If he has a
shows that
PvP here,
hand.
he'll be fine. I don't see something pink. I don't see the Power 8 in his hand either, so I think he may just go for a boss swing.
It's probably going to be a... Okay, here. So Hariyama comes to play. Brendan can use Judge here if he wants to, but I don't think he needs to, knowing that...
No, he's
Ericsson's hand
Lily's
is
already.
really-
He's Lily's
oh,
already.
he's Lily's already. There you go. So for the most part here, I think Brendan is in pole position, probably taking... Well, taking 1 prize for sure, potentially taking 2, and then just making it so that Ericsson, whatever he puts up there, is just 1 Premium Power Pro away from being knocked out. And here it is, Aura Jab for the knockout on the Spidops. Oh, hang on a second. Oh no, it is. It should be. There we go.
Yep.
So, take a knockout. Tails though on that Wonder Kiss, so it will just be 1 prize for Brandon. But with a knockout on the Team Rocket's Mewtwo, he will be taking the series. Oh, Mimikyu, you're 1 turn too late.
1 turn too late, yeah. So we are going to see charging up coming out from that Spidops here. We're going to be charging a Grass Energy from the discard pile to that Spidops. Very, very nifty ability for the side of Team Rockets. We do see a Soul Rock as well as an Ultra Ball in Brendan's prizes, which isn't an issue there because he's just completely set up at this point.
Yeah,
Right?
he has everything he needs, almost everything he needs at this point. Ericsson going for a Lily. I mean, it's still drawing 8 cards, but it's too little too late, I think, for Ericsson.
Yeah, you need to be able to bench at least 1 more Team Rocket's Pokemon and then swing with the Mewtwo, but basically Brendan here with a Mega Brave and just a 1 damage modifier. 1 damage modifier is going to be the name of the game for the side of Brendan, and I'm pretty sure he hasn't used a single one, so there should be 5 outs for him next turn.
Yeah.
So drawing 1 plus the 3 from the Lunar Cycle, 4 cards left. Sorry, if you're going to see 4 cards, you're definitely going to see a damage modifier.
Yeah, it would be clutch though if on this particular turn, Ericsson had a chance to play Archer or something along those lines to disrupt that hand, but at this point, probably not. We also see the Honchkrow in the deck.
Yeah, man.
Brian, are you okay?
No, I'm not. I'm not okay.
So Honchkrow was attacking this deck as well. But for now, Ericsson here, he is going to be trying to take a knockout. Well, he will take a knockout, I should say, on the Mega Lucario, taking 3 prizes, but Brandon is just 1 Premium Power Pro or Max Belt away. And do we see it? Is there a way to get it?
Oh, wait. What?
Oh,
No.
No, not yet. There's a judge though.
Nah, judging here doesn't feel bad. It doesn't feel super good at this point.
Oh, hang on. There's a Meowth. So the Meowth is potentially a card to play here, going for a Lilies perhaps, or with a Petrol if he runs one. So here, Fighting Gong, getting a Fighting Energy, probably going to be used to Lunar Cycle, drawing you 3 more cards. And I think for Brendan here, it's just going through the thinning of the deck to maximize the outs. So for those of you who are relatively new, thinning a deck essentially means you are trying to grab stuff out of it that you can to draw into stuff that you actually want off your random draws. Brendan here playing Pokeball, playing Fighting Gong, grabbing as much as he can out of the deck before playing or using Lunar Cycle, I should say.
We have this phrase that we use in the group of friends that I play with. Thinning is winning.
Yeah, it is.
And this is definitely what Brendan is doing. Brendan is trying to thin as much cards as he can out of the deck. He has, I believe, there you go. He's counting it for us. 1, 2, 3, 4. We do have 4 plus the max belt as outs, so that was 5 outs left in what looks like a 20 card deck. So 3 out of 25%. It's not too bad.
25%.
Thereabouts.
So not too bad. Let's
1, 2, 3. Does he have it?
We shall see.
I think I saw it. Yeah,
there it is.
There you go. That's a Premium Power Pro.
Yep.
So now he needs to just be able to retreat and swing from Mega Brave here. Wait, does Mewtwo have a fighting resistance? Yes, he does.
Oh, okay, so more than 1
So
then.
he needs 2 then. He needs 2. We do see the first Premium Power Pro being come down.
So
we do see an attachment onto that Hariyama.
Okay, Meowth probably the play here, going after maybe the Lilies. Oh, this is going to be interesting. If he whiffs here, Ericsson is in pole position.
If he whiffs here, yeah, then he would need... Ericsson would just need the Giovanni's, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you wouldn't want to put a Mega Lucario in active for no reason, but for Brendan here, he's probably thinking, what are my outs? How to maximize getting that 1 card that I need? And there's nothing else to play in the hand, I believe. So much of stuff. Basic Pokemon, supporters, trainers you can't play. Brandon going for Lilies, 6 cards off the top. He's hoping not to draw into what he already had in hand earlier to see at least 1 of the damage modifiers.
Yep. So it needs to be, guys, just as a quick recap, 1 Premier Power Pro or 1 Maximum Belt out of these 6 cards. I think the likelihood is quite high.
Ooh,
we do see the Max Belt
there
there.
it is.
That is just going to be game. We do see another PvP as well. 2 PvPs come out.
There
it's
you
going to be a
go.
retreat of the Soul Rock, Mega Lucario before Mega Brave for the win. Congratulations to Brandon for taking game number 3.
Yeah, round 3 now goes to Brandon. He will go 3-0. The PBL champion of Malaysia from this past season in the driver's seat for this match. There was a bit of time there where we were thinking, well, Rocket's Mewtwo could easily just take 2 knockouts, but Ericsson missing that one basic Pokemon, that was rough off that Archer. Not
Yeah,
even
man.
gave one of the basics to enable that Rocket's Mewtwo to take a knockout. That was rough.
I wonder if things could have been different. Yeah, things would have been pretty different actually.
It would be flipped over its head.
Yeah, because I mean, just like the Togekiss with Wonderkiss, but there is just so many different permutations that could have happened. I think if the Team Rocket's player was able to take his knockout with
Yeah,
Razor
for
Ball
sure.
there, but not being able to do so feels bad. And you know, this is the downside, the con of playing Team Rockets, right? Especially
Right.
Team Rocket's Mewtwo. Generally speaking, he did break.
Yeah.
I would say he did break a little bit.
Yeah,
I mean, starting
turn
with
one.
that Murkrow, starting the Murkrow is
Yep.
not something that you want to see in this matchup.
sure.
Starting without Proton is not what you want to see in this matchup.
Mm-hmm.
So he was just not able to set up, and not being able to set up is just going to be the nail in the coffin for you if you're playing against a deck like Lucario, where it's able to just take take prizes every single turn, as
Yep.
long as you have 1 Riolu and 1 Mega Lucario and 1 Energy.
That's it. And for the most part, I think we look at the matchup. You think Rocket's Mewtwo with weakness on its side up against Mega Lucario. That's an easy sell because you take out two Mega knockouts and you win. But that's not always the case because you need to go around the nuances of, Power Saver, the right energy cards, the right supporter in hand. You didn't have that and it kind of feels rough. You can still get there. We saw how close it was in the end. But at the end of the day, Mega Lucario took the game.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'll be honest with you. This is a 70-30 matchup, in my opinion. It's probably, maybe 60-40
Okay.
in favor to Team Rocket's Mewtwo, right? And
We saw an upset there. We saw an
so
upset.
we did see an
It's
upset
to some
but-
extent.
But the issue, and this is the issue of BO1, right? Where if you're just not able to do it and get in one game, you don't have a hot game, you just lose.
Yeah, it's 60-40, so you're ending up in that 40 in a sense for this particular game. But in any case, I think we got to see Mega Lucario function. We got to see Togekiss.
Yeah, it did save him a game.
It did
save him a game.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, so in a sense, it did come to play. But for the most part, I think we're going to see a lot more variety, I want to say. We have over 1,400 players here at Summit Pyramid Command Center. We're going to have a lot more games for you, 5 more games. But for now, though, don't go away. Get yourself some beverage, get yourself some lunch, and come back and we'll have round number 4. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Call in the Pokemon trading card game Mega Evolution, Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Plan to release in 2026.
Here we go! tall in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now, only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go! In the Pokemon trading card game Mega Evolution, Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere. And Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now, only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go! in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution, Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild Solve the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go! Stand tall in the Pokemon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
And welcome back, folks, to the Summer Pyramid Convention Center. My name is Aaron Minjit, with me, Brian Kwa, and we are now in round number 4 here at Master Ball League Malaysia. It's going to be a fun one, Brian. I'm excited for this one. What's the matchup this time around?
All right, so we have prepared for you yet another mirror, but slightly different.
We're doing this all day.
Same, but different, man.
Same, but different.
I mean, look, okay, this is one of my favorite decks, and if you've ever played against me in Singapore, you know that this is definitely one of my favorites since pre-rotation.
Okay.
Dragapult.
Ooh.
Okay.
And not one.
It's not one Dragapult, it's
Yeah.
2 Dragapults, but this time they're playing slightly different variants. We do have your standard, I wouldn't say standard now, but standard pre-rotation Pult, which is Pult Noir, right? Or Pult Bombs, as we lovingly call it. So it's basically Dragapult with the combination of Dust Noir, which is the Curse Blast ability, where you're able to drop 13 damage counters into one Pokemon, in whichever Pokemon you want, right? The Dust Glops has the same ability name, but
only
instead of
5.
13, it's 5.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly. And we're going up against Dragapult Blaziken, which has seen an amazing turnaround of events here in Malaysia. I believe for the last 5 Ultra Ball leagues, it has placed at least in, I would say, almost 4 out of the 5, and placed very well, I might say, especially by this particular player, Nick Key, who is now on the table again.
Who?
Nick Key, Malaysia serial number 2. He was the finalist at Championships 24. He was the finalist at MBL 2025. And now here trying once again to get himself into day 2. And he's the one piloting Dragapult Blaziken, and he has one of the best repertoires for the last few weeks. He has placed second at 2 consecutive Ultra Ball leagues.
That's right.
With
that's
the
right.
same deck.
Chicken Pult or Blaze Pult, as
KFC
we like to
Pult.
say, KFC Pult. Colonel Sanders loves to play this deck.
Yes.
And Nick has really been taking Malaysia by storm with this Blaze Pult variant of his. It was not really his, but it's been doing very, very well. I mean, even abroad in some of the regionals that we've seen across, like from Prague, Blaze Pulp does have a good meta share, and for good reason as well.
Yes.
Right. One of the issues with Dragapult, right, is how do you get 2 different color energies to this Pokemon consistently? Well, Blaziken is the answer.
Yes,
Right?
indeed.
Because once per turn, you're able to charge a basic energy from your discard pile to any one of your Pokemon.
Any type?
Sorry,
Any type of energy?
Any type of energy as
There you
well.
go.
Right, so this energy acceleration is unparalleled at this point in time. But why do people, if Blaze Pot is so good, why are people playing other variants? Well, Blaze Pot has the consistency of your energy engine, but it can't hit your big numbers fast enough. Right, so that's why Dust Noir gets played and gets paired together with Dragapult, because you're able to deal 130 plus 200 plus 60, which is a lot of energy to just kind of
A lot of damage, you mean?
Yeah,
a lot of damage. Yeah, and here we see already Derek versus Nicky. Derek going right there. The one playing, Dragapult with Dust Noir, being able to hit those numbers. But Nicky starting here on the left, and look at the price cards over there. interesting prizes. What's your first call out right away?
So first call out, Derek has that Meowth that is prized, which feels really, really bad. And it's one of his last prizes that he would take if he's going for bottom up as well, which feels absolutely horrible. But for the side of Nick has prized one of his Torchics. This deck only plays 2 Torchics.
Yes.
So having to prize one means if Derek is able to suss that out, snipes the Torchic, it's going to be extremely hard for Nick to get it back unless he has something like the Night Stretcher, which he does. But having to exhaust a Night Stretcher on a Torchic doesn't feel great.
Yeah, and Nicky here starting off with the Lilith Clefairy. Not the most horrible of starts, I would say, but in this matchup, you want to technically play that when you want to play it. You don't want to have it right now.
Horrible start, man.
Okay, fair enough. I would say, though, in the sense of the matchup itself, having Lilith Clefairy up against a Duskull doesn't feel great.
No, because the thing is, Derek at any point in time can just pop the Dusknoir, put 130, and then Derek can just swing with the front and put 60 damage into Clefairy. Clefairy is a horrible start.
It's 190, that's the thing.
Yeah, for the side of
You're
Nicky,
absolutely right. The Dusclops is the one here because we don't see Dusclops as much in Malaysia, I would say.
Dusknoir.
Yeah, Dusknoir, or the whole deck as a whole isn't very much seen in Malaysia. It's been completely eclipsed by Dragapult Blaziken at this point, or even straight Dragapult. I think that's the deck that has been making waves everywhere else. So for Nicky here, you'd be thinking, you know what, I would have had anything else in the active except for the Clefairy.
Oh, Clefairy and Meowth, right?
Well, at the very least, so he's starting off with a pretty decent start with the Badoo as well as double Draclo. Drippy. And it's just an attachment and pass. Not horrible. So for Derek here, what will we see? Poffin turn 1 is good though.
He's got a pretty good hand. So he's got Poffin. He's got the rare candy as well. So at any point in time, Derek wants to just rare candy evolve Dragapult next turn, assuming an energy attachment gets attached to a GP this turn. Derek is in prime location to start swinging and taking prizes, right?
Yeah.
Especially with this kind of board state where we do see the Clefairy in the front, Derek can very easily just go attach, rare candy, evolve, push up, Phantom Dive 260 or 230, and then split up the rest of the 30 damage accordingly to just one of the GPs. And then once again, if Nicky evolves the GP to a Dracloak, it's still in knockout range. This is actually a really good hand for the side of Derek.
Well, I should say though, for Nicky on his side though, one saving grace for Nick and Derek in a sense, you're not going to see any rare candies because both these players are going to go into their Badoos more than likely. And see Derek here having immediately the Latias on the bench. That will give the free retreat, I should say, for the Duskull in the active. So decent. Also getting energy down, by the way, which is good. For Nicky, he had to put the energy on the active Lilith Clefairy. So in a way, not the one that you would have energy attached to right now. But we don't know what else is in Nicky's hand. He has I think a group of 4 or 5 at this point. So pretty okay. For Derek here, Lily's Determination on turn 1. The best supporter you want to see, giving you 8 cards from the top of your deck. And we'll see if he has any other plays. We want to see maybe another Drippy, probably getting it with his Pokepad.
But we do see the Duskull in his hand as well, so he's definitely going to be able to do double Duskull, double GP turn 1 start, which is an incredible start for this kind of deck. You also have the energy attachment on the right Pokemon. Everything is going right for the side of Derek, and Derek will be able to do an item lock onto Nicky right away. I think Nicky did a really smart move, right? He attaches the Psychic Energy onto the Clefairy, so he can either use that as a pivot, or he can attach the second energy and swing for the Badoo if Derek doesn't have a good setup. But unfortunately for Nick, he does have a good setup. So the Clefairy is not going to be able to stay there safely for too long. So I do expect to see, just a Ishipollen, and it's just going to go back to Nicky's turn.
I should also say though, Derek did put down, I believe that might be the Watchtower as well, so preventing more options on Nicky. You don't have your items, you also don't have any access to Meowth. But guess what? With the Dracloak's Recon Directive, there is at least a Lily's Determination for Nicky on this turn 2. He's probably thinking, where would the energy attachment go? Likely the Dracloak. Yep, there it is. And he also has the Latia. So even better, preserving that 1 energy on the Lily's Clefairy. And now Nick will also be able to play a Lily's Determination. Lily's Clefairy, Lily's Determination. Lots of stuff with Lily in his decks, surprisingly.
Hey, I mean, Lily's is very relevant right now. There's even a Lily's box as well. So you can play Clefairies with Lily's Pearl.
With the Ogapons as well, I believe.
The Ogapons, yep, that's right. That is a box-style deck. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about the match right now. Lily's Determination into 8 for Nick. Here he's got the Monkey, he's got a Buddy Puffy, he's got the Unfair Stamp, all of which he can't use right now.
Yikes.
He doesn't have an energy.
We had attachment down already at this point, so not too bad.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
He's
so
already
Monkey
touched.
Dory. We didn't get to talk much about Monkey Dory. This is the card that's been so oppressive for as long as it's been around with Gardevoir and all that. Even in this match, where do you think Monkey Dory stands as one of the cards in these two players' decks?
So Monkey Dory is going to be very important in order for you to shift damage and augment and take the right knockouts, right? So you see you've got the 1 damage onto that Lily's Clefairy, and at any point in time when Nick attaches the Dark Energy onto that, it can be used as an effective tool to get rid of the Bidoof that we see on Derek's side.
Okay.
So this is a little intricate thing called the Bidoof War. Have you heard of it?
Oh yeah, it goes way back from Prismatic Evolutions.
No, I mean the Bidoof War in game, right, is basically the first Bidoof that dies, that gets knocked out, right, often is at a disadvantage. So in this case, Derek's Bidoof has the first tick on it.
Yep.
So that means that Nick Key is going to have 1 additional turn of item lock.
Correct.
Which is going to be a pretty big swing turn if there isn't any kind of damage augments, right? So
Yes.
Derek here now has to have that decision on whether or not he wants to pop the Curse Blast early to get rid of the Bidoof so that Derek can then win the Bidoof War. Right. Both players, by the way, having the unfair stamp. So
Yes.
Derek is in very... I think has all the reason to pop this Dusclops right now just to get rid of the Bidoof. Yes, it puts him 1 prize behind, but the advantage with the stamp next turn is going to cause him just so much. This is going to have such a huge tempo swing on his turn. Unfortunately, here he just swings with that Itchy Pollen, and yeah, we're just gonna see some Pollen Wars.
Yeah, and I think one thing to call out here is that Derek's deck list is the one that runs double Bidoof. So even if Nikki finds a way to recover the Bidoof, there isn't any way, by the way. There's no non-item based way of recovering a Bidoof right now. Maybe Derek doesn't know that, but for Nick, he doesn't want to see the Bidoof go down right away. So he doesn't at this point. Derek actually chooses just to Itchy Pollen, sets up potentially for a Dusknoir next turn. But both these players now under item lock. Nikki with a Recon Directive, hoping to find maybe a Darkness Energy with some evolution. And the Dawn is perfect here because it does give him access to a basic, a stage 1, and a stage 2. And in this sort of deck, when you run all 3, you get maximum value.
That's right. You can find stuff like the Fezandipity, like the Dracloak, like the Dragapult. That's just going to set you up for the rest of the game, right? So Nick here, I think he wisely is choosing that exact 3 Pokemon that we mentioned, Dragapult, Dracloak, as well as Fezandipity. Fezandipity just allowing him to come back into the game should his Bidoof gets knocked out first, or even his Clefairy at this point, right? Because now Derek has actually got a very interesting play if he chooses not to go for the Bidoof turn again. What he could potentially do is evolve into Dusknoir, retreat the Bidoof, evolve up the Loke, attach energy, and then Phantom Dive into the Bidoof as well as the Clefairy. And then with the Dusknoir's damage, once again, it's just going to be perfect damage to knock out and get 3 prizes.
Yeah, I think for Nikki now, the thing that he's looking for, the card that you're looking for with Nikki is that Darkness Energy to be able to start with Adrenabrain. But so far, no. And Nikki actually goes into the Dragapult EX. What do you think about this play here, Brian? Having a Dragapult on the bench already at this early stage of a game and not actually attacking with it.
Yeah, look, I mean, he's got a Dragapult attached up and running, but he knows he can't take a swing here because if he takes a swing here, his board isn't sufficiently set up.
Okay.
So he's probably expecting to see a unfair stamp come out for the side of Derek, which would really be a disadvantage here. He's basically baiting Derek to say, look, I want you to make the initiative. I want you to swing first without taking... So I want you to swing first and take a knockout so that I can use unfair stamp and then swing the favor into my side.
Right, this is the whole unfair stamp game, essentially. The mini game of who blinks first in this current format. Unfair stamp, such a strong, game-winning almost item card in the form of an ace pack. But now on Derek's side, he does have quite a few energies and he's eyeing up a Curse Blast. Let's go.
You see, this is what I was talking about. This is actually what I wanted to see the previous turn. Oh, no, wait. He puts it at the back Dracloak. So he is going to try to potentially take a knockout here. Oh, okay, that's why. He wanted to empty out the bench space. He wants to put a monkey. He wants to start shifting damage across. The 2 damage is going to be very good for Derek. He should be able to shift 2 damage over to that Bidoof, take a knockout on the Bidoof, and still maintain the item lock. But first, Crispin. And
it's a 2-price turn, it looks like, because with that Adrenabrain as well on here, Derek can just go into a Phantom Dive, take a knockout on the Bidoof, and also remove one of the Dracloaks, the only Dracloak, I should say, that Nikki has on the bench.
Yep, but in doing so, he is going to open up himself onto into an unfair snap. Here, I do expect to see Nick push up the Dracloak.
It should be, yeah.
Yeah, it should be the Dracloak because there is nothing. He doesn't want to put any kind of residual damage at the back, right? Having and not allowing Derek to take a clean knockout here is going to be essential. So 6 damage counters versus more than 6 damage counters is definitely the better choice here.
Yeah, so for Derek here, he is likely going to be the one breaking... Oh, it goes into the item lock, so he's actually buying a one more turn here. What do you think about this? This is interesting. This is like blinking right now. Who's going to blink first? Nikki putting up the Dracloak in the active, expecting, potentially a knockout on it. But no, Derek says, you know what? I'm just going to get one more turn of item lock and have 10 more residual damage for your Dracloak.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about just now about the Badoo War, right? But here now with 6 damage counters onto this Dracloak, what Nick can do is if he has the Darkness Energy, can attach the Darkness Energy over to the Monkey Dory, shift over the 3 damage counters onto, from the Dracloak to that Badoo, right? Taking that knockout, and then from there trying to play out the game. Issue is, if you're attaching to the Monkey Dory, you can't attach to the Dracloak. There's no way for you to retreat that, and it feels incredibly bad. So we are just going to see the boss's orders coming out from Nick instead. We see an Ultra Ball, we see a Night Stretcher. Night Stretcher can't be used at this point, but gets put into his hand.
There's a pass
and I think,
Nick.
yeah, it's just going to be a pass turn. Derek having that Duskull stuck in the front isn't really stuck.
Well, it's not stuck.
Because there's
Skyliner.
a Latias. Yeah, exactly. In fact, I probably would have rather seen the Dracula being pulled up here. Nick not in a great position.
No. I think I was hoping to at least get a Dragapult or way to get Dragapult. But there's no items, obviously. So he was fishing for a Dragapult to be able to take a knockout with Jet Headbutt, perhaps. But at this stage right now, Derek, pole position, having now taking out one of his Dragapult EXs. I am very worried here for Nikki at this stage.
Yeah, look, Derek is in a commanding position just now. Very wisely choosing not to take a knockout was really good whilst maintaining item lock. Very wisely playing it slow, preventing Nick from using unfair snap with the item lock, I think was definitely the right call. But it seems like Derek... No, but Derek has the energies because he used Crispin just now, so he should be able to just start charging up spare energies, and I think we are going to see the Dragapult come down from this right side. Derek is going to be evolving that. We do see Skyliner taking an effect. It's going to be a retreat, and it's just going to be an item lock yet again. Derek choosing to play this game slowly, doesn't want to leave his Dragapult in the front exposed and starting to take damage.
Yeah, I think with Derek here is playing it smart here, knowing that for what is worth, this Dracloak will be in knockout range so long as Nikki is not evolving it. Now, if he evolves it, then he doesn't have access to Recon Directive. Nick in a weird spot here as a fellow Dragapult player, I should say. But Derek's bored. Look at that. Everything is ready. It's just about when. And I think for Nikki, you're probably looking for a way to get out of this, starting with that Adrenabrain perhaps, but you're not seeing it. Considering playing the Judge here just to draw a fresh hand.
Yeah, look, I mean, desperate times call for desperate measures. We are going to see the Judge come down. It is going to reset both players to 4. This is a chance for Nick to draw better than Derek, I suppose. But the issue with Judge instead of something like an Ionos is that you can potentially draw back the cards that you shuffle back in, right? Because it's shuffle your deck. Not put the cards of your hand to the bottom of the deck.
I miss Iono.
Right? So I do too, but here Nick is going for a gamble, is hoping that he will see something, anything to get him out of this. Derek here, hoping that he's going to brick Derek as well. And Derek, this hand does not look great. Has a Pokepad, has a Buddy Puff in. I didn't see the other 2 cards, but those are 2 cards which you don't want to see after your board has been set up.
No, but the worst thing here for Nick is that he drew into items as well. But for Derek, you're not under item lock. You can freely use whatever you just drew. And going into the Dusknoir, I think Derek is starting a news here. He could easily go for multiple prizes this turn, maybe even removing the bench Dreepy in addition to the Dracloak in the active. What do you draw? Rare Candy as well. Wow, look at that.
Rare Candy, yeah. Rare Candy with Dusknoir here is going to be absolutely good. We do see Psychic Energy and something else, Psychic Energy, going into Derek's hand at this point. We are going to see the Curse Blast take into effect. We do see Curse Blast. Yep, there we go.
There you go.
This is why you don't want to see Clefairy this early on. We do see 130 coming on to the Clefairy. We are going to see an Ultra Ball come out for Derek. I do want to see another Dreepy or not a Duskull Probably not the Duscati, and I do want to see another Dreepy coming
Another
down
Dreepy.
here. Or maybe like a Pheasantipity. There we go.
Oh, there,
Pheasantipity
nice.
to the hand. To the bench. That's
Straight.
weird.
Well, for Derek, I think right now, he's just planning for next turn at this point. He's saying, you know what, I'm going to swing. I'm going to grab as many prizes as I can, and I know there's going to be a clapback from Nick, for sure. So he's setting up his hand to a point where if you're going to stamp me, I will have cards to draw. So Derek here probably looking through the motions of figuring out where does he go next. Into the Draggable EX. Here comes the first Phantom Dive of the series and the tournament, I should say, on stream.
Yep, so we do see Phantom Dive happening. We are going to see 5 damage counters onto the... all damage counters.
That's smart.
Onto the
That's
Clefairy.
that heads up play.
That's right. So the reason why he did that is so that there isn't any kind of residual damage left for Nicky to play around with the monkey. Nick has lost a lot of resources there. It is a 3-prize swing for the side of Derek. Derek left with 2 prizes, and he also has a Clefairy on his side of the field. So Nick needs to be extremely careful here, not having his own Clefairy, only having 2 prizes left with a charged up Dracloak at the back. Things are looking incredibly tough. We do see boss's orders, but I don't think that's gonna be it.
We saw a Crispin as well, though, but that's not what you're going to see. You want to potentially refill your hand with other resources here. The Crispin does activate, give you the ability to have Adrenaline up right here.
But it's too late.
It's too late, though. So in this scenario, if you're Nick, what are you looking for? What are you trying to? What is the only way out from this situation?
Only way out is Stamp and Pray, but even with the Stamp and Pray, it doesn't look great because there's no way for you to take a knockout onto that front Dracloak. And on top of that, even if he is able to take that knockout, there is that Pheasantipity at the back that will allow him, Derek to draw 3 cards, and Derek also has 1 Dracloak, so there's going to be 4 cards plus the draw of 5 cards that will go into Derek's hand with the knockout. Well, Nick is not in a great spot, man.
No, this is rough. And even if Nick chooses to attack into this Dragapult, you're essentially saying, Derek, get a boss and win. Because a boss into that Latias with Adrenaline Online is a win for Derek if Nicky chooses to put any damage on Derek's side of the field.
No, he has to. He has to put 6 somewhere.
He has to put somewhere,
It could be 6 into Badu.
Okay, 600 is fine, but they're going to have 200 on the active anyway, so it's going to be rough no matter what.
Yeah, man.
Choosing Crispin here, fair enough. There is going to be a form of, energy acceleration, but that's not what you're looking for right now. You're trying to figure out a way out here, and Stamp is that card that you are hopefully trying to draw, but without anything swing in hand. He had the Meowth though, but he's not choosing to bench it.
I mean, he can't right now. There's a Watchtower there, but I just thought of a really cheeky play, but I'm not sure if Nick can do it because Nick doesn't have the energy switch. But if he did have an energy switch, you could do this really cheeky thing where you go like, you Crispin onto Latias and then an E-switch out the Psychic Energy from the Dracloak, for the Dragapult onto the Latias and then Eon Blade, with the bench, with the re-bench of a Clefairy.
I mean, okay, fair enough.
Because that way, that's the only way I can see it where you don't leave any residual damage. You are able to take the knockout onto the front Dragapult. But yeah, we're not going to see any of that shenanigans. We just see the Darkness Energy attachment onto the Monkey Dory.
You see a Mind Band here though, Brian. Do we see Mind Band?
Oh, I mean, that may be a way out, but I mean, we're going to see the bench out the...
There we go, Mind Band.
And we are going to see some Mind Band action happening here.
Go.
It's going to be 60 damage and a confusion as well. So this Dragapult needs to roll a dice in order to take a knockout here.
Oh boy.
That is desperation if I've ever seen it.
It's a 50-50 chance here. Derek may want to do it. He's going for it, I think. Or maybe he doesn't need to. If he has it in hand, he doesn't need to.
No, he can just retreat here, boss, and that's
there
just
it
the
is.
game.
Derek takes the win here with that boss's orders, getting the edge over Nicky in this pseudo Dragapult mirror with still 6 minutes on the clock. So another full game here, Brian.
I mean,
what do you think of that?
I don't think that was a Dragapult mirror. I think that was a Dragapult Badu, or Badu mirror.
Badu
was a Badu mirror. We saw Badu taking actions for more than 50% of the game, but that is how these decks operate.
Yes.
They slow down the game. They want to bring you at their pace. But what happens when you have a slow deck versus a slow deck is, well, because both of you are the same pace, Badu just allows you to do the things that you want to do better.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, we talk about these decks, both strong decks in their own right. But the key card here was that Badu, and the number of times you say Ichi Pollen essentially determines how or who wins the matchup here. So
And it goes back to the concept which I was bringing up earlier, right? About the Badoo War, right?
Yeah.
So whoever is able to keep the Badoo alive and maintain the item lock onto the opponent has a higher chance to win the game. And this is exactly what we saw in the previous match, where Derek was able to maintain that Badoo for a longer period than Nick, thus allowing him to actually play the game.
Yeah.
Right. So I really like what Derek did there. It wasn't the exact way that I was picturing it,
Fair enough, yeah.
but eventually still managed to get the same results.
yeah, finding the lines in that sort of thing. You're on stream, by the way, all these players. So there are going to be nerves. There are going to be different lines of play, different thought processes. But at the end of the day, it's about winning the game. So commiserations to Nick for taking the loss here. But of course, his tournament is still live. We're talking about going X and 2, and you are going to be into day 2. Congratulations, of course, to Derek, who will now go to 4-0. He is now very poised into the next couple of rounds, hoping to get that elusive day 2 spot. So, for now, this is all we have for round 4. We're only halfway there, folks. There's going to be 4 more rounds of Pokemon TCG here from Sunway Premier Convention Center. Don't go away. We'll be right back with the next round.
tall in the Pokemon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. bringing Pokemon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go! Pokemon trading card game Mega Evolution, Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now, only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Plan to release in 2026.
Here we go!
And welcome back to round number 5 here at the Master Ball League Malaysia. My name is Aaron Minjit, with me, Brian Kwa, and we have a really spicy next round, Brian.
Do we? What do we have?
We have Festival Lead. Take a pause there.
Apples.
Apples versus Mega Starmie Mega Frostlass as our next feature match. Both these
Stars.
players are 4-0, and they're hoping to get to day 2, Brian.
Apples versus stars.
Apples versus stars.
Nice.
Nice, going back to preschool at this point, but good. I think it's a very interesting matchup. I didn't plan for this matchup, to be really honest. We did see a surge in Festival Lead here in Malaysia, especially
Really?
in the last UBLs, where Mohammad Faizul was one of the premier players winning a UBL. Actually, he's not featured on stream because we have someone else on there. But there is a host of Festival Lead decks in the top tables right
Yeah,
here.
it's interesting because I think we were going down the list and we said, 3 festival leads, right?
4 or 5 even.
4 or
actually,
5, yeah. So festival lead as a deck is really interesting, right? Because it's and forgive me if I sound as if I'm repeating myself a little bit, but I feel like post-rotation, a lot of these synergistic decks, like your Team Rockets, like your festival leads, these are almost quote-unquote themed decks, right?
Yeah.
But as we quickly take a look at the prize cards, like having Legacy Energy prize for the Mega Starmie there feels extremely bad, as well as the Ignition Energy being prized doesn't look great. But on the other side, we do see that Sacred Ash, one of the Thwackies, as well as the Applin and the Diplin being prized for Kam Ka Hua isn't the best either. So both players playing with 1 foot left behind almost.
Yeah.
But the Legacy Energy there definitely going to be painful for Xavier, especially because we're having a 3-prize deck versus a single prizer.
Exactly. I also want to call out for Kam Ka Hua. That is the only Goldeen as well. It's not one of the craziest prizes, I would say, but you are, like you said, playing on the back foot. Both these players here. But I think for Mega Frost and Mega Starmie, having a legacy in the prizes is going to be the most painful of the prize cards.
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
You're essentially playing 3 prizes for your attackers, and you want to be able to buy a turn.
That's right.
That's what Legacy Energy is supposed to give you. That's the ace spec of choice for that reason. You have no access to it.
Yeah, and it kind of counters the ace spec for Festival Lead, right? Because Festival Lead typically wants to play something like a maximum belt, so that you can actually repeat, do the wave, right? And you're doing it for, I think, 120 without the maximum belt. With the maximum belt, you're doing 170, I believe.
Yeah.
So that damage would have been nice. It would have been nice to have the Legacy Energy so you prevent your opponent from taking 3 prizes instead of 2.
Yeah, but right here we have Heng Xavier on the right there with that Monkey Dory in the active. He's the one on that Mega Starmie, Mega Frostlass, and on the left, Kam Ka Hua, starting with an Applin and a Tweki, or just say a Grookey on the bench. Monkey Dory here making another appearance, but for Xavier, he is immediately grabbing that Star U, and probably also realized right now that he has some really questionable prizes, I should say. So for Xavier here, already going into the next phase of his turn, has an Ultra Ball, thinking if he's going to expend it right away. I'm interested to see how this matchup goes. I do hope you have a full game here for every one of you watching at home. If you're a Festival Lead fan, this is the first time we're showing on stream. If you're a Mega Starmie, Mega Frostlass fan, this is also the first time we're showing this deck on stream for today. But here comes the Ultra Ball for Xavier, likely going for maybe a Snorant, maybe a Star U, backup Star U. But there's no real threat here from Ka Hua on turn 1 anyhow, so maybe for Xavier, he might just prioritize the basics, the different basics.
Yeah, look, I think having something like a Snorant here would be very useful because your Snorant can pivot into either the Mega Frostlass, if not just the regular Frostlass.
Yeah.
And you can utilize that pretty well. Yeah, we do see that Snorant coming down here. It's really flexible. It's a really good flex spot, actually, for Xavier to have that Snorant up and running at this point in time. We are going to see him, I think, pass?
Yeah, the very least has an energy. Carmine turn 1.
Yeah, I was going
Beautiful
to say,
see.
He runs 4 Carmines, and Carmines we haven't
love
seen
it.
in a while. You're able to use that during your first turn. You're also able to just discard your hand and draw 5 without Professor's Research in the format anymore. Carmine is kind of the premier discard draw kind of supporter.
Pretty much the only discard draw, other than like Morty's, but this is the one that's able to discard much of your hand, and all of your hand, I should say. But I want to call out one thing here. The Risky Ruins in play and benching the second Snoran, that might be huge. The moment you have Freezing Shroud in addition with Adrenaline Brain, Xavier's going to be looking to take multiple prizes. So Ka Hua, he's going to be really careful about how much damage builds up inside the field. Starting with a Body Weight Puffin is good here. So we'll see what he grabs. He probably realizes that the card of choice might be wanting to go for the Relor. There you go, the Relor comes to play. That's going to evolve to a Rapska to help prevent that damage build up. But you won't get to prevent the one for Risky Ruins. That comes in right away.
Yeah, and not to mention, these are really low HP Pokemon Relo only has 50, right? So with the
Yeah.
20 damage coming from the Risky Ruins, it can be one shot by that Monkey Dory. And Kahwa can only is only playing one Relor, so there's no way for him to kind of. I don't know, man. Benching the Relo there is like giving Xavier a free prize, dude. I have so many questions here.
Well, to be fair, anything you bench here for Kaho's side will be within range. Even the Applins are 40 hit points, if I'm not mistaken. Well, there's a split of a few different Applins available, 40 and 50 hit points, but it's, I believe this one's a 40, so that's also within range as well.
This matchup is so
look at all that
unfavored.
damage. Look at all that damage being built up on the field.
Yeah, Xavier very wise to put that Risky Ruins there. He also has the 20 damage on his own Stormer for him to play around to. He doesn't. It's not 30, so he can't necessarily just kill the Relo outright with this board. But if he does evolve his Starmie, he will then be able to shoot the bench, shoot the back line without the evolution of this Rabsca. Rabsca here preventing any kind of damage or damage counters from being spread to all your Pokemon.
Yes,
so
exactly.
it's like a Jirachi and a Manaphy
Combined.
put into one.
Yep.
So Xavier reading the card, just making sure that he knows what the effect is going to likely target that Relo down as soon as he can. But is he going to be able to retreat the Monkey Dory and evolve Staryu all in one turn? Well,
Yeah,
we'll see.
There is a boss, I believe, in hand already. So even if he can't go for the snipe attack, he might be able to just bring it up in front. But let's see what he has in the hand. Because we do recall he did the Carmine and played out almost everything in hand just now. So it's going to be a very small hand size. But no, here comes the Meowth. So at the very least, having a supporter for turn, I would presume it's going to be a Lily.
Yeah, Lily would be good. Even a Crispin.
Or Hilda. Hilda's great as well.
Crispin is also not too bad. Hilda is also really
Hilda's
good.
actually perfect, right?
Yeah.
Getting the Mega Starmie and the energy you need for the retreat.
A lot of different things he can do here. I believe he is going to be eyeing the Hilda. It makes sense to do so, but you may just want. I mean, the downside of using the Hilda right now is that if he does use this Hilda, he doesn't. He's still playing for a very small hand size, right? There is an argument that you can go a little bit slower by you doing something like a Lily's. But he's choosing for the more aggressive line, which guarantees him a knockout onto that Relor.
Not just one knockout, it's going to be 3 knockouts because here taking the Applin with Adrenabrain and then going to the Mega Starmie gets 2 knockouts in the active, one on the bench. It's a 3-price turn for Xavier on turn 2. That is amazing.
That is a really good turn 2 play. We are going to see the evolution of that Starmie go down, I believe, anytime now. We do see that. There we go. Starmie is going to be able to swing with his Jetting Blow attack. 120 damage to the front, 50 damage to the back. So you are just going to be able to snipe off this Rabsca, this Relor, even before it becomes a Rabsca. And it's all going downhill for Kahawa from here.
Yeah, if you're a Festival Elite fan right now, this is not what you want to see. Half your board just getting taken out by a combination of stars and monkeys at this point. So for Xavier here, probably just building up a hand, even coming up with the Frostlash with the Freezing Shroud, saying if you would evolve your little, basic Pokemon into anything with abilities, I'm going to rake up more and more damage. I'm going to close the door on any other option you have. So it's going to be rough here for Kahwa, losing 3 Pokemon on 1 turn.
Oh, wait.
Going for the Applins though. So, well, I can see it as a potential here because you're essentially saying, Kaho, you have no attackers here. But,
Yeah, that shuts the door for Kaha to kind of attack. But, I mean, you never really were worried about the attack here, in my opinion, because there's not enough damage on the board. But now Relo survives, evolves into that Rabsca. Kaha is going to just use Lana's aid to bring back the 3 Applins. And now the Applins are all safe. This is not great for the side of Xavier.
Yeah, that might be a very rough misplay there for Xavier. Going after the Relor looked to be almost second nature for that Starmie, but he went after the Applins and Kahawasa says, you know what, pass, but you can't take 2 prizes next turn. Even though you're going to be a hit 4 prizes, at the very least, his bench is safe, at least as far as we know.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, guys. Kawa's still not in great shape.
No, of course, yeah.
He's down 3 prizes, likely going to go down 4 prizes really, really soon. But I think if you dealt with that Relor, it's just going to be a lot easier for you to... it's just going to be a lot easier for you to close out the game, right? Now you have Xavier has no chance but to take 1 prize per turn. So that means that Kawa is going to survive for at least 2 turns here.
Yeah, if you're Kahua here, you're just hoping to buy more time for yourself to set up because having just Applins on the bench with a Relor and one Grookey essentially, that's not what you want to see as Festival Lead. You want to be able to chain into attackers, take multiple prizes. But right now you're staring down a Mega Starmie that is slightly out of range unless you have a godlike hand on your next turn.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can't even take a knockout on the Mega Starmie with Do the Wave because Do the Wave is only 100 base damage, and even with that maximum belt, you're only doing 150.
Right.
So it's really not enough for him to be doing anything at this point in time.
Yeah, that's going to be rough here. We do see a Crispin being played here for Xavier, being able to get some energy acceleration going. Mega Starmie doesn't need it, to be fair, but he's going to be able to get more energy into play. One, of course, being the Darkness energy on the Monkey Dory, activating Adrenabrain once again. However, you're not going to be able to use that on the bench, if I'm not mistaken, because the Relor is now
Relor only prevents,
Repscar.
Repscar only prevents damage
fair
from
enough.
and
Attacks.
effects of attacks.
Attacks. So there you go.
You are able to Adrenabrain. You are also able. Okay, yeah. So this is just a misselection of targets there.
Yeah, no, I think Xavier just saying, I Adrenabrain as well as use Starmie, so therefore I did double knockout there. So Kahua here down to just apples at this point. He doesn't have much here. Xavier's going to close the door in this game. It looks like there's nothing going for Kahua. That one turn that he had, Xavier, to take 3 prizes is just essentially the way this game is going to go.
Yeah,
this might be the quickest game we've had so far today.
Yeah, the HP is just not high enough for the side of Festival Lead. Festival Lead facing Starmie is one of its worst nightmares.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I think Kahua here is not. I don't see the light at the end of the tunnel for him. It's just going to be complete pitch darkness here. Just because, oh, wait, Brave Bangle? No
energy as well. That's so rough.
Yeah, Xavier here is just going to announce Shooting Blow, I believe. Jetting Blow, sorry.
Jetting
and
Blow.
I think that's just going to be game.
Yeah, that's it. Pretty
there we go.
rough match there for Festival League. We wanted to showcase that, but not in this way. However, Xavier takes it down to go 5-0 here at the Master Ball League. Kahua 4-1, not out of it yet. We want to just remind folks, one loss is still fine. You can actually make 2 losses and make it today too. You still can make it. However, that was not the best way to go out for Festival Lead, unfortunately. Rough.
Hey, I mean, when you have a Mega Starmie doing 50 damage to your bench every single turn, and your Pokemon don't even have 50 HP, it's kind of rough. But you know what? Don't worry about that. We will have round number 6 ready for you.
Yeah.
And
very soon, actually.
No, what is it very soon? But don't hang out for a bit. We will have round 6 when we come back. But for now, we'll see you guys in just a bit.
Yeah, see you in a bit.
tall in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world, one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now, only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go! all in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go! In the Pokemon trading card game Mega Evolution, Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere. And Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now, only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside.
And we're back, folks, here at Siam Pyramid Convention Center for Master Ball League Malaysia. Aaron Minjut, Brian Kwa here, and we are having a great time. It's going to be round 6. Someone is going to be booking themselves to day 2, Brian, after this game.
Lock and loaded. This is the X-Zeros table for now.
Yes.
And it is so close. And I tell you, we have a really good matchup for you guys, but we'll keep you guys in suspense a little bit longer. Let's talk about side events, Minjit.
I love side events. If you talk about day 1, there's going to be a lot going on, but hang on a second. There's going to be a lot more for day 2. But first, on day 1, there's going to be the point gate battles, which are already running here in the venue. I see so many people here, like at least 100 people here enjoying themselves with the point gate battle. There's also Pokemon Go outside the venue, right outside the venue. Pokemon Mesa Star as well. And all these will come in droves tomorrow because we're going to have way more going on in day 2. I'm excited.
More side events, better.
More.
Let's go to day 2 content, guys.
Yes.
I believe there is a load more things happening. So look, yeah, we've got point get battles. We've got coloring corners. We've got coloring displays, expanded format battles, new trainer journeys, Pokemon Go, Mesa Star, as well as the Nintendo Switch 2 hands-on experience, which we were talking about slightly earlier.
Yep. If you want to try Pokemon Champions or Pokemon Pokopia, come on down here to Sunway Premier Convention Center. There's going to be lots to do tomorrow. And I'm excited for the fact that I'm going to get to see so many people enjoying Pokemon, Brian. That's the most important part for me. As a fan for over 25 years at this point, look at how big this community has grown, right?
Yeah, man. I mean, just talking about, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, I mean, we had like 50 people, 100 people maybe showing up at events. I think our nationals in Singapore, we had 150.
Okay.
And back then, you guys had also about maybe 150.
We had like about 250, 300 at that point. Yeah, but look at it now.
Now it's exploding. There's just so many people in this hall.
Yes.
Thankfully, you guys have a big enough venue to host so many people because, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people here, but there's just enough space for us to like navigate through the crowds.
Yeah, for sure. And I think at this point, we're talking about not just a hobby or a competitive game. We're talking about just Pokemon as part of life at this point.
Lifestyle.
Lifestyle for all ages. If you want to, you can play Pokemon Go at all ages. You can play Pokemon TCG at all ages. But most importantly, you get to enjoy it with friends. And that's what it's all about here. You're right about the venue, Brian. I see so many people here. It's filled to the brim, but there's at least some space to move about. And also, just so you know, there's a lot of food places downstairs. So if you're going to spend a whole day out, spend it here tomorrow.
Tomorrow's the day. Yeah. Sunday. I mean, it's free anyways, right? Might as well come on down. Join us.
Exactly. But right now, though, we have a spicy setup for you, a spicy game for you. Look at that on your screen there, Brian. What do you see?
I am seeing something with a tag called Tantrum.
Oh.
Wait a second. That's Slowking, no? That's Slowking versus Toxtricity. Okay, they are at X-Zeros, which is incredible to see.
Yes.
So Melvin Chu on the left-hand side playing Slowking, I believe. Starting up with a Mega Kangaskhan just to allow him to draw more cards. And Christopher Tan on the right playing Toxbox.
Toxtricity Box here, a card that a lot of people thought would be making more waves, or the deck making more waves. It's here now, 5-0 at the Malaysia Master Ball League. Christopher Tan taking that deck all the way and now in a win-in situation for him. Now, Melvin, though, on the left is running Slowking, a deck that we did see in the Philippines Master Ball League, where quite a few of those top players there choosing to run Slowking. It's getting better. There's a Metagross coming out as well in the next set, but right now it's poised for a day 2 with one more win.
Yeah, and look, this is the only deck right now in format which allows you to use Kyurem's attack Trifrost.
Ooh.
Trifrost was such it made such an impact in the format back when Lost Box was a thing, right?
Yes.
It allowed you to do it allows you to do 110 damage to up to 3 Pokemon, and that just board wipes basically, right? That's as good of a board wipe as you can get in Pokemon, where you're able to just do 110, 110, 110, take 3 prizes, and you just go yum yum.
Yep, you say Lost Box, it was also used in Regidrago as well as a Pokemon for...
To counter Lost Box.
To counter Lost Box, yeah. So Apex Dragon was able to copy Trifrost, and I love saying Trifrost. I love my Dragon Pokemon. And for this matchup though in particular, I think Melvin might be considering Trifrost as long as he can get it up early, because that can knock out a bunch of Toxels. We see here double Slowpoke on the bench at this point. Who knew Slowpoke and Slowking would be actually meta Pokemon, or maybe playable Pokemon? I'm glad to see it. But over to Christopher Tan, one thing to note here, Melvin didn't get an energy attachment.
Yep,
That's quite key there, because it is a 2 energy attack to use Sick Inspiration. But Christopher Tan here with the Pokepad, looking through the deck here, probably not a Toxel that's really lining up. The cool thing about this Pokemon line is that both the Toxel and the Toxtricity can be searched out with Pokepads. He's also eyeing up a Yveltal over there, which can prevent the retreat.
Yep, I mean, Yveltal here is going to be absolutely clutch, because you're able to just use his first attack clutch to prevent Mega Kangaskhan from actually retreating here. Melvin wants to leave this Mega Kangaskhan in front as long as he can, but Chris is going to prevent him from retreating, prevent him from utilizing the cards that he can get using Run Errands, right?
Yeah.
So Christopher Tan here going to be very happy with going second, going to be pushing up the Yveltal here. I believe using something like a Petron EX maybe to just pull to switch the 2 Dark type Pokemon up front. If not, I'm not sure how Christopher's gonna retreat.
Well, there's an air balloon. There's one air balloon in the list, and we know that he's running the Secret Box Ace-Pack, so that's another out for him as well. We see the Ultra Ball at least. That's going to be the Petron. We didn't see it price, so we do know he has access to it. Risky Ruins coming out in play as well. That's interesting. Being able to get some damage to play. Christopher is running 3 Monkey Dory, so we do see the monkey once again. That's going to be adding up damage on Melvin's side of the board real soon, but we will probably want to see the Petron first.
Yeah, I'm not surprised if we see something that allows Christopher to switch here. We are looking at the Petron EX here. Petron EX allows you to switch
subjugating chains.
Yeah, one of your Darkness type Pokemon from your bench to your active. If you do so, you need to poison that Pokemon. But there are a lot of synergies with poison right now.
Yes,
you are able to use something like Binding Mochi in order for you to deal 40 more damage if your Pokemon's poisoned, or in this case, use just a Clutch.
Just Clutch, and that damage is going to add up on the poison Pokemon onto Yveltal. That's fine, because for Christopher's deck, he's going to be running all those Monkey Dories. That damage build-up is going to be used against Melvin. So Melvin here on his turn, he's not be able to retreat that Kangaskhan. So looking through the deck with that Ultra Ball, likely thinking, well, I could have gone for a Latias, but that's out of the question right now. He did get an energy attachment, so to be fair, I think that energy attachments right now is what we're looking for. Telepathic Energy, the card that we saw in that Alakazam match as well, being able to search out for 2 basic Psychic Pokemon, eyeing up the Latias, but hey, unfortunately, you're not going to be able to use that because you're not able to retreat. However, in terms of the list, Melvin does run at least 1 switch, if I'm not mistaken. So we might see that come into play. He has to be careful though. That is the only switching out he has in the deck. And at this point here, getting all the basic Pokemon down does trigger Risky Ruins as well. So damage is adding up. What does Melvin have here? He does have the... Oh, there's a Dawn, I believe. So now going first into the Run Errands. Hoping to draw something. He draws into the Kyurem. If only he could get that going this turn. Unfortunately, he is not able to. Especially without a Slowking, without the Academy of Night, and without that switch.
Yeah, there's no way here that I think Melvin can attack this turn, especially if he's already benched especially if he's already attached in energy. I mean, there is a world where you just start swinging with the Kangaskhan, but then you're gonna have to invest 3 energies, and 3 energies at that point in time have been clutched 3 more times brings you to 220, which is actually a really nice number for Christopher to hit. So I don't think that is necessarily the best route for you to take at this point in time either. Melvin is going to be using a Dawn to find a basic stage 1 as well as a stage 2 Pokemon, put it from the deck to your hand. Oftentimes Dawn is actually really good to kind of chain your attacks when necessary. But here, unfortunately, not going to be able to do that because he doesn't even have Slowking set up.
Yeah, no Slowking yet. I want to say also Dawn is an interesting card for this particular deck because you don't typically run stage 2s as part of your evolution lines, but Dawn is able to grab attackers, as you mentioned. So those of you thinking, why Dawn? Well, there's a bunch of stage 2s that have really good attacks that you're not going to be able to use unless you play with Slowking or primarily play with Slowking. There are some of them. There is a Slowking, there is a Blaziken, I believe. That's the IR version of the Blaziken, the basic, the non-EX one. And I think that might be a Regigigas, if I'm not mistaken. It might.
Yep, there's a Regigigas. There's also a Haxorus, which is able to do a lot of damage to Pokemon which have special energy attached to them. So a lot of different options here. We are just going to see Melvin pass. I mean, there's nothing that he can do because he's being clutched to the active at this point. That Yveltal putting in some work now.
Yeah, and I want to say though, for Melvin, he's in top deck mode. There's no supporter in hand. That is it. He's hoping to be able to draw something from his draw for turn and as well from the run errand, because there are no supporters in hand for Melvin, no energy even in hand for him right now. So on Christopher's side, there's a lot of energy in hand and an energy switch as well. However, you normally want to have energies in deck if you're playing Toxtricity. That's interesting to see. Well, discarding all of it is fine though. That's going to be able to power up, not to say power up, pay the cost of Secret Box, getting you a stadium, a supporter, an item, and a tool. One of the, I would say, more consistency-based aspects that we have, but discarding 3 cards is pretty painful. We do see the Yveltal EX as part of the suite of attackers that Christopher runs. I pulled the Yveltal EX over at the pre-release. I thought it was a pretty interesting card. Soul Destroyer, being able to knock out Pokemon if they have less than 50 HP. 50 HP or less, I should say. I like the fact that that kind of attack exists. But right now, so there's a Lily-Eyed up there from Christopher Tan. Oh, okay, Punk Helmet as well being picked up. That is interesting. So that is essentially a Rocky Helmet but for Dark Pokemon, but putting 4 damage counters if you're damaged from an attack.
This is such a unique list, man. I mean, Toxbox, it's not in my top 10 decks to play.
Yeah, neither mine.
For MBL, but here we are 5-0 in this Toxbox, and we are going to see in the clutch come out. This Punk Helmet isn't going to do anything right now unless Melvin decides to swing with that Kangaskhan, but 3 energies is a tall order for someone, for a deck that doesn't play energy acceleration.
Especially with no energies in hand even for Melvin, so that's going to be rough. He's not even finding anything to discard to use the Wonder Patch at this point. It's a rough hand for Melvin. I mentioned he didn't have anything going, and it's still the case. There's nothing in hand for him to play at this point. Lots of Pokemon, lots of items.
No energies, man.
No energies, no supporters. I think that's the key one.
To be fair, he plays like 8 energies, and he's only seen 1. Which feels a little bit sus. I mean, it should come out. I mean, we saw 1 second energy being prized, I think, but that shouldn't affect the odds all too much. We do see, the next card is going to be an energy as well. Feels a little bit bad, but
it's always like that.
It always is, man. Here we're going to see the Ultra Ball. I believe a Slowking should be coming out. I will be very surprised otherwise. Or is it a Slowking or a Slowpoke? I'm not sure if he's done his target selection just yet. If he did, it must have been that Slowpoke that we see on the bench right now. Just going through the deck to ensure he's just counting how many energies he has. He's going to realize that I think he's prized 1, but I think even at this point of the game, he only is going to use his switch if he's going to be able to swing with that with the Slowpoke.
Yeah, and I think what better time than right now if you can get that up, because you're going to be able to Trifrost. There's already the Kyurem in hand. However, the other piece that we need here as Slowking is that Academy at Night Stadium. That's still not in hand there for Melvin, so it just passes over to Christopher, and this Kangaskhan is drawing cards, but it's going to rake up a lot of damage, and it's going to be a free 3 prize for Christopher eventually. But there, that Darkness Energy on the Monkey Dory, activating, or I should say, ensuring that Adrenaline Brain is live. And well, Christopher's having a good time with supporters. That's not Lily's termination for 8. It's nice to see that.
Yeah, look, and the longer this game goes, the worse off it is for Melvin. All right, so I just want to highlight to the audience here that if Toxbox is... one of the issues and why Toxbox was not included in like my list of decks to play is that it is too slow.
Yeah.
But if you're able to negate that by just having a slower opponent or preventing your opponent from doing what he wants to do, then Toxbox becomes a little bit better. I'm not saying it's the BDIF.
Fair enough.
But
yeah.
it becomes a lot better. And here, unfortunately, Christopher actually has bench locked himself.
He has.
So what that means is that there isn't really any other attackers except for the attackers that he has currently on the board, of which you have a Yveltal, which has the clutch, as well as only is able to swing for 110 Dark Feather, and using that Toxtricity himself, which is Gentle Slap for 100 damage.
Yeah.
So we're going to be here for a while, guys.
I think so, yeah. But we only have 13 minutes left on the clock. But for Christopher here, he's going a very interesting route here, Brian. Going for the clutch play continuously, but also raking up damage to fling back. And look at that. The damage is already on the Slowpoke on the bench. That's a prize next turn if he chooses to pick it. But at the same time, he also wants to keep the Kangaskhan there as long as possible. Force Melvin into the switch if he needs to.
Look at that. No energy.
No energy
is not great. So, I mean, like, he just drew the Power Glass. You'll be able to attach the Power Glass onto that Mecha Kangaskhan. But with no energies in the discard, I don't think you want to do that.
That's not going to have any effect. Even if you're going to put it on the Kangaskhan or any of your Pokemon, you need to see the physical grass and psychic energy, excuse me. With a Cypher Maniac, that does help. You're going to be able to put a couple of cards onto the deck, but you already used your run errand. So that's going to be something... There's going to be one more turn. So the switch goes on top as well, I believe, which is good.
But you see, if you're doing this exact play, you don't have Academy at Night to actually trigger Music Inspiration, right? So Cypher Maniac here is kind of saving Melvin just a little bit. And even though both players are at 6 prizes, I would say the advantage right now is to the player that is going to be able to... that is going to be able to take a knockout first, right? And Christopher right now is poised a little bit better to do that. Yes, Melvin can still do a triple prize, a 3-prize turn with Trifrost, right? Because there are Monkey Dories there, which is only at 110 HP. So you do Trifrost on Toxel, Monkey Dory, and Monkey Dory.
Yep.
But yeah, Christopher just has this turn left. We need to see what Christopher has in store for us. This turn is super important. Oh, Judge on a Cypher Maniac?
Yeah, that is... I was going to say there's one Judge, and he had it in hand.
Oh, that's nasty. I mean, look.
That resets the whole turn for Melvin. All the while, that Judge... I don't know if it was a top deck. I didn't see it, but I did notice that there was... Oh boy, you're not going to feel nice about that.
No, that's for sure. Melvin just being like, hey, I'm just Cypher Maniac, and oh my gosh, 4 energies off the top, and 4 cards off the top and no energies. Oh, Melvin must be kicking himself right now.
Yep, that Judge over there, excuse me, I did say 1. There's 2 Judge in Christopher's list, and he just so happened to have 1 right at the time when Melvin used Cypher Maniac. And now going into the... retreating into the Petra and remove the poison. Interesting enough, he's going to go into the Yveltal again, I presume. There's a lot of energy on the Yveltal. I think 3 at this point, or 2 perhaps, with the Punk Helmet.
Yeah, I mean, look, Punk Helmet... 2 isn't going to do anything. The breakpoint for Yveltal is 3, so that you'll be able to use Dark Feather for 110. But Chris... just going to be racking up a little bit more damage. Going to be taking out the first knockout onto that Slowpoke.
First blood to Chris on that Slowpoke that couldn't evolve, unfortunately.
Yeah, Christopher on the board right now. We're going to see the second Adrenal Brain going to be shifting damage onto that Latias. He's just making sure that you will be able to take a clean knockout with the Latias with something like, I guess the Yveltal, because the Yveltal has energy now, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think now we also see 80 damage build up on the Kangaskhan. You talk about being at 220. That is going to be an interesting number here for Melvin. I should also say for Christopher, there is one particular card that we saw a lot of previously. That is Mega Absol EX. That is one of his premier attackers in this list. We're not seeing it anytime soon, though. He has benchlock himself, like you said. But that's going to be a pretty interesting card to see when it comes up. That could, potentially take a knockout on a Kangaskhan with one more clutch coming in, or even with Adrenabrain. But for Melvin, at least the course and Este is not too bad. There's a stadium and an energy, so you do find your energy, but you're still retreat locked.
No, because there's no switch anymore
There's no switch. Yeah, there's no switch in hand. The switch was on the top of the deck, and that's gone back in somewhere. I didn't see if it was in the hand there for Melvin off the judge. It doesn't seem like it. No, it doesn't seem like it.
It's the power glass again. So here is going to be able to start using Seek Inspiration. He's got the setup. He's got the Academy at night as well. But because of his retreat lock, because of the clutch, Melvin not in a great spot.
No, not at all. For Christopher now, you do have... you have to go through a few ways. You can still play the same game plan you've been doing. It's working for you, so why change it? But at the same time, you want to be wary about when Melvin actually eventually draws that switch, because you saw the Cypher Maniac earlier. You're going to guess one of them was that switch card. Not switch card, switch card.
Well, I was going to say, if I was Christopher, it's not that... I don't think you can afford to keep doing what you're doing because you only have 8 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, fair enough. And now bumping the Academy at night as well. Saying to Melvin, you played it down. You didn't do anything with that. Let's just remove that right away.
I don't know why he would do that, man. I mean, that just feels really bad. You typically only want to use Academy at night when you have Slowking in the front.
Exactly.
Using it that early without necessarily bumping or doing anything useful with it just isn't useful, especially if your opponent is just able to get damage. Sorry, is able to just bump the stadium the next turn. So,
well said.
Yeah, I mean, clutch.
Clutch again. At this point, this is going to be a clutch game for both these players in a very weird way. 8 minutes down, or I should say less than 8 minutes at this point for both these players to find a win. Christopher at 5 prizes, Melvin still at 6.
Telepathic energy just being
I'm just
attached
trying to
here.
think, what can you do here as Melvin? You got to find that switch. Do as much of thinning as you can. Get cards out of your deck right now.
It's not great. We do see the switch coming up soon. It is going to be shuffled back down. We are going to first of all see the Slowpoke being put back onto that bench thanks to the telepathic energy that got attached to the second Slowking.
Yep.
But I don't know. I mean, without the switch, Melvin can't really do all too much. We do see risky runes being triggered again, so that Slowpoke is going to get 20 damage. There's not enough damage. No, I was going to say there's not enough damage on Christopher's side of the field to actually do to swing enough damage on the board to clear that Slowpoke at the back.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah, so that's the silver lining, I suppose.
Yeah, you could get it up to 60, but not the full 70 that you need for the knockout fall. But for Christopher at this point, you're on borrowed time, buddy. You might have taken a prize and you're still in this retreat lock situation, but 6.5 minutes left to take 5 prize cards. 3 is probably on that Mega Kangaskhan. Maybe the other 2 is potentially on the Latias, but you gotta start attacking some time soon. Adrenabrain now getting damage off the Yveltal and the Monkey Door onto the Kangaskhan. I think Christopher's actually going for... Yeah, he's trying to ramp up on the damage on the Mega Kangaskhan for a knockout. There's a second energy off the top for Melvin. That's not what you need.
Not anymore, at least. It was what he needed just now.
Switch. Well, to be fair, getting energy is always good, especially when you didn't see any at all. So let's see if he gets the switch off the top here.
1,
switch.
2.
No. Academy of Night. That's not what you need. You need the switch. Where is that switch? We didn't see it prize, was it? It's not prize. We saw it earlier. Yeah, it's not prize, so it's there.
Okay, so here's interesting, right? So I think Christopher next turn can start using Yveltal to smack the Kangaskhan, right? Because Dark Feather is going to be able to take the knockout this turn, and Melvin, without being able to retreat it, is going to lose 3 prizes right there. Brings Christopher down to 2 prizes left. Which basically secures him his day 2 once again. This is the win and in for day 2. Right?
Yes.
If either of these players win, they're secured day 2. And Melvin passing here is horrible because Christopher, as I said, is just going to be able to use Dark Feather to take a knockout and take 3 prizes, which will effectively lock him in to day 2.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens here for Christopher. He's definitely going to be able to accelerate energy. He's going to be able to move the damage from the acceleration, from the toxicity over. He's choosing not to? Okay.
There's only 1 energy left in the deck. He wants to make sure that it counts.
Yeah.
Right? He wants to be able to attach it to something that it needs to attack. So something like the Mega Absol, with the Claw of Darkness. or even something like the Brute Bonnet, where you're able to use relentless punches. There's just so many options, so many attackers that he could use.
Definitely lots of options here for this deck. I think that's why you call it a Toxtricity box, right? Essentially, you're talking about a box style deck with lots of different options for different matchups. But again, all those options are not going to help you with 4 minutes on the clock here. These players are probably fully aware that time is getting really low here. But if Christopher takes a knockout on this Mega Kangaskhan, Melvin does have a reply next turn, because we did see him draw into the Academy of Night. So he might be able to clap back with 3 prize cards, but then Christopher is just 1 boss away from taking the series.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know. Well, I mean, the time is a factor. There's only 4 minutes left onto the clock.
Yeah.
If I was Christopher, I would be playing super quickly right now. No, we just see a clutch.
No! Oh gosh, this is going to be a really interesting nail biter. I'm losing my breath just looking at this. For Melvin now, 1 more turn, buddy. Can you find that switch? And no, just passes. Okay, Christopher, 3 minutes on the clock. We see the Mega Absol just attack.
Okay, so we do see a Night Structure coming out.
Okay.
The Night Structure is going to get him a Dark Energy, yeah, because he's running out of Dark Energies in his deck right now.
Yes.
I do expect to see an attachment of the Dark Energy, maybe to the Patron, because if Christopher here is planning for a 3 prize and 2 prize turn, the Patron can actually be pretty effective in terms of taking the final 2 prizes, especially against that Latias. But we are just going to see the damage shift over to the Latias.
There you go,
and we're just going to see the Dark Feather come out. 3 prizes coming for Christopher. There is only 3 minutes left onto the clock. Melvin needs a miracle here. Melvin needs to play. There we go. Academy of Night. Bounce it. He is going to put something like the Kyurem.
He doesn't have Kyurem in hand. He doesn't have it in hand, though. Does he have it in hand?
Oh, well, the Blaziken helps as well.
The Blaziken's not... Okay, there's Pokebat. There's Pokebat. So, and then the Kyurem's hand. Okay, fair enough. That hand is huge, by the way. So, at the very least, he does have an attack here. But, yeah, back down to a single boss order. That's all he needs right now for Christopher. One boss order, and that's game.
One boss order is going to be it here. But it's so close. I mean, there's only 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Right now, we are going to see the Pokepad. We are going to see the first Slowpoke come out.
But Slowking going to be seeking inspiration.
Yes.
Yeah, all good. And here comes the Trifrost, the attack we talked about all the way almost 25 minutes ago at this point. It will be able to take 3 prizes for Slowking. And I presume it might be the 2 Monkey Dories and the active. There you go. 3 prizes to the good for Melvin. He's going to be hoping that Christopher here doesn't get the required cards. But I think, Brian, Christopher likely has it.
I mean, oh, there's the boss also
orders! Oh, right at the top!
Top deck right here. We are going to see the visibility coming out. We are going to see the energy recycler
here we go.
Come in. It's going to be 3 energies, 4 energies, 5 energies going to be shuffled back into the deck. We will see the double Toxtricities. We are going to see the energy attachment onto... Wait, the Pheasantipity?
But that's fine as well.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's okay as well. And that is going to be game with 1.5 minutes left under the clock. The players.
Oh, hang on a second.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to do everything properly, right?
Oh, I think Christopher just jumped it a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Let the judges... We'll have to let the judges do it. Okay, so Melvin being a sport, I guess. Alrighty.
Yeah. There we go.
He probably got a bit excited, I think. Because you could have just used the Petrarite. Okay, so Melvin being a good sport, Christopher there almost with a major misplay. Excitement getting to both these players. But yeah, let's see how this plays. Let's see how the team the players settle this, because it's intricate.
There you go. So
all
game,
good. All good.
The targeting was done right. We saw the boss's orders. We saw the energy testers. We saw the energy recyclers.
It was a top deck as well on the boss order. That was fun. I enjoyed that. I hope everyone did as well. We ran down the time, Brian. Almost like a minute left.
Yeah, look, Clutch is an attack. Clutch is also stalling. But you know what? I do like to see decks like Toxbox come and make an appearance at the MPLs, right? Because literally anything can happen in a BO1 meta. And just happy to see Yveltal doing Yveltal things.
And we might see again tomorrow, because if he chooses to play the deck tomorrow as well, you can change decks for day 2, by the way, here at the Master Ball League. So if he chooses to bring it again tomorrow, we might see it again in day 2.
That's
Who
right.
knows, right?
So congratulations to Christopher for making it to day 2. Melvin, you're only 1 game down. You still need to only win 1 more game in the
Just
next
1 more.
2 matches?
2 matches, yeah. So we
Right.
have 2 more chances here to get into day 2. Again, just for those of you at home, a 6-2 score guarantees day 2 here at the Master Ball League. So both these players, well, one of them has already booked the ticket.
That's right.
He's probably going to go and try win out to get more points for tomorrow to qualify for top cut. But for Melvin, he still can make it with one more win, essentially.
That's right.
So at this stage right now, we have 2 more games to go, 2 more rounds to go here at the Master Ball League. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have some very fun matches, very high-stakes matches coming up real soon here from Siam Pyramid Convention Center. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back real soon with the next round.
tall in the Pokemon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. bringing Pokemon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go! tall in the Pokemon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
And welcome back to Master Ball League Malaysia. My name is Jeremy Minju with Brian Kwa. We're at round number 7 here. And it's once again another win and in. Both these players are one win away from booking their ticket to the Day 2 qualifiers. And we have, I would say, quite a star-studded matchup here, Brian.
Who do we have?
We have Seong on the Raging Bull. He used to be a Raging Bull aficionado. He was top 8 at PBL with Raging Bull, but now choosing to go Dragapult Dusnor up against Kang Fai, a veteran player here in Malaysia.
Wait, I've heard that name before.
From years ago. And he is running Dragapult the Dunsparce.
Heyo,
There we go.
Tank Pult, and we are going straight into that game. We are going to see Seong here start things up really nicely.
Wow,
We're
look at
going to
that
see
bench.
a Dreepy with energy attachment as well as 2 Duskulls. This is the start that you want. Kang Fai here, even though he has actually prized 2 Buddy Poffins, is going to start with a Buddy Poffin. So Kang Fai going to be pretty happy with that. Going to start to realize, wait a second, but 2 Buddy Poffins are prized. I am just lucky to get one in my hand.
Yeah, that's fine, I guess. Can we just talk about Seong's start, by the way? That's a 4 basic Pokemon hand without playing a single card.
Hey, I mean, if you have it, you have it,
You
right?
have it,
but
yeah.
I want to go back to Kang Fai's list,
Sure,
right? So
yes.
if you're talking about the Dunsparce, we talked a little bit about the differences between Pulp Bombs as well as Blaze Pot or Chicken
Yes,
Pulp,
which was
right?
a matchup we had earlier today.
Unfortunately,
Yes.
didn't get to see the chicken, but this time we do see the worm.
Yes,
Right, so
the Land Slug.
The Land Slug. So
Yeah.
what is the Land Slug? What does he do? How does he help this deck? In essence, if there's one thing you want to take away from this spiel, it's consistency.
Yes.
Okay, the Dunsparce gives you so much more consistency of the runaway draw. As you see on that screen right now, you are able to just draw 3 cards and then shuffle the Dunsparce as well as the Dunsparce into your deck. Okay, but yeah, I mean, with that consistency, the downside is that it's a lot slower. All right, so you can't do fancy things like, Red Candy Evolve, Crispin Swing, right? That's
Yeah.
not what the deck is meant to do. The deck is just meant to get you what you need. It's meant to get you everything you need
Yep.
by turn 3, turn 4. You are going to slow down the game with Reduce. That does not change.
Yep.
That doesn't change your game plan at all. But you're just meant to draw everything you need. And here we are going to see the Pokepad for Kang Fai is going to get him that Dracloak. That Dracloak is going to be used for next turn, and the reason why you see players here using their search cards right from the get-go is because generally Dragapults don't really run many copies of Judge, so you don't expect to see a Judge super early, and you only want to see a Judges. you typically want to use your judges later in the game where you want to disrupt a huge hand. Right?
Yes.
So it is safe for you to do all this kind of thinning right here, right now. So you're prepared, especially when both these decks rely heavily on Badoo.
Yes, indeed. So we're
Right.
going to probably see that whole Badoo war once again here between these two Dragon Ball players, and Kangfai, of course, having a heads-up play to get as much of those items played right now
That's
before
right.
Seong goes into a Badoo of his own. And here comes Ichipollin, the first attack set of this match. And we're probably going to hear a lot more Ichipollin this game if Seong goes down that route. But what do you think here? Oh, just a pass from Seong. That's it?
Yeah, look,
Oh,
this
wow.
Ichi-Pollen is incredible. It stops
Oh,
everything
no.
in its path. Without an Ichi-Pollen, there's no Badoo War. Kangfai here is going to use Recon Directive, is going to find a Dracloak really quickly.
Oh, boy.
Is going to evolve his bench Dreepy, is going to use Recon Directive yet again. Energy is really good here, but if you're
Going for
seeing
the
it go down,
Pokegear.
Pokegear,
Yeah.
you might as well milk it for what it's worth. We do see the Hero's Cape in his hand right now, but we are just going to see a Crispin.
Oh,
I
boy.
fully expect to see something like a Fire Energy attachment to the non-attached Dracloak, and then like a Darkness Energy to that Monkey Dory. But we do see the Darkness Energy in his hand, so
Yes.
it could be just a Fire and Sidekick choice. And one of them would just be attached, and you're just ready to go next turn. Kangfai, very happy to capitalize on a non-Badoo turn for Seong.
I was going to say, though, for Kangfai here, you have everything going. You have the Badoonie active, you have Monkey Dory on the bench, double Dracloaks, and also Dance Balls ready to evolve. And I think when you see, the start that Seong had, you're wondering, well, okay, if he goes into perhaps a Dusclops or a Dracloak of his own, that's going to put you, a little bit of a precarious situation, especially if he goes to Badoo. But Seong just passing allows Kangfai to do so much here. That Pokegear, which would typically be locked by item lock, is going to net him the support of next turn. A boss as well.
Boss is so good
Kangfai
here.
is getting everything right now.
Dude, look at this. Boss into the back Dreepy, into Phantom Dive for Dreepy in the front and Dreepy in the
Oh
back.
boy.
If Seong doesn't get something like a Lilies or get something that just allows him to search for a Dracloak, things are going to go downhill very quickly for him.
Yes, indeed. I think Kangfai already has the Dragon Ball already in hand. Boss Order already in hand. Ichi-Pollen for its attack. And Seong, do you have anything going for you right now? Top
It
Zega
has,
card.
it has to be a supporter.
Ooh, has to be a supporter. Has to be, even if it's a Meowth, that's fine. As long as it's something, not an item card. He's thinking.
But I mean, look at this. By just thinking, just by his mannerisms, it's telling me that he doesn't have anything right now. He's trying to think if there's a way for him to kind of retreat and maybe tank with something else in order for him to survive. But retreating here is also not good because you don't want your damaged GP to be at the back. You want it to be in the front. But if you don't do this, you're just going to lose everything. You're going to see Crispin come out, but Crispin is not it. Even with the boss's orders, Young sees the boss's orders in Kangfai's hand. How are you going to attach? Are you going to start attaching to the Duskulls? That feels weird.
There's nothing to attach to for what it's worth. For Seong here, your item lock, there's no rare candy to Dragon Ball anytime soon. You have nothing going on at this point, and this is the worst, at the worst stage or the worst time, I should say, for your deck to just grind to a halt here. And if I'm Kangfai, I'm sitting pretty. I have 2 Dracloaks with energy, 1 energy away that's already in my hand. The boss are in my hand. I'm going to remove both these Dreepies next turn, guaranteed.
I mean, no. The only thing was, I was gonna say, does he have the Dragon Ball? No, but
Yeah, it's right there.
The
Yeah.
Dragon Ball is right there in his hand. So this is going to go really bad for Seong next turn.
Oh,
I mean,
boy.
look, there is. I do understand why he used the Crispin. If there's nothing better for him to use that
Of
turn,
course,
he has to use
yeah.
the Crispin to thin out his deck. Right, thinning is winning once again. But. I mean, both GPs are kind of doomed. Do you attach the energy to the Duskull so that you can pivot next turn? Maybe, I think that could be the play, because attaching to the GP with knowing that your opponent has the boss just feels a little bit weird, no?
Yeah, no, there's no point in attaching anything to the Dreepy unless you're saying, you know what, I'm going to force you to do it. But it's not going to do anything at this point. That's just wasted energy at this stage. Seong can attach 1 more energy to the Duskull to pivot out. As you said, I completely agree with that point. But
that's literally the only thing you can do.
yeah, I mean, that fire energy is a wasted energy, essentially, right? I mean, you're playing Crispin to get energy out of the deck. That's fine. You're thinning. But there's nothing here that would give you any sort of play for next turn unless you attach an energy to a Duskull to retreat into something else. It's rough.
I mean, look, we're talking about minor percentages at this point. There isn't really anything going on for Seong. So he is going to attach the Psychic Energy to the Duskull. It's just going to be a pass here.
Oh, no.
King Fi going to be really fine with that. We're going to see the Recon Directive starting us up. We're going to see the Dunsparce being put at the bottom, Night Stretcher in hand. Not going to be super useful for now, but is going to be fine as a choice overall. I think that's the risky runes that we just saw come down for King Fi. Hey man, I would just evolve, boss, attach energy, retreat, swing.
Yeah, and probably give everyone a very quick break, I should say, because that's pretty much all we're going to see this turn.
We're going to see the Hero's Cape come on as well. Wow.
Oh boy. Yeah, Hero's Cape. Let's just win more at this point. There's nothing that's going to be a threat anyhow for Seong, at least not for 2-3 turns. And risky ruins for Dunsparce. Yeah, I presume this is just to add salt to wounds here.
No. He wants to put the 20 damage onto the Dunsparce so he can start shifting damage across.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Chipping it off. So I don't mind seeing the 20 damage go over to the Duskull at this point. And I want to see the boss. Show me the boss. There we go.
There we go.
Yep, GP. Okay, GP comes out. And I want to shift the 20 damage to one of the Duskulls, potentially the Duskull without energy. Because you don't want to push that back.
Exactly. That's maximizing your damage there, right?
Exactly. So
oh boy, that's going to be...
Yep, put it on the damage. Oh, you didn't shift. He didn't shift the damage.
I mean, you have time to do it. You don't have to do it now because essentially you're not going to be benching any more Pokemon for Risky Ruin. So, minor inefficiency there. But at this stage for Seong, Body by Poffin, great. You're going to get some Dreepies, I would presume. But at this stage, you're so far behind. You have nothing on board. Just a couple of Duskulls staring down a Dragapult with a Munkidori for backup and a Dracloak already on the bench. There's nothing here, I think. And Seong will need a miracle to get out of this. You can't even do a stall play with the boss because you could just, if you boss out a Dunsparce, there's going to be a Dunsparce we run away draw. There's nothing you can do here, essentially.
I guess it's going to be something like a boss Dracloak as probably the best choice here.
But Dracloak's an energy already, though.
And then like unfair stamp so that even if you can't pivot, you just... make him waste an energy, right? That's
no, but then you go for the Dunsparce though. You go for Dunsparce, hope you know there's no energy.
No, but but the Dunsparce you have... Sorry, the Dunsparce can evolve to the Dunsparce and you just run away.
Yeah. So it's either energy or the evolution, right? There's nothing, there's no good plays here, essentially, for Seong. And it's rough because, you come to a point here where you're round 7, is a win and in. Basically, you had 3 win and ins at this stage of the game. So this is the second one for Seong. And it's going to be really rough not having it. He will have to go to round 8 to find his win. Benching a Badoo here.
Oh wow, but Badoo here just feels horrible, no?
That's actually game for next turn for King Fi, I believe.
Yeah, because you just go shift damage onto Badoo and just double knockout on the Duskull as well as the GP. Is this really the best line to play? We are going to see a nice stretcher to bring back the GP. Is it going to be another 2 damage onto that GP? But that's just going to be game, no? Am I missing something here?
No, okay, well, evolving does change the math a little bit. You're going to pop it as well. Wow, okay. All right, taking out the Munkidori, that's fair. Yeah, saying, well, if you want to have Adrenabrain, you got to have another one. So that punishes King Fi's play earlier for not using it right away. But at the very least, though, for King Fi, is 3 prizes to the good. Seong grabbing 1 prize from that. And I think he got a Pokeball from the prize. So he does get the Dracloak in hand. But just a Itchy Pollen for Seong and over to King Fi now, who has a really loaded hand. So what would King Fi do here?
Oh, boss's orders is not great here. You're just going to boss and just spread your damage.
That's a 3 prize turn. That's pretty much game.
Yeah, that is a 3 prize turn.
Oh no.
So it's just going to be boss into the GP.
Any GP is fine. Or even the Duskull is fine as well. That's game. Yeah, that's pretty much game. So the GP goes in front.
GP and swing for turn.
And for game, 5 and 1. Basically taking the 3 prize turn here for King Fi.
But you know what? We're going to attach the Hero's Cape for you guys.
Why not?
190 HP Dracloak. It's going to be... Yeah, there we go.
That's it. 3 prize turn there. Congratulations, King Fi. You book your place into day 2. And commiserations to Seong. You have to go to round 8 in order to book your place into the day 2 qualifiers. That was rough, Brian.
I mean, I feel like that is your standard Dragapult game, where if you have Badoo, you win.
No Badoo war, it's just one-sided Badoo all the way.
And we've seen the results of that, right? We
Yep.
saw that 2 games in a row where we had one Dragapult which had Bidoof or won the Bidoof War, and that Dragapult ended up winning. In this case, we had one Dragapult with Bidoof and one without, and such games happen.
Yeah, how impressive is item lock in this format right now, Brian? It's amazing to see how different it turns out. In a Bidoof war, you could see both players having an edge until one goes down. In this one, you didn't see any war. It's just one-sided Bidoof.
But look, I personally, since I've started playing the game, close to 5 years ago, I'm in love with item lock. So if you ask me, I'm one of those. I do enjoy not playing the game.
Fair enough.
Or making my opponents not play the game. So if you ask me, what's my opinion about Bidoofs? I love it. When I saw the game, when I saw it come out, I was like, yes, that card is for me.
That card in any deck I play.
Exactly. I mean, might as well, right?
I will shake your hand. You know why? Because I love Valplume. And if you go further back, 5 years, go back another 5 more, if not more than that, Valplume was item lock. So we are not the best people to talk about if we talk about games to play with items. But in any case, so that's round 7. Congratulations to King Fai. Xiong, you're not out of it yet. There is still one more round to go. We'll be back with round 8 very, very soon. And that will be our final round for today. Don't go anywhere. Grab yourself a beverage, a snack, and sit with us as we go to the end of day 1 here at Master Ball League. See you soon.
tall in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go! stand tall in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now, only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Plan to release in 2026.
Here we go! tall in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make?
And welcome back, everybody, to the Sunway Pyramid Convention Center. Aaron Minjun and Brian Kwa here for your round 8 at the Master Ball League Malaysia. It's been one amazing ride, and we're at the final hurdle here for a win and in once again to qualify to day 2.
Well, to be fair, we're not at the final hurdle. The players are.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah.
This is the win and in
Oh, boy.
match for these two players. And what a matchup do we have?
It's going to be a fun one. It's going to be Raging Bolt versus Cynthia's Garchomp. Two decks we have not seen all day. Two decks we knew are going to be around somewhere across the tables. And now we have it as our win and it. We have Adila versus Jong. Adila here, a former Premier Ball League champion of Malaysia. And she's on the brink of either qualifying or unfortunately sitting out the day 2. So it's going to be a fun one for everybody. I think it's going to be an interesting matchup. Brian, what do you think of this interesting Raging Bolt versus Cynthia's Garchomp matchup?
Yeah, well, the good thing about Raging Bolt is that it can hit high damage counts.
We finally got the deck we wanted.
I mean, it's true, but with Bellowing Thunder, right, you're doing 70 damage for each energy that you discard from any of your Pokemon,
Yes.
right? So you only need to discard, what, 6?
6.
You need to discard 6 in order for you to take a knockout on a Cynthia's Garchomp with the Cynthia's Power Weight
Yeah, Power Weight.
on it. So it is doable. 6 is a little bit of a hard number to hit at times, especially if you don't have any time
That
to
is
set
true.
up. But the good news is Bolt can start swinging from turn 2.
Yeah.
Right? And Cynthia's Garchomp can't.
Oh, yes.
But this is not
Okay.
what you want to
No.
see. You don't want to see 2 crit spins in the top of your prizes.
That is not great there for Adila. That is your energy acceleration
Yeah.
of this deck. Once you no longer have access to Professor Stardust Vitality, this is the premier acceleration card for your deck. And 2 of them in the prize cards at the top as well.
Yeah, so that's typically not good, but I will say that thankfully she plays 2 Cyranos, so having a Cyranos in the prize isn't too bad. Whilst on the other hand, for Garchomp, you have your 1-1 line of Gible and Gabite in your prizes, but at the end of the day, you don't really mind that because you've got another 3 in your deck. So you've
And
seen Jong start this
yeah.
off just with one of those nice
Here
promos.
we go. Jong now starting first here, being able to get a Roselia on the bench with a Gibble, Cynthia's Gibble already on the active spot here. Also with Fighting Gong. We mentioned about the fighting suite of support cards here, right? We talk about Pre and Power Pro, we talk about Fighting Gong. Most people associate it with Mega Lucario because they were released in the same set, but just one set before that in Destined Rivals, you had Cynthia's Garchomp, who's also playing these cards. And now we see 2 more Gibbles coming down with an energy attachment for Jong as well, and that is turn 1. Pretty decent turn 1, I should say.
Yeah, you've got your setup done up really nicely. You've got your Rosalias, you've got your Gibbles as well. From next turn onwards, he's going to be able to evolve his Gibbles into Gabite. And once he gets Gabite online, you just have so much to work with because of Champion's Call. Champion's Call allows you to search your deck for a Cynthia's Pokemon, reveal it, and put it into your hand. So from all you need is just 1 Gabite, and from there you'll be able to find all your Gabites as well as your Roserade.
Yes.
So Jong in a prime position to start things off. Adila, on the other hand, starting with just 1 Teal Mass. Teal Dance is never a great sign. You typically want to see something like a Kangaskhan here. Well, actually not in this matchup
well, to be
because
fair, yeah.
Kangaskhan gets just 1 shot and just gets obliterated by the Cynthia's Garchomp.
Yes.
Either the Draconic Bust or even actually...
Look at this turn 2 coming up from Jong though. Look at the Cynthia's Garchomp already there. That's going to be a huge turn for Jong here. Yes, we talk about the Tealmas Pokemon, which you don't mind starting because that's a very good attacker against a grass-weak Garchomp. But Garchomp coming on turn 1 with the Red Candy, that is going to be huge for Jong.
Yeah, but you see, by doing this, you don't have a setup. You don't have...
That's true.
You don't have your Gabite, so we are going to see a Draconic Buster here.
Ooh.
And honestly speaking, Draconic Buster here is not the best because we do know that Adila has her unfair stamp, so she is going to be able to stamp herself into a fresh new set of cards. I do see that Lightning Energy in her hand. I wouldn't mind seeing it being attached to that Bolt right now, but I do want to see stamp happening.
You will see stamp, I believe, and look at the hand as well from Adila. There is nothing much going on besides just a Meowth though, and maybe in that Lightning Energy you talk about. But for Jong, the key thing about Draconic Buster is you discard all the energy attached to that Garchomp. You have to continuously rebuild the energy on that Garchomp in the active. If you get stamped down to 2, what are your chances of drawing a fighting energy? It's maybe decently high, but
yeah, I think Jong went a little bit too fast. But
little
hey,
too
look,
aggressive.
before that, let's talk about the Meowth she played. And I was thinking Meowth would definitely get her Cyrano. Once she gets a Cyrano, she will be able to find out her other EX Pokemon. So something like a Pheasantipity, even though it's weak to fighting, is going to be pretty good to have on the board. You definitely want to see more Teal Mask Ogerpon. So I don't mind seeing actually something like a Latias, one Teal Mask Ogerpon, and maybe a Fez. If not, switch to Fez for a second Teal Mask Ogerpon would be good as well. And then from there, Stamp, right?
Yes.
It's going to be such an effective turn. Jong will only have 2 cards to work with. And by skipping ahead, by using that rare candy, you don't have your engine. By not having your engine, you're just going to slow your deck down to a halt. And right here, Dilla, we are going to see that Pheasantipity EX. We are going to see the Teal Mask Ogerpon. I want to see either a Latias or a Teal Mask Ogerpon here. I think it may be Ladia. Oh,
no, go for second Teal Mask. Yeah, I think for Adila here, she's going, you know what, if I can go wide as fast as possible, I can stamp into a knockout perhaps, but I think without the power weight on the Sinus Garchomp, this is a
5
stage
energy.
2. Yeah, 5 energy. Do you think it's impossible though?
No, it's impossible though, because you need three Teal Masks. Right,
Yes.
you need 3 Teal Masks, and her last Teal Mask is in the discard. So unless she manages to draw into like a Night Stretcher, which she runs 2 off, she's not going to be able to do it. I mean, she could get like a she could use the Glass Trumpet to charge on to the Meowth, which would be okay as well. But let's see what she gets here.
There's another card here that might come to play. It is that Iron Leaves, by the way. There's also there's Iron Leaves in the deck as well. And with Garchomp not having a Sinus Power Weight, there's another option for Adila. I love this deck, by the way.
Has
so much options.
Yeah, I mean, this is your current format's box style deck, and there's just so many different lines you can take, which is why, in my opinion, it's one of the favorites to actually take this whole thing. In fact, his sequencing is interesting because she's using Fez first before she uses the Unfair Stamp, which is interesting because typically unless she's trying to fish out for the Iron Leaves.
Or maybe here, it does pay off. She did get the second Grass Energy. So now you have enough energy in play for the Iron Leaves to be effective. So a Stamp into Iron Leaves, or even Iron Leaves now and then into the Stamp, it can be game-winning for, or I should say, a big swing for Adila, tying up the price raise and leaving Jong with only 2 cards.
Yes.
There you go. Bug Catching Set, the 1-off, I was going to say. That's an interesting card to see here. That can also get Iron Leaves.
Yep, Bug Catching Set is aiming to get the leaves. We see a Grass Energy, but do we see the leaves? We see a Glass Trumpet. No leaves, but 2 Grass Energies. Grass Energy is not going to be doing all too much here because she's already used the Teal Dance for both Teal Mask Ogerpons. So, unfortunately, I don't know. You see, I would have much preferred to just use Stamp there or earlier so that all these cards, so that I have access to all the cards that I'm drawing the next turn after I snap, right? Because now all her huge hand is going to go all the way to the bottom.
That is true here. Let's see what else Adila has in that very big grip of cards here that she has right now.
It's all energies, man.
All energy, 4 energies, I think I counted. But here, lining up the Unfair Stamp, she's looking for the Iron Leaves.
I want to see her bench at Latias, though. Is that I want to see her bench at Latias because Latias is going to be a free pivot for her. Now, especially the Area 0 under depths, she will be able to have enough bench space for the Iron Leaf. So we are going to see the Unfair Stamp come out. You can only use it if your opponent had taken a prize, taken a knockout the previous turn. If you do, both players shuffle their hands. You draw 5, they draw 2. So this is the swing turn that we're talking about. Adila here looking for something like an Ultra Ball, looking for something like the Iron Leaves. She really needs to dig deep for that. Either that, or she can go the other route, which is less optimal. But Glass Trumpet would do the work for her. In fact, actually, she drew the Glass Trumpet just now. Why did she just use it?
Yeah, she had the knockout actually with the Glass Trumpet because there's
no energies in this card.
There is one because the Teal Mask Pokemon had a Grass though.
No, but she used the Night Stretcher earlier to charge it.
Fair enough. So she was missing an energy in the discard pile to accelerate.
But there's the leaves!
Oh, there's the leaves! We will see it.
I thought it's a blue. I think that's the leaves.
Yes, there it is.
All right, so Iron Leaves is on the board, guys. So with Iron Leaves, you are able to sap all the energies from your Pokemon and bring it up to the front using Rapid Veneer.
Oh, say that very nicely. Very cool.
And it's just going to be able to attack for a knockout here. Cynthia's Garchomp is down for the count. Jong is missing so much, but he top decks a Gabite. Top decks the Roserade. Is going to be able to find the Gabite to evolve it to the front, but Jong is on the back foot. Don't get me wrong. Attila has managed to set up very very, very nicely.
This is
in
one
the second
turn, Brian. This is one turn on the second turn. One Cyrano got her everything she needs. Now, she doesn't have an active attacker because the Rapid Vernier getting the Iron Leaf's inactive. Iron Leaf's Prison Edge says you cannot attack next turn. So, in a sense, retreating the Iron Leaves is probably the next thing to do, but Jongi, nothing else. Does put down 2 Gabites, one of them with Acinda's power weight. So in a sense, you don't really have a way from Adila's side of you to deal with both these potential Garchomps. But I'm thinking Adila's in a very good spot here, Ryan. And she has way more stuff in hand right now. She even has a, well, what is that? I think, okay, so there is a couple of EXs. I think there's also a Glass Trumpet at the back there. I'm enjoying to seeing how quickly this deck is able to recover from giving up 2 prizes from turn 2.
This is what I was talking about, right? You are able to just set up so nicely with Raging Bolt. This is why I say Bolt is really, really good in this format. Now we're going to see Crispin come out. We're going to see the Lightning Energy likely attached to that Raging Bolt. We're going to see a Grass Energy that is going to be able to be Teal danced on to one of those Ogapons. But I will say, though, Adila, even though now she's even on prizes, is only going to be able to take out 1 prize from Zhong. Ideally here, she's able to somehow knock out the Gabite with the Cynthia's power weight, but going through something like close to 200 worth of HP on the bench is not an easy task. 170 HP, sorry, it's not an easy task for her to do. So she may just be only able to take out something up from the front here.
It's probably only the active going down because on the other side of the field, there's nothing that you can do to snipe the bench in this deck at this point. So for what it's worth, it's probably going to be a retreat of the Iron Leaves, bringing up one of the attackers, most likely the Raging Bolt, the only attacker essentially with energy. And you're going to see a Bellowing Thunder here for the knockout, at the very least taking a prize card. But then Zhong has some time to set up something. Potentially a Garchomp with an energy, but there's no energy on Zhong's side of the field, by the way. So it's all going to be from one energy attachment and all the way through. That's the only thing Zhong has. And this is the only Gabite, by the way.
Let me put things in perspective.
Okay.
So Zhong can evolve his Zelia to a Roserade and evolve his Gabite into a Garchomp with only 1 energy attachment. He will only be able to do 160 damage.
Okay.
160 damage is nothing. Nothing to this Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt is just going to eat that up and still be very, very healthy. He's still going to have 80 HP.
Yep.
So he's not going to mind that at all. We are going to see Zhong using his own unfair stamp. But the key difference between getting stamped as a Bolt and getting stamped as a Garchomp is Garchomp doesn't have a draw engine. Bolt has, wait for it, Fez, Teal Mask,
keep going.
Teal Mask.
Yep.
Right?
Keep going.
And on top of that, if for whatever reason she decides to use Kangaskhan, which is, by the way, not a great idea here, run errands. So you've got so many ways for you to draw back cards. So Stamp, not too bad.
Not too bad, but in this scenario though for Zhong, what else can you play? He also used a Petrol to get that stamp. That's how rough his hand was after the unfair stamp from Adila. I'm still favoring Adila here in this case. Yeah, you took only 1 prize card next turn, but with the right cards of this unfair stamp, you could easily rebuild that energy on the side of the field for Adila. For Zhong here, having a Buddy Boy Puffin, not too bad. Gets you a couple more Gibbles, I want to say. Then you're able to build up another attacker. Okay, another Rosella, that's interesting. We know one of the Gibbles is in the prizes. There should be one more left somewhere. So let's see what Zhong does here. Ooh, okay, that's interesting.
Collapse is great here. Adila is going to be very happy with that, getting rid of that Meowth.
I would have done that though. Well, okay, fair. He's trying to negate the fact of having another Meowth potentially, so not too bad. And now we see,
I think that was a little bit too late though.
Oh, what's going on?
No. I think she wants to get rid of that. She wants to get rid of the Iron Leaves. So I don't, because in my opinion, if you've picked up the card, I mean, she technically hasn't. Technically, but we'll leave that up to the judges for
we'll let them see,
Here, getting rid of the Teal Mask instead of the Iron Leaves.
That is interesting.
Or the Meowth is interesting.
Oh, I guess she's looking for a Glass Trumpet play. So keeping a colorless Pokemon in the bench or on the field, essentially, for Adila gets you 1 more energy. But then why go after the Teal? Why let go the Teal Dance though? That's a weird situation. Another Meowth in hand for Adila. And so that Team Rocket's watchtower play was actually pretty clutch from Zhong.
Yeah, so here we do know that she has a Glass Trumpet. She is definitely going to be able to take a knockout onto this Roselia. She has to go through, I think, 2 energies.
Yes,
Right.
2 energies for the knockout
Yeah, she's going to have
here.
to go through 2 energies for the knockout here. I'm not sure if attaching this... I guess attaching the Cynthia's power weight makes sense because you don't want to... you don't want to let Adila take a knockout with just 1 energy, but we are gonna see her just use the Glass Trumpet, and I don't think there's much she can do. There's no energies in her hand for her to Teal Dance. She's also just counting the amount of energy she needs to take that knockout onto that Cynthia's Garchomp at the back with the power weight. So we know here that, just taking... I mean, look, Adila is... 2 prizes. She is going to be 2 prizes up.
Yep.
So she is in a very favorable position. And even Zhang here, being able to find 1 more Roserade isn't going to cut it out. The bolt is going to be healthy. So I think she's just very safe just to take this knockout in the front and not have to worry all too much. But she is thinking of other plans potentially.
Yeah, what do you
Looking
think
at
about?
her
Like, would
options.
you...
But she doesn't have any other options in hand though.
Well, you could retreat into the Iron Leads, but no, just passing, I think, for Adila. That was interesting, though. She's trying to preserve as much energy on board, but I would have just taken the prize card and then go down to 2 prizes, eye up that final Garchomp on Zhang's bench as your game-winning play, but it seems like she just passed.
I mean, passing here is a little bit interesting. She's trying to conserve energy because she knows that she's running out of resources. She's only got 2 cards in her hand at this point in time. She kind of knows that Zhang doesn't have energy to retreat the Roselia. So he's just...
There's a switch. Okay.
Though. That may change things. We do see a
And a
boss's orders
boss.
on Defense Indipity. This is not how Adila was hoping things would go. We are going to see a one-shot.
This will be a knockout.
This will be a knockout, especially because of weakness.
And yeah, he will go for a knockout here, Zhang, getting 2 prize cards down to 2, and Adila on now the back foot because Zhang is just 1 boss away from a win if this Garchomp is not dealt with.
He's not even 1 boss away, mate. I mean, if Garchomp doesn't get dealt with, he can just swing using Garchomp's second attack, Draconic Buster.
Yeah, that's
Draconic
true.
Buster is just going to take out any 2 prize Pokemon from Adila's side of the field,
this
and
is
without an
rough.
unfair stamp. This was a misplay, man.
It was, I think, more and more. Oh, hang on a second. There is the Area 0 here. So for Adila, there is a chance to go into that Meowth now to get a supporter. So potentially she's looking to eye up to get a knockout here on the only attacker on Zhang's side of the field and then just sweep from there. But how many energies does she need here? We talk about the number of energies you need to knock out a Cynthia's power-weighted
6.
up Garchomp. So
That's all
6
you
energies.
need. That's all you need. Crispin, but has she used 2 Crispins? No, she has
No,
the
there's one more. The
last
last
Crispin in her
Crispin.
deck.
Oh.
Oh, she manages to get that out as well. So that means she is definitely going to be able to take a knockout onto this Cynthia's Garchomp. 6 energies is all she needs.
And the best part is, drawing 2 prizes here for Adila will get you 1 of those Crispins at the top.
That's true.
And you will have energies to play with.
And
So
Zhang
here,
is running out of attackers as well.
this is the last one.
This is the last one indeed. Not having a Fez does hurt a little bit, but she is not going to be too upset with this, with the way things have turned out.
I agree. And then for Adila here, I think going through the motions, getting energy into play, doesn't matter where you put them at this point because you're going to be probably using almost everything. At least get Teal Dance here for a card draw, which is always good. That's why Tealma Zogapon is a staple of the format right now. Energy acceleration and card draw all in one. And for Adila here, you would presume it's going to be just discarding all the energies across everywhere and leaving some on the Raging Bolt as your final attacker for the game. We shall see now, going through the motions.
Adila is in a really good spot right now. She just has to make a few micro decisions to see which energy she wants to leave on the board. Zhang not having a Gibble there is a comforting sight, I think, for Adila.
Oh, hang on a second. You don't want to go into the Iron Leaves. That's not a knockout with Iron Leaves with Prism Edge.
400, yeah, it's 400 HP. She's trying to... I mean, if she does do this switch and the Iron Leaves swings, it's definitely not enough.
That's game loss for her. I think that's a losing play.
But we do see a Glass Trumpet being used once again to try to stack more energies onto that Meowth. I'm actually surprised to see the Glass Trumpet there. I thought next turn may have been a little bit better, but we are going to see a discard of 6 energies, leaving the rest of the energies onto that Raging Bolt. I hope no, we do see the discard of energies from the Bolt. No, from the Iron Leaf. She's deciding through. She's keeping me off the edge of my seat, man.
Don't fall off, Brian. 6 energies, bellowing thunder for 420 damage. That's a knockout for Adila, drawing 2 prize cards down to 1. Now Jong with no attackers in play. It's just the Roserade and the Roselias. I think this locks it up for Adila.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think there's a way for Jong to come back in. This is keeping in mind that he has already played his unfair stamp, so there's no way to kind of disrupt. We are going to see the Night Stretcher come out for a Gible, but Jong, unless he's got some bosses, something like boss's orders, even boss's orders ain't gonna cut it because there's Larias on the bench. He needs something like a clutch, but I don't think I see anything in his list which allows him to retreat lock something at the front. Even Cynthia's Spiritomb ain't gonna do it.
You know what Jong needed in this particular situation? Blood Moon or Luna EX, but there isn't one. That would be the perfect card here for Jong. Taking a knockout, but no, this is just gonna be a Roserade. Multiple Roserades. And I think the writing's on the wall here, Brian. We're probably going to see Adila hit into day 2.
Jong barely making it out, just going through the motions, playing the buddy Poffin is likely gonna... I don't think there's many things left in his deck for him to take out. Maybe the Spiritomb?
No, don't think so. The Spiritomb just... It's nothing. It's
the Spiritomb is in his hand.
Yeah. And for Jong here, what do you do? He's just grabbing a Gabite from the prizes. This is rough to see if you're a Cynthia's Garchomp fan.
Does he have the Cynthia's power weight onto this Roserade?
I believe so. I think
if there is, then technically Adila needs 1 more energy.
Fair enough. So he's banking on the fact that Adila may not have it, but
Judge?
Judge? Okay. Adila only had 3 cards in hand though, so maybe he's just trying to say, you know what, I think you have it, let me judge you and just we'll figure out later on whether you get the energy or not, because Adila has burned through quite a bit of energy already. 2 in play, 7 discard or 6 discarded earlier, 1 more in the discard pile. That's at least 10 energies already accounted for.
Yes, but this deck plays like 16.
Yeah,
energies.
I mean, to be fair, there's so much energy in this deck here for Adila. The deck is pretty thick though, so judge to 4.
15 energies.
15, there you go. 15 energies.
So honestly, I mean, the odds are pretty high. I'm not sure if I would necessarily would have judged there.
Yeah, with 3 card hand,
with
right?
3 cards in hand. I mean, but you know, you never. I guess you have to do it, right? Because if you don't do it, you always be thinking, oh, what do I don't know. What if I didn't judge?
What if? And I think in hindsight, if Jong gets back onto the recording for the live stream, he would have seen that Adil did have the fighting energy in hand. So I think that judge here is his best way to play. And I think we're going to be getting a little bit of a timeout for a little bit where judges figure out what's going on. But this has been quite a back and forth matchup at the start. I think we had the Cinder's Garchomp card out of nowhere on turn 2, taking a knockout. And then Adila just, did both things, right?
Yep. So here, I'm not exactly sure what has happened there. But I do believe the judge is still going into motion, so we are going to see 4 cards being drawn out from the side of Jong. 4 cards going to be drawn out from the side of Adila. Adila here needing 1 energy, I believe, because I think the Cynthia's power weight is going to be on that Roserade.
Yeah,
so we see 1
passing from Jong.
2,
she's going to slow roll
3,
this one.
4. And
there
that's the energy card. That is
card.
going to be game for Adila. Bolt taking the final win in here for today. And like I said, man, this is the power of Bolt.
I love to see that smile, Brian.
You are able to just take the game. I mean, your opponent got really greedy by rare candying up that Cynthia's Garchomp.
And Draconic Buster moving all energies. No threat, essentially, on the next turn. But it was a play. It was a line. It was a very risky line, and then essentially the consistency of Bolt came through, right? The ability to go for turn 2. That board had nothing, and after the end of it, took a knockout and had a full board ready. That was an amazing, show of skill from Adila.
I mean, if you do the play that he did, right, you're opening up yourself to risk of unfair stamp.
Yeah.
You would rather take things a little bit slower, use the first attack, I think it's called Screw Dive or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Draw yourself 6 cards. So you have draw yourself up to 6 cards, so you refill your hand. You can play things a little bit slower. You have a Gabite there to constantly search out cards from your deck. And in the meantime, that one Teal'c's Ogerpon isn't going to do anything to you.
Exactly.
It's not going to be able to take a knockout.
Yeah, we saw here for Adila, the pieces just come together so well. Area 0 allowing you to go very wide. And then that Iron Leaves EX came clutch with that Prism Edge for the knockout. That's seen as Garchomp. The key thing, I believe, when you go into that kind of play, go full risk at that kind of speed. The thing you're missing was that Cynthia's power weight. If you had it, maybe it wasn't as risky because you don't lose to a Prism Edge and you force out so much of energy on the bolt side. But without it, you saw how fragile the Garchomp was.
Yeah, especially when you know that you're playing against a Teal Mask Ogerpon based deck, right?
Yeah.
Even there is a world where you just have two Teal Mask. You go Teal Dance, hand attach, and then just E-switch the energy
exactly.
over. And then you're just kind of cooked either ways, right?
Yeah.
So, like, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe he didn't have anything else in his hand, and that was the best play he could do. But guys, if you guys are watching this at home, if you're playing Cynthia's Garchomp, or just any deck that requires setup is the most important thing that you need to do. Without setup, if you take a risky play like that, if your opponent manages to come back into the game, you don't really have a game.
You gotta watch out for unfair stamp. That is the format we're in. But of course, this is the end of the 8 rounds we have for you today. But there is so much more going on this weekend because we're only halfway through, Brian.
That's right.
Day 2 content here for you. There's so much going on. We got the point gate battle, which, by the way, is being played by hundreds of players right now here at Sunway Pyramid Convention Center. There's going to be some coloring corner and coloring display activities for the young ones, expanded format battles if you want to try something different. And if you're completely brand new, the new trainer journey is perfect for you. Pokemon is for everyone. If you haven't started your journey yet, tomorrow is the best time. We also have Pokemon Go, Pokemon Mega Star as featured today. And of course, my favorite thing, Brian, the Nintendo Switch 2 hands-on experience with Pokemon Champions and Pokemon Pokopia. This is all happening tomorrow in addition to the Day 2 tournament.
Hey man, I take offense, man. The coloring corner is not just for kids. I like coloring too.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. You'll see us there at the coloring corner.
Exactly, man. I mean, I like coloring shapes.
Fair enough. I like coloring Garchomp, not in green. Hopefully. Yeah, spice that. But in any case, there's so much going on tomorrow, Brian, and I'm excited for Day 2.
That's right. And Day 2, guys, is a different format than today, right? Today we saw best of ones. Tomorrow is going to be best of threes, right? And I want to bring up a very, very key point here that's going to be very important if you're playing Day 2. So if you got yourself into Day 2, listen up, right? You want to play fast. Okay?
That is true.
Because a 2-0 is not equal to a 1-0.
Or even a 2-1. Or even a 2-1.
Even a 2-1 is not equal to a 1-0. Okay, so winning is not everything. Winning 2 games is everything. Okay, so if for those who are tuning in and have no idea what I'm talking about, for this Master Ball format, every win you get is 3 points.
Exactly.
That means if you get 1 win and you time out with only 1 win, you get 3 points. If I go and play and I win 2-0 with a Bolt, I'm gonna go 6 points versus your 3 points.
Exactly. And the worst part, and I mean, the key thing here to know is that this format is not unique to Malaysia or anywhere else. It's also the format for the Philippines, for Malaysia, for Singapore, and it's also been featured in Japan as well.
That's right.
This is a very high stakes format, Brian.
It's a very aggressive format.
Yes.
And I kind of like what they've done here. Yes, you are reducing the deck spread, right? Because control decks aren't as favored, or it's definitely not favored to play in this kind of format where you're disincentivized to play something slow.
Fair enough.
Right? You're incentivized to play something fast. You need to close
Bolt.
up 2 games in 50 minutes.
Yes.
Right? It's not that long of a time frame. If you think about it, especially if you're going into game 3, you go 1-1 and then you go, okay.
You might not get to end
3-3.
the series,
Yeah,
so.
So guys, if you guys are watching this, you made it to Day 2. If you're prepping for Singapore, if you're watching this from Singapore, remember, once you get into Day 2, play a speedy deck.
Yes, indeed. Like Bolt, perhaps, because that is the powerhouse of a deck, right? But I think for tomorrow, just a brief preview, we will have 4 rounds of Swiss in the qualifiers for Day 2. And all those 4 rounds will essentially gain points for players to get themselves into the coveted top 8 spot. And in top 8, you're in the single elimination bracket. You are 2-3 games away from potentially the championship as well as the World's Invite with Travel Award. That's what's on the line tomorrow, Brian. And I'm excited. Are you excited? You better be.
I'm super excited,
Awesome.
man. But for now, guys, thanks for joining us for the rest of the day.
Yes.
We appreciate it. We hope to see you here tomorrow. If you're in Malaysia, remember Sunway Pyramid Convention Center. If not, guys, this is Brian. This is Aaron. We're signing off.
See you tomorrow.